job. Victory across the line to win. And history has been made.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Backfire Simsport TV, and welcome to round 3 of the EEC Endurance Championship, brought to you live from Spa-Francorchamps. So today we have a 10-hour race, and in the booth with me at the moment is Mr. Pete Bingham. Good morning.
Morning, Clyde. Morning, everybody. Hope you enjoy the racing.
And doing the bells and whistles in the background, and we will give him a small speaking part today, is Mr. Sam Boozing. Good.
Hello, Clyde. Hello, Pete. Hello, everybody.
And also joining us later on will be Mr. Bill Switzer, but he's currently in the land of Nod. So, Pete, we've got 10 hours round the fantastic Spa circuit. 3 different classes, or 4 if you include GTE, Pro and AM. What do you think we're going to get today? Do you think it's going to be one of those, shall we say, less than ideal racing tracks, or do you think we're going to have a really, really good race with lots of close battles?
So based on the experience of commentating on this last time out, it was a race completely filled with excitement. The GT classes of AM and Pro, the Wasps as I call them, because they're just everywhere on the track at once. They were highly competitive, lots and lots of dramas. The LMP, or the P1 class, sorry, was fantastic. Interesting to see the differences in the 2 vehicles and how they both react on the track. And the P2 class with the HPDs, probably more exciting than I expected them to be, diving in between everybody and making their way through in the same way as the P1s. Was absolutely exciting. This track lends itself to these classes of vehicles, and it should be a really exciting day.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. We are currently in qualifying for the GT class, and something I do tend to usually say on our broadcasts is we're not very good at pronouncing names. Please drop us a line, especially on the live chat in the broadcast. If we do pronounce one of your surnames or even Christian names wrong, then please let us know and we'll try and put it right. So, Pete, we've got the GTs out, Pro and AM class. Now, this class seems to be where all the action is. They're obviously racing each other. They're looking in their mirrors because they've got the P2s and the P1 class. Sometimes the GT drivers get a bit of a bum rap, but you know, ultimately it is a very, very competitive class.
Oh yeah, this is a class with a large field. They cover the entire track. There's usually lots of pockets of activity, and where the pockets of activity are is where all the incidents tend to happen. With fast cars approaching, not necessarily on the driver's relative, because you only see 3 cars on the relative. and then all of a sudden it appears to them there's an LMP1 car on top of them. And last time out we saw some what you might call questionable lines into corners from the GT class, but when you take that into account, it's kind of understood. You are watching your mirrors in this class more than you are in the others, because in the others it's a bit like Italian driving, isn't it? Throw the rearview mirror out the window and just focus on what's in front of you. Whereas this class, they're constantly on the lookout for everything, and there's a lot of skill here as well. But there was some dubious car positioning in the last round.
Yeah, although what I would say is Spa is one of those tracks that does facilitate letting the faster classes go. Everybody's always told if you're in a slower car class, keep your car on your racing line. Don't do anything that you wouldn't normally do, and it's up to the faster car to get past you. But there's some long straights here. And if the faster classes are a little bit more patient, and then the slower classes, it's quite easy to stay on the racing line, going down a straight. As soon as you see the faster car pull out to overtake, you just ease off the gas, let them pass, slot in behind them, and everybody's round the next corner safely.
Yeah, it's all about being predictable. And what you're saying about staying on the racing line is absolutely what you should do. The difficulty is when the two cars perceive one another to be doing different things, or one's in a rush and the other one's in a race. That's where the two drivers are just not in sync. And of course, not all these guys are in the same voice channels. They can speak over the airwaves in iRacing, for anybody that didn't already know that. But when you're racing, you've got your hands on your steering wheel, your feet on the pedals, and your concentration is about getting around the track.
Yeah, definitely. But going back to that point about staying on the racing line, we see some big accidents in multi-class racing where a slower class car sees a faster class car in their mirror, and then they try and get out of the way. But at the same split second, the faster car has decided to pull onto the dirtier line to make the pass, and then we end up with a big accident. So, as we just said, the best way to do it is to stay on the racing line. That car behind you is expecting you to be on the racing line, so they can then do something different to get round you and get round you safely. So let's look at qualifying then, Pete. We're well over halfway through. Just in a shot with lots of flashing headlights, which always amuses me. I would never do anything like that. So the pros are definitely showing the way in qualifying.
Definitely, yeah. We have Nuno Enriquez in first place at the moment with a 2:13.5. That's a very sharp lap, but not far on his heels is Max Prenz from Overdrive Performance GT1 race team. SK Motorsport was Nuno Enriquez. Then we've got Fabio Lomartier. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. That's IES SimRacing Schweiz. Then Harley Horton, who was in a lot of racing competitiveness last time out with Full Send Racing. He's car 397. Guillaume Jabard in N-Race Esports. Then it's Philippe Madsen's in the pits at the minute. He's just boxing the car after doing his stint. He's with Lithium Motorsports, car 415. And he's already done a 2:13.8. So we've got 0.3 of a second separating the top six. So what I was saying about this this class of car, or these two divisions of cars in this class being competitive, absolutely. Because Philip Marsden is the first of the AM class, and he's right up there, just 0.3 of a second behind the fastest pro car.
Yeah, and just looking at the championship standings in the GT Pros, N-Race Esports currently leading the way. But qualifying at the moment, they're currently in 5th place, so they're not really getting it done to increase their they're leading the championship, although it is a very long 10-hour slug of a race.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things I was alluding to before is you can be as fast as you want in this class, but if you don't make it to the end, you don't score the points. So N-Race are very good at staying clear of all the danger, and that's something that I did pick up from the last time.
And saying that, they've just popped it onto 3rd position. But you're right what you're saying, Pete. You can be 15 seconds ahead of everybody in qualifying, but if your team can't keep the car clean for 10 hours, then your qualifying lap doesn't mean a thing.
Absolutely. And we had some proper controversy last time. I think there were some drivers not invited back, in inverted commas, for this one because of their activity on track. And we're currently in the car with our fastest lap time holder at the minute, Nuno. He's about to enter the final chicane. So if Sam keeps the camera on, we can talk through this. So this is a definite key corner because it sets you up for this straight. Lots of overtaking out of this straight, particularly for the P1 and P2 class. I can't remember the name of this corner here now, but it's it'll come to me in a minute.
La Source.
La Source, thank you. Another good overtaking point if you can jam it down the inside there. And then the very famous Eau Rouge coming up. Take as much curb as you can, and then make sure you don't wash out here. That inside curb at the top there can force you out wide. We saw a bit of that in a few of our races in our own league, in the V8 ESCs for the supercars. And then you come into this corner, heavy braking zone, lots of overtaking opportunity because you've just towed your slipstream all the way down there. And if you're at the front of the queue, you're going to be a victim. Through here smoothly, well done Nuno, nice line mate. Down to this very slow, what you might call a double right-hander or a hairpin, but it's quite broad. Come down the hill. This is a great corner, it's one of my favourites because you can just nail it if you're taking off the curb. All the way down the hill again, you've got 2 left-handers here. These are my least favourite corners on the track because I end up going wide here. You've got to go around here slower than you think. No washing out on the right-hand side. Keep it inside there, and then nail it down to this corner. This is an S-bend coming up. You tuck it into the right, keep it tight because if you wash out, you're done for the next 2 turns, believe it or not, because it sets you up poorly for this short straight. Drop in a gear here. Into this right-hander. This is a lovely corner. I don't know whether he'll pick up an incident for that because it was very wide. Wide on here, you can grab as much extra track as you want there really. And then through here there's a left-hand kink where you do need to lift a little in most cars. Coming up now. Didn't lift, he had it nailed. Round that right-hand kink and then you're back to where we started.
Yeah, that was a very, very good description there, Pete. Just something I've noticed on the leaderboard, and I'm not quite sure what sort of difference there is between the Pro and the AM drivers. I know the teams, I believe, are sorted out by I-rating. Sam will put me right if I'm wrong. But Philip Madsen from Lithium Motorsport, GT AM, has popped himself into 6th place overall in the GT class. So that's a hell of a lap from Philip.
Yeah. He boxed the car not long after and hasn't come out again. So he's clearly given himself a pat on the back and said, "I've done enough there, given where my position is." Be interesting to see what he had in practice as a comparison. But I expect he's just done a minted lap and has done his job for the day, or at least in.
Yeah, so one of them laps where you go, do you know what, it doesn't matter what I do now, I'm not going faster than that, I might as well park.
Yeah, and the other thing you've got to look at is virtually every other, up until very recently, every other car is on the track. So am I going to get a clear bit of track? Am I going to get a tow? Is it just going to be like the Wasps of previous events and I've got to overtake someone because that's just going to slow?
Yeah, so back into the qualifying session with just over a minute left to go. We've still got Nuno Henriquez on pole position, but only by 8 1/1000ths of a second over Max Prince. And I have no idea how to say that one, but GJ is in 3rd.
That's Guillaume Jobard. And he's only 16 hundredths of a second. No, 13 hundredths of a second behind second place. So that shows how tight it is at the top. We've still got 6 cars separated by 0.3 of a second, really.
Yeah.
Most of the cars are now in pits because of the session coming to checkered status soon for them. And then we will have P2s given the OK by race control to do their qualifying for 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I think this GT class is going to be mad. We've got a 22 car field in the GTs, so that's something to lick your lips about.
It is, and when these guys get going, honestly, it's difficult to... It sounds wrong, but it's difficult to go back to the other 2 classes sometimes because these guys are highly entertaining for the viewers, and they're so passionate about it as well. They get very, very possessive over their times and track position, and they have clearly very strong opinions about whether they did or didn't do whatever's been told they have done. So it's an interesting division, that's for sure.
It is. So the GT qualifying is over and the P2s have been given the all clear to go. So let's just quickly run through how everybody finished. So Pete, do you want to start off?
And I can. So in top spot was Nuno Enriquez, a 2:13.542. He did that early on. Max Prinz in second place with Overdrive Performance GT1. Guillaume Jobard for N-Race Esports, who we've discussed already. Fabio Lamartier, I'm going to go with. IES SimRacing Schweiz. Harley Horton in Full Send Racing. Philip Masden, who we were talking about being in the AM class in Lithium Motorsports car. In 6th, Marian Brabeck, R3T Racing Pro. In 7th, in 8th is Benjamin Seiss, German Sim Racing Magenta. In 9th, we had Dennis Pickbrenner, the German Sim Racing Friends. In 10th, rounding out the top 10, was Rafael Russo in L1 Esports. There are a couple of teams missing from last time, I think. I might be wrong, but only Sam can tell me.
Yeah, I suppose it depends on whether they are missing because they can't race or missing because Sam said they can't.
Yeah, absolutely right. So, yeah, we should have the HPDs out next.
It'll be interesting once we get the first decent qualifying lap in to see what sort of a gap there is between these 2 classes.
Yeah, and on here, on this track, I mean, it's going to be a more pronounced situation than when they were at Suzuka, because this has got a lot more very long straights, so your top gear needs to extend out, and you want to be hitting your rev limiter, in theory, at the end of that straight. That's not going to happen if you're in a tow. You're going to hit your rev limiter early, and I think we've got the P2 standings on the broadcast screen, so that should help everybody. Do you want to? Have you got the session on your screen, Clyde?
I certainly have. So leading the P2 Championship is Ramada Motorsport LMP2 team, 92 points. 10 points behind them is RaceGitter.de, powered by MPM Performance. 3rd place is Abruzzi Esports HBD Pro. 4th is German Sim Racing Green, and in 5th place in the championship, or equal 5th really, is TCR Team Challenge Racing and RSR Esports.
Excellent stuff. Race Gitter, we just called Race Glitter last time because we thought it was funny. So it's up to you whether you want to carry on with that.
That's a good name, actually, and I think the team should take that on board and maybe glitter up their car a bit for them.
Yeah, that's funny. So a much smaller field for P2. Odd, really, because I found when we used to race this, Clyde, that this was a good fun car. You can really bang it into corners. There was some real race strategy that we used to execute on that.
Personally, I think it's a good car to drive for fun. Whether I can drive it seriously in a championship like this, it is an unforgiving car. Once you make a mistake, you're disappearing, somewhere into Holland on this track.
Absolutely. We're currently on board with our race glitter team, and Nicolas Nagel is at the wheel, coming into La Source at the moment.
You've just got our first proper qualifying laps times coming up, and we're looking at a 17-second lap difference between P2 and GT.
Yeah, significant, isn't it? That just shows you the amount of horsepower that these things have got, and downforce, because that's what swings them through the corners, all that air pushing the tyres into the floor, giving them grip, and therefore being able to carry more speed through the apex of the corner. Or in my case, into the wall.
I wasn't going to mention that. One thing I do enjoy about these multi-class endurance championships is the fact that at some point in the race, you will have cars from all classes on the same piece of track at the same time, arguing about who needs to be where.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? And I do a couple of these series over time, and it keeps the excitement. We've all been in races where you spend the entire race in the middle of no man's land with nobody to race against because everybody's either pulled away, there's been an incident, and you're just touring around in the country. Really, these ones, it's periodically throughout the 10 hours that we're going to experience, you're going to have waves of faster cars coming past you, and then those faster cars cause you to slow down, or even you get a massive tow and speed up and catch up to your own class. There's lots going on in these multi-class leagues. They are brilliant.
They certainly are, and just touching on what we were saying earlier, the GT class, yes, they're racing each other, but a lot of their focus is what's going on behind and the faster cars coming up. The P1 class, because obviously they're faster than everybody, yes, they're racing each other, but they're looking further up the track to look at the slower cars. But the P2 class have got it worst of all, so they're all racing each other. They're looking ahead for the GT cars and how they can get past them safely. And then they've also got the P1 cars coming up behind them. So you really need, 14 sets of eyeballs to drive these P2 cars seriously.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the difficulty comes from watching and commentating on this before, is when the P1s and P2s are sharing the same bit of track, same corner, and then there's a GT car in the mix, and it's almost like I'm the most important car and I can go fast, but I can also go fast and I am the most important car, and then you've got a three-way crash. And we've seen it a few times. Hopefully we won't see it too much today, and we can get some nice, clean, well-managed racing going on, and people can just get on with having a great race and a very entertaining one.
Yeah, we've just had our first time in the 203s in the P2 class from, here we go, Zeb Tunisian from Abruzzi Esports HPD AM team. So that's a hell of a lap there.
It is, and they were very, very commanding last time. Last time we had Sebastian in the booth commentating, so there was lots and lots of coverage of the Abruzzi teams. One thing that I can't see here is the Abruzzi Pro team. Why can't I see them? Not sure yet.
Zeb is in the HPD Pro, not in the AM. I think
right,
the data
okay.
is not updated for you guys. So Zeb is in the HPD Pro, and the HPD AM have to start from the pit lane because one of the driver registered the wrong team, so it's a pit lane start penalty for them.
Right, so an administrative error has led to them having a pit lane start.
And
Yeah, that's correct.
And I can't even say it. An error from Sam has given us duff information, so we do apologise. But you know what's that.
Okay, so right, we have. Are you going to go through this list of names and teams, Clyde? Or do you want me to be brave?
Have a go, shall we? What have we got? 9 cars, 10 cars, 11 cars. Two. I take it the 2 that are still in the pits are the ones that Sam is on about not being able to take part in the qualifying session. So here we go. So currently in pole position we have Zeb Tunisen for Abruzzi Esports HPD Pro. We have Ibon Gonzalo Fernandez for I believe that's supposed to be said as Masked Devils Esports. Pedro Ramada, Ramada Motorsport LMP2 team, the team that are leading the championship. In 4th place, everything's changing as we speak, but we've also got Nicholas Nagel from Race Glitter, powered by MPM. Adam Wolkovic from German Sim Racing. Stephen McCaffrey from Oriental Racing. Nathaniel Schramm from Team Challenge Racing. David Nabon from N-Race Esports Platinum, and the one that disappeared off the screen was Dan Kraft from Pure Sims Racing.
Yeah, on board with, well, not on board, we're watching Daniel now. Now we're on board with him, as he tucks it into the right-hander there, coming down to Bruxelles, I think this is called. I'm really struggling with the names at the minute. I'll find a map in a moment. This corner I don't think has got a registered name. But
No name.
Yeah, no name. And then this is Double Gauche, isn't it, coming up?
Yeah, Double Gauche or Pool.
Yeah. That's the corner that I like the least, after the one I like the best. Don't remember this one, but keep it tight and tucked. It's the same rules that apply to this car as any other car. The lines are very similar. With this car, like Clyde was saying a minute ago, or like you were saying, Clyde, there's a point on this car where the car just spins, and it's almost like someone's put a pinion underneath the middle of your car and the back end just wants to swap the front instantly.
I must admit, I've not driven this for a while, and I'm going to assume that it's on the new tyre model. But yes, you're right. It used to be one of those cars that you could abuse, but there was a point where the car said enough is enough, and there was absolutely nothing you could do about it. Where a lot of the cars now on the new tyre model, I think one of the things that has improved is when you're abusing the car, and the car gives you a few warning signs so that you can adjust what you're doing before taking a trip into the fence.
Yeah, and we see that in the V8s, and we see that in the GT4s. There's that bit where you can feel that the car is starting to give because the tyres have lost their adhesion. Cars, where are they going through at the minute? That Blanchiment? Could be. No, I'm not sure it was. Yeah, it used to creep up on you. You get a little bit of pre-warning now. And it does mean that the cars should be safer, but people that are in a rush trying to overtake slower cars or slower classes are still going to end up grabbing too much gas, and it'll switch on you, this car.
Yeah, so we're getting towards 7 minutes to go in this qualifying session. We've now got 3 cars in the 203s. So Zeb is still there, currently sat on P2 pole. Dan Kraft is second, and Ibon Fernandez in third. After that, the cars are all in the 204s, apart from David Nabon, who's done a 2:15.9. So I'm not sure if he had issues on that lap. We'll wait and see what his next time is, as Sam immediately switches over to him, and see whether he can get himself up that P2 leaderboard.
Yeah, my thoughts are he was trying to get some heat into his tyres, because he has done a 204.989 previously. That last one was probably a sighting lap, so he could figure out his turning points, get some heat in the tyres. What's he done there?
There we go.
He
Stopped it fourth.
Yeah, that was a good one. Well done, David.
Immediately stops the car.
Must have been hot lapping. Probably only got fuel for that one lap. Pedro Ramada on your screens at the moment for Ramada Motorsports LMP2 team. Where's he at the moment? Oh, he's in 6th at the moment, so he's got some work to do. Again, there's not much separating these cars in terms of time, is there?
No, there's not. But like we say, this qualifying lap, yes, it gives you a good starting position, but you've got 10 hours to run. And you normally find the teams that are at the top of the pile, especially in the championship standings, are master tacticians. And they know exactly when their fuel windows are, if they're stuck in traffic, can they come in early? So yeah, a lot of these teams have got a few masterminds behind them, which is something myself and Pete can't say because we usually go the other way and get it totally wrong. But yeah, I don't really know with these long races how much you actually take out of the qualifying times. These teams are multiple drivers. You would assume the teams would be putting their fast drivers in for qualifying, but then the slowest driver in the team, is he faster than the slowest driver in another team? So that's where the racing and the positions are backwards and forwards throughout the whole race.
Yeah, and this is no qualification of how good they are in traffic or how good they are at overtaking another vehicle, or their own individual racecraft as individual drivers. So all this does is put them in a starting position for a 10-hour race. And the most important part of that 10-hour race is being there at 9 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds, and have somebody waving a black and white flag at you.
Yeah, and hopefully not just a black flag.
Yeah. Although we did have a couple of them last time, as I remember.
So we are getting towards the end of this qualifying session now, a little under 4 minutes to go. Not a lot changing at the top as we speak, but then we will get the P1s out. And again, it will be very interesting to see the time difference on the P1 class.
Yeah, it was not as significant as I expected it to be at Suzuka, but my prediction for here, not knowing the cars that well, is that there'll be a bigger gap because you've got much bigger turns, much more sweeping corners. There's a few heavy braking zones, and that lends itself to some higher downforce, giving you better times through those. But ultimately, the slowest corners are your least problematic. It's getting onto the fast straights where you're going to maintain your time. If you can get a slipstream while you're in quali, then I think you're minted.
Yeah, it looks like Pedro Ramada is the car behind the one we're viewing on screen at the moment. So you may see him pop up if he's got a bit of a slipstream. But just for the viewers who are not viewing our live timing, and if you're not, why not? The current difference in between the GTs and the P2, so the quickest P2 time is 2:03.3, and the quickest GT time that we had was 2:21.2.
Actually, it was 2:13.5. I think you've got your.
I'm looking at the wrong.
Yeah, you're looking at last time, not best time. So you've got a good 11 seconds between both of those. But yeah, there's a significant time difference, and you can imagine if this track had 10 corners, I'm not saying it does, but if it had 10 corners, then each of the straights between them, you're going to gain a second, which is on any track is an enormous amount of time. So that shows the pace difference between the cars.
Yeah, and I think obviously as we go up through the car classes, the downforce is where these cars, not only have they got more horsepower and straight line speed, but they can carry more speed around the corners. We just had a message from race control that P1s are lining up in the pits and getting ready to come out with about a minute left on this session.
Yep, so we're about to see the next lot come out. and provide some times. There's 2 different cars in the P1 class, and I'll be corrected somewhere here. One is an Audi, and one is a Porsche. And I think it's the Porsche is determined to be a little slower than the Audi, but safer, I would say. And that's the way that it harvests. What do you call it, Clyde? The power boost. Can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, I've never driven one, to be honest. So
right. So you can deploy your DRS. That's it. After it's harvested under braking or with the engine brake. So in one of the cars, as you brake, you harvest energy, and in the other car, as you take your foot off the gas and cruise, you get more energy as well as braking. So you can harvest your DRS faster.
too many buttons for me.
Yeah, and the cockpits of some of these cars, when you see a racing car, it's stripped down to nothing at all apart from a shell, some safety chassis, and some belts that you apply to yourself. And in front of you, really, there's not very much, is there, Clyde?
No, I remember sitting in one of these cars at Silverstone, I believe it was, in real life, and I was amazed at how little that you could see outside of the car.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying before, your least focus is going to be on what's behind you in a car that's as fast as this. But if you are in a single class race, you need to know what's behind you, don't you? You don't obviously get a rear view mirror on these. You've only got 2 tiny little mirrors mounted in a position where you've got to turn your entire head to the right or the left in order to see what's going on. And the cockpit has got hardly anything in any of these vehicles, so there's not that many buttons, but you see the steering wheel on some of these race cars, and it's got dials and knobs and whistles and all sorts on it. So all of that must do something.
Yeah, like you said, they must do something. So P2 qualifying is over, and the P1s are coming out on track. So just to run you through the order, we have Abruzzi Esports Pro on pole, Masked Devils Esports second, Pure Sims Racing's third, Ramada Motorsport LMP 2 team got themselves up to fourth, Race Glitter in fifth, N Race Esports Platinum in sixth, German Sim Racing in seventh, TCR in eighth, and Oriental Racing in ninth. And then starting from the pit lane, I believe, is Abruzzi Esports AM team. And I've got both called Abruzzi Esports AM team.
Yeah, that's one of the errors from Sam, I think, because one of them is the pro team.
Yeah,
that have got a pit lane start. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
So here's one of the P1 beasts on track now, Francois Aldrini with Esport Performance Racing. Don't know what the little bit at the end of the name is. O''PC. Not sure what that means, but we'll come back to that at some point in the 10 hours that are facing us. So this is a Porsche, I think. That look like a Porsche to you? Let me scroll up and see what badge is on this car.
That's a Porsche.
It's a Porsche. Yeah. So Francois trying to get some sighting laps in. They're incredibly long looking, these cars, and for anybody that was claustrophobic, you wouldn't want to necessarily be in that cockpit, because I don't think you get much room. There's certainly nowhere to place your coffee and your sandwiches, and you are central to the car, unlike the HPD that ends up having 2 seats. Oh no, you're not. You're slightly to the left, I think, aren't you? I'm trying to remember it now. But huge amounts of downforce generated in this class of P1. Again, harvesting energy in order to deploy as you make it around the track, so you can overtake at a faster rate or gain an advantage over another one in your class, which obviously you may have to sacrifice at some point when somebody else deploys theirs, and a lot of it negates itself as you make your way around the track. So he's approaching the chicane now.
One of the interesting things with these cars, is driver changes, driver swaps. Now, we have driver swaps in iRacing, but you don't actually see the driver get out and the new one get in. But in real life, it's done in a matter of seconds. Now, my experience of getting into one of these cars wasn't too difficult to get into, but it probably took me about 15 minutes to get out. Now, I am probably a couple of pounds heavier than some of these racing drivers, but just watching a pit stop with these cars is poetry in motion. Everybody knows their job, everybody has something to do and somewhere to go. It is absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to watch the real life version of these. They are strange looking vehicles, though. We're watching an Audi now. An Audi now, with Marius Danhausen from Gold Racing Team LMP1. Very smart livery on that car, and there is a distinct difference in the makeup of the two vehicles. It sounds like a tractor when you're inside it. It sounds nothing like it when you're hearing it scream past you on the actual racetrack. A real thudding kind of sound. This chap's got himself into a very good slipstreaming opportunity as he's approaching Blanchimont, I think. I'm just trying to see underneath his screen at the moment. Yeah, Blanchimont coming up. So he's fallen off the car in front of it, which... There we go. Which won't be an advantage to him later on, unless there's any rules in place that you can't slipstream at all. And he'll start his first racing lap, or is this his actual racing lap? Let's have a look, see if he posted time. No, he didn't post the time. Oh no, he did. Sorry, it just popped onto my screen, I'm a bit delayed. So you've got leading the field at the moment is Ricardo Chavon, doing a 155.2. Marius Danhausen, who we were just on board with, doing a 156.2. So that's an entire second difference there. And I think that'll be indicative of the difference between the two brands of car. Ruslan Bayramkulov, apologies, Ruslan, if I've got that name very wrong, just posted a 156.2 to dump himself into second there. And then Simon Amosa has just done a 2-minute dead 0.9. But I think we'll see improvements on these times, given that between the top and the bottom one there's 5 seconds at the moment.
Yes, you were saying earlier about how long these cars look. So they are nearly, I believe, nearly I can't remember what they are, 4-point-something meters in length, so nearly 5 meters, I believe. And obviously, the biggest difference between the two makes, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, but I've got this information in my head for some reason, is the Porsche is a petrol engine and the Audi is a diesel engine. Obviously, both hybrids with electric motors involved, but yeah, totally different fuel type to run them.
I didn't know that.
That might explain why you think the Audi sounds like a tractor.
Yeah, because my car does, and it's a diesel.
So at the moment, our quickest time from Ricardo Chavon is a 1:55.2. So not as much of a gap between P1 and P2 as there is between P2 and GT.
No, and that was observed quite clearly last time, because when you're going through the cycling of the race where classes catch up to one another, it was a while, a number of laps before the P1s caught up with the P2s, but the GTs, poor guys, had been overtaken several times by then. So, and like I said before, these guys creep up on you like stealth. These guys are on you without you realising it, especially even if you're looking at your relative screen. Unless there's someone in your team spotting for you, you're not necessarily going to know that there's a car 3 cars back from you, because it's not showing on your relative, going, I don't know, twice as fast as you.
Yeah, definitely. I know Ricardo there got a hell of a tow from Simon Amosa. Be interested to see if Ricardo's time is quicker than what he posted before.
It would, yeah. Then we've got one car that's not joined qualifying. I couldn't remember what session we were in there. Which is RSR Esports. I'm wondering whether they've got a pit lane start as well.
Yep, that's right. Pit lane start. They changed car before the race, so they have a pit lane start penalty, and they will have 50% of the points deducted at the end of the session.
Wow. Okay. Brutal.
Sam rules with an iron rod. So just 5 cars in this class then. So qualifying is important. Well, in any class, but more important in this class, as there's only 5 of them going. Although, something we hear in F1 a lot, because these cars are going to be lapping, pretty much all of the other cars on the track at some point. The leader is the one that usually gets it worse, because he's the wake-up call for the other cars behind him. After somebody gets caught by one of these cars, they then realise that they've got to look in the mirrors and got to look at the relative. And sometimes it's easier for the other cars to get past and a little bit more difficult for the leader.
Yeah, I think the GTs are more aware than the P2s. But that rule absolutely applies. He's kind of like the one parting the waves, as it were, so that all the others can come through a little faster. For exactly the reasons that you just...
Ricardo's tow there got him a 154.7, so
right.
he's a second and a half quicker at the moment than second place. Although that's just come down a little bit, as Francois Aldrini has just popped his car into second place.
Yeah, it's a good time from Francois, with no tow and no assistance. Is he making his way through a Rouge and then over the top of Radion?
I'm not even going to attempt the corner names. The only one that I like the name of is Pouon, for obvious reasons, but I don't even know where that is on the track. So. Could possibly do with another screen to have a track map on.
Well, is 3 not enough? Or are you on singles again?
No, 3, but 3 is never enough. Very wide there from Francois, but I think he got away with it.
Look at the visibility through that cockpit. You've got a big wall either side of your vision. It's bizarre, isn't it?
That's what I was saying earlier. From my experience of sitting in a real one, it's you really, as a driver, you want to be able to see as much as possible. Obviously, safety comes into it. You think about NASCAR, and they have the big head supports either side, so you can't actually see what's going on to the left and right of your car. You can only see what's going on in front. And these are very, very similar. Although, being a sim, the guys can set up buttons on their steering wheels or button boxes so that they can look left and look right. But yeah, it's the visibility is atrocious.
We've got Francois Aldrini nailing through the gears through Rouge here and then up through Radion. This is called the Camel Straight. I think there's a camel turn. What are you saying?
Better.
Camel.
There are a couple of humps there, so. These guys in second, third, and fourth are swapping times because it was only a couple of minutes ago that I said Francois had popped his car onto second. Simon and Ruslan have now overtaken him and relegated him back down to fourth again.
Yeah, I think it's the evolution of the tyre, and I don't think anybody's going to catch Ricciardo unless they can get a tow. I just don't think it's possible to beat that time if he's already had a tow. So in terms of teams, at the minute, Ricciardo is with DRS Wave Italy LMP1 team. Simon Amosa is driving for IES SimRacing Schweiz LMP1 team. Ruslan Bayramkulov, a bit more difficult for me to say that one. Gold Racing Team LMP1, and then Francois Aldrini in Esports Performance Racing.
Yeah, that just shows you what a good lap that was from Ricciardo. He's currently leading the class in qualifying by 0.9 of a second, which is a massive gap.
Yeah, that's monstrous, isn't it? In one of these cars, it's just crazy. That must have been getting towed down Kemmel Straight, or start finish line. You don't even hit top gear, do you? So it must be there that he's caught.
Yeah, he did just catch the toe that he got on camera, accidentally from Sam. Obviously, he didn't do it on purpose. He's not that good. But yeah, it just shows what what can happen if you get in that correct place at the correct time at the correct point on the track. It really does help your lap time. And with a little over 4 minutes left to go, I don't know if any of these other guys would try and work together to get Ricciardo off of the pole.
I suppose it might be of benefit to some of them. One thing I was going to note is the paint job on Simon's car. He's got the Swiss Alps down the side of it on the air ducts. I think they are going down the side. Very nice.
Seen that. I looked at that earlier and thought it was damage. So I suppose if he does scrape one of the sides of the cars, it's not going to look.
We're not going to know. Has he just... No, he can't have improved his time. He has. Ricciardo's improved his time.
Yeah, he's took another 10th off, hasn't he?
That's bizarre.
Is he getting a tow from Simon? I don't know how far Simon is in front. I don't know if we can see a long shot. Well, this might tell us.
In terms of interval, he's half a second. Yeah, so he will be pulling a tow. No, he's not. I'm reading the difference between the two times. So
Yeah, he looks a bit far away to have a tow there. So that time could be all on his own without tow. And if so, that's massive.
Yeah, that's impressive. Nice
Although
one, Ricciardo.
In a 55.2, so he's improving.
Yep, that's a good time. Maybe it's track evolution as well. But these guys have been driving on this track for a while before this, of course. So the track will be well bedded.
Yeah, and I could be wrong. The Gold Racing team, have they just changed driver for qualifying? Don't remember saying it's Danhausen before.
So I think it was Marius before. Is there a rule on that, Sam? Do you have to use the same driver all the way through?
No,
quali?
no rules. You can do whatever you want. You can use more drivers than one. But yeah, I think they had another driver for the last exit, and Marius started the quali and he's back in the car now. I think you're correct.
Oh, right, so so he's had another driver in between two of his qualifying stints, so hats off to you, Clyde. Well,
Car that David Nabon was in, maybe? That's a name that's disappeared off of my timing screen.
He's a P2 driver.
That'll be why
He's
then.
in, yeah.
So just over a minute left. We have DRS Wave Italy currently sitting on pole. IES Sim Racing Schweiz in second position, and Gold Racing Team currently in third.
Yeah, and Francois Drini for esports performance racing is it's in the pits, and it doesn't look like he's going to contribute further. And then, of course, we've got the team that are starting from pit lane. If I scroll my screen down a bit, Paulo Munoz is in that car in the pits at the minute for RSRE.
The difference between third and fourth is 6/1000th of a second. And Ricardo has just gone quicker again with a 1:54.349.
So now that becomes commanding, doesn't it? Because that's nearly a second up.
That's 9/10 now over Simon, although he is still on track. So we've still got some possibility of times changing. The checkered flag is out, but drivers will be able to finish this lap.
He is Marius is about to. Sorry. So let's see if Marius he's not abandoned the lap, so it must be an improvement.
No, it was 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds slower than his best.
Well, that's me corrected. The other cars have abandoned their laps.
Yep. So that is the end of P1 qualifying and qualifying overall. So Pete, do you want to go through our P1 starting grid?
Yeah, so off pole will be Ricardo Schiavon. So I'll do this by teams because that's not necessarily going to be the same driver. So pole is DRS Wave Italy. In second place is IES Sim Racing Schweiz. Third will be Gold Racing Team. Off in fourth will be esports performance racing, and then a pit lane start for RSR esports, and that's your P1s.
Excellent. So once the session clicks over, we will run you quickly through the grids for all the classes again. Stick with us. It's a long one, but it's going to be worth it. We're going to see action. We're going to see tears. We're going to see upset. And at the end, we're going to see, well, we won't see, but we can imagine somebody spraying the bubbly. And just to keep everybody up to date on what's going on, I'm currently trying to get my wife's attention to order coffee, and she's taking absolutely no notice of me. Okay, so as the cars start to grid, we will obviously have our formation lap first. So just to run through again, P1s, we've got DRS Wave Italy on pole, IES Sim Racing Schweiz on second, Gold Racing Team third, Esports Performance Racing fourth, TQ Engineering fifth, and RSR Esports in sixth. I'll let Pete do the P2s.
We have Abruzzi HPD Pro in first for their class. What did I just say? Never mind. I think I'm off kilter at the minute. Abruzzi HPD Pro leading off. Masked Devils Esports in second, Pure Sims Racing in third, Ramada Motorsports LMP2 team in fourth, and Race Glitter in fifth.
You can't beat a bit of race glitter. So we have got, after race glitter, we've got N-Race Esports, followed by German Sim Racing, then Team TCR, Team Challenge Racing, Oriental Racing, Abruzzi Esports, HPD, and I've got another Abruzzi Esports HPD on my screen. I'm not sure if that's correct. And into the GTs, Pete.
Yeah, SK Motorsport will lead the field away, I think. I'm just trying to find a better way to view this at the moment. Then Overdrive Performance GT1, N-Race Esports in third, IES Sim Racing Schweiz White in fourth, Full Sun Racing in fifth, Lithium Motorsports. That was the car that's in the AM class in sixth, R3T Racing Pro in seventh, German Sim Racing Magenta in eighth, German Sim Racing Friends in ninth, 10th will be L1 Esports, 11th will be Sim Racing Academy Black, 12th will be RSR Esport GTE by Clyde. Then we've got SK Motorsport Golden, Dentsu Sim Racing Rainbow, Apex Aviation Racing, Master Devils Esports AM, TT Motorsports, WS Racing Esports Yellow, Overdrive Performance GT2, World of Sim Racing Team Junior, R3T Racing AM, and Team Motorsport Dreams. And then we've got the pit laners.
Well done, Pete. That's all I can say. So the pace car is leading the P1s round. Hopefully the guys are all clued up, guys and girls, if we've got any girls driving, and leaving a gap between the P1s and the P2s. There's your P2 field and there's your GT field. So everybody looks like they're behaving themselves at the moment.
So pace car in for the P1s.
Yeah, and the start line is after the lassos, just after the old pit entry.
Ah, right, okay.
So here we go. Cars are primed, lights are on, and we are green. Away we go. Great start there from Ricardo.
Yeah, he's bolted. What's that about?
Ricardo now, it's Marco.
Oh, of course, yes. Different driver. Oh, HPD is having a bit of a...
News.
Yeah, that's a bit...
I think someone forgot the start line, and I think it's because the Ramada Motorsport that start too early. That's gonna lead to a penalty, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure the stewards will be looking at that. But apart from that, clean start from the P2.
all making their way down Camel Straight.
Didn't they?
That's what they sound like mosquitoes. Swat them out of the way, and here we go. PTs. They look a bit more organised than the P2s in front of them. There are tons of them.
At the front already.
And we've got a blinker in the backfield. He just vanished off the screen and never reappeared. Don't know which car it was. Currently following Nuno, who did lead these away, but he's now in second.
Yeah, been done by Max Prince there. Very, very good move around the outside. And put in a couple of cars gap as well. So perhaps the GT that Nuno is driving for SK Motorsport, perhaps their setup is for the long run, not a short sprint.
Yeah, I would think so. Who are we focusing on at the moment? Rafael Russo. He was out last time I was commentating. Very capable.
We got one wide there. Christoph Thielmeister. Meyer.
Thielmeier, yeah. No damage done. Back on the track reasonably safely. Very good. My timing screens are going bonkers at the minute.
Bonkers, and Got an HPD locking up. Sam, is there are the penalties handled totally by race control, or is there a built-in stop and go for X amount of incident?
There's both. Race control is watching the race. Drivers can fill in a form to send us protest. And there's a pit lane penalty after 60 incidents and 10 each after that.
Okay, and that's quite easy to accumulate that amount around this track.
Over 10 hours, too right. There's a big gap there. Who are we watching at the minute? We're watching Thomas Solverberg Larson in TT Motorsports car, and they are all over each other here. Oh, and there's a P1 car trying to side its way through this field. That must be RSR's car.
Guessing that was the car that started from the pit lane.
Yeah. He's absolutely nailing it. That's Paolo Munoz making his way through. Oh, an overtake there, very nicely done at the end of Camel Straight. And that's Fabio Lamartia, Sim Racing Schweiz White. My timing tower's just going mad.
Yeah, at the moment, just to update everybody, I'm not actually counting the LMP1 cars for some reason. So I've got P2s leading the race, which we know is wrong.
Yes, good point. Don't know
Just
what that's about.
Update the coffee, it has been delivered, so we're all good. Ah, and now it's sorted itself out. So
Excellent.
we've still got Marco
Go on,
Diaz
yeah.
way leading the race.
Nice bailout.
I looked at it and thought I can do that, and then thought, no, I can't.
Francois Aldrini under pressure there, just for a second from the Audi behind him. Marius Danhausen, and here we go again. Paolo Munoz trying to cut his way through this GT field. Cars disappearing on my screen.
Yeah, I've got a...
What are you doing?
There, or did he just... Oh.
Yeah, he definitely turned him, so that's Christopher Reitz for Densu Sim Racing Rainbow. Again, vanished off my screen.
Yeah, there was definite contact there. I think luckily, though, it was just a little kiss on the wall and probably got away with very little, if not no damage.
I still think that'll result in a challenge, protest challenge.
Board is currently going absolutely ballistic. Oh, that's a big Diogo Lima.
SK Motorsport Golden, that's expensive, isn't it?
Yeah, as we look to that replay, I think he was on his own. I'm not 100% sure. Didn't really see that one from the start, if I'm honest.
No, we joined it mid-disaster, didn't we? And we got an overtake here, have we? Jammed it up the inside. Simon Amosa, I think, being overtaken.
Yeah, I think that's Patrick Pelshat for TQ Engineering taking over second place in the P1.
Good clean overtake, but he's going to be a victim now, as this slipstream is going to benefit the car behind again. Oh, lots of line changes.
Defensive.
Yeah, as is his right to do, and he's going to retain that position. That's a good bit of driving. But remember, guys, this is only the start. Behind these two is another battle. But we'll switch to the front of the HPDs now.
Yeah, which still has Daniel Kraft chasing Zeb Tunisian.
And that was a change at the back end of the P1s there, with Marius Danhausen taking, I think that'll be 4th position, will it?
That's 4th, yeah, from Francois. Yeah. But again, you know, we're seeing a lot of action at the moment. It is a 10-hour race. You know, you don't have to race people hard. All saying that.
Yeah, you need to speak to these guys.
You can't tell that to the GP.
That's going to be a gargantuan slowdown, surely.
So let's have another look what happened here. So Benjamin Seiss.
Yeah, there was going to be a lock-up, so he's going through Blanchimont there, heading towards the chicane, and outbraked himself.
Yeah, I think he did. And I think it was a Ferrari in front of him that came out worse. He's going to have a monster slowdown.
Yeah, it was a 4GT, the Enraging Sports. It was on the back.
Yeah, the red car on the screen at the moment might have a bit of damage at the back. Max Bayer with SimRacingAcademy black on screen at the moment for your entertainment. A lot of line changes, a lot of BMWs all line astern there.
I know I'm biased, I think, but this class, the Ford is the most beautiful car in this class.
I dislike the rear of the car, and being the type of driver I am, that's what I see of that car most of the time.
So I will add to that. I'm not a lover of BMWs. However, I do think this one does look the bee's knees. It just looks mean, angry, and ready to race, even though it's 3 miles wide and 8 miles long. So there were a lot of them that come out when the car first come out, and some of them were absolutely hilarious about the size of the BMW.
So, bit of slipstreaming going on in P2.
I'm just watching the leaderboard. Paolo Munez for RSR Esport in the P1 that starts from the pits. It looks like he's up to 15th overall at the moment. And so he's got through the GT field. He's just got the P2 field to go now.
Yeah, he's closing on them quite quickly as well, as you'd expect. They're only just in front of him. That'll be an interesting bit of overtaking he needs to do.
Yeah, certainly will, because obviously he's had a massive speed advantage over the GTs. He's still got a speed advantage over the P2s, but it's not as massive. So let's see how friendly the P2s are for him. There's his first one taken care of, and well done to that P2 driver.
Yep, stayed online and let the P1 do the work.
Yeah, Stephen McCaffrey is the next one on his radar for Oriental Racing.
Over right to the inside there, shows you how much grip these cars have got and how much downpour.
Right. And there he goes, just switch to a GT battle. So we've got a Ferrari leading the BMW, leading the BMW. That's Nuno Henriquez.
Yeah, this is the front of the GTs. Max Prins. Is he holding them up? I think he might be now. Nuno Henriquez looks a bit fighty, as does the Porsche Harley Horton, not far behind.
So again, we had Nuno was on pole position, but got done off the line by Max. But it looks like Max is now fighting back. So well done.
Be interesting to understand when the first round of pit stops is and which field it is that pits first. Oh dear. That's a replay of Stephen McCaffrey from Oriental Racing, getting a bit too much curb maybe and a bit greedy on the gas in the pit.
And again, that goes back to what we were saying about the car. Oh, Harley Horton now is getting very, very interested in Nuno. He's going to throw his Porsche down the inside. Very clean move.
Very clean.
Keep him going.
Yeah, Nuno did the sensible thing there and gave him the position basically once it was into the
10 minutes into a 10-hour race.
And we've got the P1s have caught the GTs. Let the chaos commence.
7.
That's what you don't want in it, into La Source. Oh,
yeah, although just at the right time, the leader anyway.
Yeah.
He's gone.
He really has.
side, second place, third place is through.
I wonder if
Fourth place is a bottleneck. Harley Horton is now having a go at Max Prince.
there's a rolling roadblock here, isn't there, for whoever that is.
By Nuna.
Oh dear. Oh, he's on the racing line. Oh, it's going to be painful. Oh. Philip Marsden, Lithium Motorsports.
Matches. Oh.
I feel like I should be doing a Mexican wave. There was one after the other. Now we've got Christopher Pfeffer round the outside at Brussels. That's never going to work, mate. You need to choose a better line through that. So we've got some damaged GTs knocking about then, Clyde.
We certainly have, and that's just, you know, there are bottlenecks on this track where two cars, you know, don't go into one, and you've really, again, you know, we're going to repeat ourselves for 10 hours, but it's a 10-hour race. You do not need to be sticking your nose into those sort of places in a 10-hour race. All that's going to happen is you are going to get protested and get a penalty, and you'll be further behind.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better. Ooh, a bit of door banging maybe.
Very, very close.
Oh, this is it. This is the repeat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got turned. That was Guillaume. Hard to call.
Yeah, let's have another look. Yeah.
Guillaume had no...
I'm a Ford fan. I think that was all on the BMW.
I think it was Guillaume's problem.
Yeah, I think the BMW was already on the other side of the track and then tried to make the apex of that corner when there was a car already going up the inside. But
I don't think he was up the inside.
That is GT racing, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Guys are, you know, relishing these battles.
There's a lot of bent panels knocking about on some of these cars. Obviously, Philip Marsden, he's got many different dents all over his car because he got hit about 4 times.
And Kraft took the lead in the P2 class with a better drive there.
Yep, nice pass. Good amount of grip coming out of the chicane and into Lasso.
Interestingly, I've just seen Ash Sutton connect. I'm going to assume he's part of this team. I know he's got something to do with Pure Sim Racing, I believe. He'll probably join another team and prove me totally wrong.
We've got a bit of slipstreaming going on here.
Yeah, it's a good battle at the front with these two.
Yep, good bit of defensive driving from Dan.
A hell of a pass.
Is he going to keep it though? He is.
Zeb, great pass. But this battle in between the front two is bringing Ibon back into it. So it's going to be a 3-car battle very short.
Yeah, I would expect so. They were dropping him at one point, and I suppose they might again. But while they keep competing for the lead spot, he's going to close.
Yeah, interesting what's going through Dan Kraft's mind at the moment. Does he go for that pass again in the same place he got past on the previous lap, and then knowing where Zeb is better than him, run a better defensive line to stop him getting the position back again?
Yeah, he's a bit far off it at the moment, so I don't think this is an opportunity. Dicey going through there, isn't it? Down through Blanchimont. He's on him now though, although the acceleration of these vehicles, is that the last of the GT cars in front of Mr. Tunhouse, in front of Zeb?
Yeah, something weird happening in the GT field.
Oh no, that's bad news.
That wasn't good. I'd like to see that again.
Yeah, I would. It looked to me like that the Ford GT was keeping out of the way, but then something. Did he not see him?
Yeah, to me, it was a strange angle, but it looked like the HPD had the overtake done and just tried to claim the racing line too soon.
Yeah, because
I
that Ford GT didn't have
don't
any extra track to go
No.
on to.
know. I think that's
Very.
all on Zeb, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
You see it again. The Ford to me is on the rumble strip. He can't go any further. He can go further left, but he doesn't have to. And yeah, Zeb just sort of tries to. I don't know. Weird.
We're on board now with Stephen Mioch.
Okay, so my GT field has now sorted itself out. So Harley Horton has got himself up to P1. And Fabio Lomartier, I have no idea where he came from, but he's up into second.
Certainly is. Nuno Enriquez, who led this field away, not that that matters in a 10-hour race too much, is in third.
Yeah, Max Prince was the other car in this.
And he's way down now. He's in the pits. So something's happened there. No.
Seen him smash into the wall, but I didn't see what caused it, to be honest. I think it looked like he wide and got into the dirty.
Yeah, it was an incident with the Abruzzian car. The HPD lost it in Pouhon and went straight into his back. So that sent him off into the barrier.
What corner did he lose it in, Sam?
Pouhon. The double left-hander.
Who on?
Yeah.
Love that corner.
For all the right reasons, though, yeah.
Oh, without a doubt. So, let's just run people through the top three in each class. So at the moment, P1, we have Gold Racing Team first, IES Sim Racing Schweiz in second, and TQ Engineering in third. In our P2 class, we have Master Devils Esports leading the way, Pure Sims Racing in second, and Race Glitter in third. And then in the GT class, we have Full Send Racing first, SK Motorsports second, and L1 Esports in third. So, a lot of action at the start, Pete.
Yeah, very similar to last time out. Again, when the classes combine on the same corners, we've got incidents, probably to do with not being aware of how much track's available to them, being a bit greedy maybe, etc, etc.
Yeah, and just as you say that, we've got some P2s going past some GT cars cleanly at the moment. Into this left hand is going to be, I think the second PD that we'll the Adam Volkovich car just managed to get round that corner and pull out and get past. But they're in the thick of this GT battle now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's lots of fields all mixed up at the moment. There's a BMW wrong way around.
Just see that there. Who is that? Why is that?
Yeah. There we go. Benjamin Sice.
Sure, we've said that name before.
We have. Oh, and
I wasn't. I'm not sure whether he was hit from behind, because there was two BMWs in that accident.
Yep.
There was one that speared off left.
I think the one that went left got turned potentially.
Yeah, not 100% sure. They were all braking at the same time, weren't they? We've got on there has gone off wide. He was in second.
Yeah, that's the replay again, isn't it?
Yeah, we need to see it just before there. They're all braking at the same time. I don't know whether there was contact or whether somebody just lost it under brakes. Let's have a look. On board with George. No, definite contact. Yeah,
and outbrakes himself.
Yeah, George into the back, which speared him off left, and then the other BMW, obviously with the tap from behind, carrying some extra speed into the corner, and the car said no.
Yeah, absolutely that. So HPD's making their way through the GT field. Dan Craft for Pure Sim Racing. Got underneath the Ferrari there. Followed very closely.
And obviously, Pete, traffic management is a big part of endurance racing. So, you know, it doesn't matter if you're 5 seconds a lap quicker than the car behind you. If you can't get through the traffic and they can, that gap just yo-yos all day long.
Yep, and it'll continue for the next 9 hours and however long we've been racing for, or not been racing for. And I mean, this is a gaggle now. This. There must be no cars on the rest of the tracks. They're all...
Looking at the track map, we seem to have 3 pockets of cars at the moment.
As he goes and finds his track map.
Just watching a replay. Here's a GT getting out of the way of 2 P2s. There's a that's exactly what we were saying in the background there, guys. I don't know if you see it, but we had a GT go off the racing line to try and get out of the way of a P2. The P2 had already made his mind up to go off the racing line to get past the GT, and we nearly had an accident, but you know, they sorted it out. That's the main thing.
Now we've got 3 classes of car here, and this is going to be messy. If everybody see again, the GT's off the racing line, arguable that he should have stayed on it with that BMW in the background, and then 3 abreast here nearly. We are now 3 abreast, and they've sorted that out very well actually.
And that is our race leader that we was watching there, Patrick.
Yes.
Gatt.
Yeah, they just passed the DRS Rev Italy LMP1 for the lead in LMP1.
So 13 laps in, and only 0.1 of a second between the top 2 P1. They're going to be very tired boys by the end of this stint, I think.
Now, from your experience in the different classes, what sort of stint length do you think we're looking at?
I plan to watch the data from yesterday's race for the ILMS, but yeah, loads of things happened before the race, so I had no time to sort out all that kind of things. But I think P1 is more like 40 minutes into the race, P2 is more likely 55, 1 hour, and GTs should go over the hour just a little bit.
Okay, thanks for that, Sam. Somebody who does headlight bulbs is going to be a very rich person after this race because there's a lot of light flashing going.
Yeah, that was the main leaders making their way through the P2 field, and basically he used his lights properly there, in my opinion, to say, I am claiming this corner, don't turn in on.
So we've got a P2 car there stuck behind a GT battle.
That's a P1, that.
Is it? Sorry, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a P1. And again, I'm just going to point this out. He showed patience. He didn't force a move. He's got past him. He may have lost a couple of seconds. He could have forced a move. He could have got tagged. He could have lost God knows how much time.
Yeah, he might have been in the pits for 20 minutes repairing damage because these cars fall to pieces, don't?
Yeah, I think the GTs are fairly tankish, aren't they? But the P2s and the P1s are possibly made of balsa wood.
Yeah, they're just pulled like tin foil. They are just stripped down, aren't they? So the metal's the thinnest that they can find, and that's emulated in the simulator. But the GTs will need to be robust, the way that some of these guys are driving them at the moment. It's a nice paint job on the second of those two Ferraris that we're watching there. That's Christoph Reed.
Easy track to get damage on, though, isn't it? You know, it
Oh, yeah.
looks, being a Formula One track, it's wide, it's got big runoff areas, but once you get onto those runoff areas, there is no grip, and the only thing that is stopping you is a wall, a barrier. So
Another car.
damage. Yeah, another car.
So he's lining him up there. That Dennis Simsport Rainbow. Pulled out to show his nose, but that's not going to do him any good. Needs to be in the slipstream in order to get an advantage going through Eau Rouge and up to. Two sets of overtakes on this one bit of track here. He's not going to manage this though unless he gets his car fully in front and crosses the nose. He has done excellent work there from Chris.
Yeah, it certainly was.
And then we've got Paul Maziere in Apex Aviation racing in that Ferrari. He's coming up to. I'm trying to find him on my timing screens now. I've not got him on my timing screens. Why is that? No, there he is. So that's Thomas Silverberg Larsen. This is the AM class that you're staring at the moment. They're not the leaders of it. Dennis Pickbrenner is the leader in German Sim Racing Friends, a bit further down the track. But between these guys and him are a number of other vehicles. Paulo Munoz is dropping down the ranking.
After saying that he'd got past all the GT cars, I've then seen him drop down the rankings, but I'm not sure. I can't see anything on the event viewer, so I'm not sure whether it's just a timing screen issue and it'll sort itself out.
Yeah, because everybody's jumping all over the place at the minute on the timing screen.
We've got him dropping down.
So Abruzzi Esports HPD AM car is in the pits according to this.
Yeah, just seen that.
But again, I think that might be a glitch.
GTs. Some defensive drive in there.
Yeah, we were watching this one a bit earlier. This is the AM division of this class. These are second and third in that.
He is very, very colourful.
Certainly is. So on my screen at the bottom here, I've got a black flag. Can you see that, Clyde?
I can, yeah, for causing a collision. Car 472.
Is Borja Garcia, Masked Devils Esports AM, driving a Porsche. Could have been any of the incidents that we've seen already. I've lost track.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
30
the
minutes.
car 472 was the incident between the Porsche and the GT from Dentsu Sim Racing Rainbow just before Blanchiment on the double right-hander.
Right, yep.
Well, the folks at home can remember that. I can't. We've seen a few. So, as I was going to say, we're almost 33 minutes in. Sam has given us a rough guess that we may see the P1s pitting after about 40 minutes. It is a high-speed circuit, so the fuel consumption, is going to be high. So it'll be interesting to see, I was going to say, if the P1s can pit and get themselves out in a gap, but there ain't many gaps on the track at the moment, Pete.
No, it's pretty much covering the entire circuit at the moment, the activity. Some good overtaking going on, and German Sim Racing Magenta's just getting overtaken there. Which is he's a bit wide off the racing line. He's managing to keep it inside there. There's a lot of competitive pockets still going on, which is what we expected to see. That Ferrari taking a defensive line into Brussels.
Quite trusting the timing screen at the moment, folks.
Yeah, I'm ignoring it at the minute. So we should be facing the first of our P1 pit stops any time now. Is that right, Clyde?
Probably they've got another 5 minutes to run, I would guess, if Sam's estimate is any good.
Yeah, I might be totally wrong for the P1. I just driven them once at Le Mans, so yeah, I'm the best person to talk about LMP1.
Fair enough.
Yeah, then Taylor said in the chat that HPD is more about 50 minutes, not 55, like I said previously.
Right then, so yeah, we should still be facing some pit stops shortly, in the next few laps at least. Meanwhile, the GTs, the Wasps, are still heavily active here. That BMW is closing very, very... Is that Paul Mazière? For Apex Aviation. No, that's the Ferrari in front, isn't it?
Yeah, I just on the P2s, I've got the lead changing every 2 seconds. I'm not sure if there's a good battle going up there. Dan Craft is showing in, the timing screen sorting itself out. I was going to say Dan Craft has dropped down the leaderboard, but just as I'm about to say that, it sorts itself out, and he is still in first place. And he's got a bit of a gap as well to the second place car for Masked Devils Esports.
Yeah, that's Ibon Fernandez. Both are doing a brilliant job of their lap times. Dan Craft has done a 2:04.6, which is a brilliant time, really. So on par with some of the qualifying times.
Yeah, and now the timing screen has sorted itself out. I have got Paulo Munez from RSR Esports in P1 that started from pit lane. He is past everybody and is hopefully now chasing down the rest of the P1s. Something going on in GT. Zeb Tunisian on his way back. He was leading at one point.
Am I understanding this right? That Justin, oh no, the GT's time on the screen is shuffling about still, I think.
Yeah, I believe Harley Horton was leading the GT race.
Yeah, and was holding the fastest time at one point.
we have Thomas Solberg Larsen for TT Motorsport. Looking to make a move on the Ferrari in front, which I believe is Paul Mazière.
Yeah, this battle's been going on for quite a while now. He's alongside, and he should be able to command that corner.
Yeah, sometimes there you carry a bit more speed in, and then basically park your car on the next exit to stop the car behind getting back past you while you sort your life out and get going again.
Yeah. The wonderful world of block passing.
Yes.
Yep, so he's away now as well. He's got at least 3 or 4 car lengths already over that Ferrari as he tucks into double gauche.
Yeah, and is that Christopher Pfeffer in front of him? So that'll be his next target. Timing screen itself out, and we've got Harley Horton back leading this GT race, still being chased by Nuno Henriquez.
Yeah, so the top 5 there is Harley Horton for Full Sun Racing, Nuno Enriquez for SK Motorsport, Marianne Brabec for R3T Racing Pro, and Rafael Russo for L1 Esports. The top AM driver is Dennis Pickbrenner from German SimRacing Friends. Second in that division of the GTs is Thomas Solberg Larsen for TT Motorsport. Third is Paul Mazière, who we're just watching in Apex Aviation Racing, and Justin Holtz, WS Racing Esports.
And I think we've just had our first P1 pit, Simon Moser.
Yep, I'd agree with that.
He's obviously dropped back to the rear end of the P1 field. Patrick Pelchat is now in. I believe he was leading at one point.
He was, yeah. He's given up that lead in order to get fresh rubber and a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, so that wasn't a bad guess from Sam.
Yeah, for once.
I've got Francois Aldrini crashed and then entered the pits.
Is that a reset then?
Crash going into the pits. Let's see what happens here.
It's a P1 car, and is that the Gold Racing car going past everybody there? And this is back to the battle with Justin Holtz and Paul Mazière and Thomas Solberg Larsen. It's been going on for a bit, this 3-way battle, and Thomas seems to have gained himself a 5 or 6 car lead over the Ferrari. Bit of light flashing from the BMW behind the Ferrari. I'm not sure why he's doing that, unless it's just to annoy the hell out of the car in front.
Yeah, you should be careful about the light flashing, because if he's abusing the flashlight for that, he could receive a penalty. That's not allowed in this league.
Good. I hate the light flashing. I said this the last time that I commentated on this event. I find it the most annoying thing in the world. Clyde, however, has a different opinion. More lights flashing from that BMW, even though he's not alongside or even a remote threat. You need to drive a bit faster there, son, if you want to do.
Yeah, so Marco from DRS Wave Italy took over the lead in the P1 class. He's now pitted. So Marius Danhausen for the Gold Racing team is now leading, but he's probably now on fumes.
In the HPDs, we've got Stephen McCaffrey, who is leading that field. Dan Kraft is now in second. Ibon Fernandez is in third, and Nicolas Mergel is in fourth, with Adam Volkovits in fifth.
So half of our P1 field has pitted. Although I'm now seeing TQ Engineering as... Oh no, that's they've just come out of the pits. That's right. So we were out of the race then. So as usual, wherever you look on the track, you will find a GT battle.
And this one's Benjamin Seiss for German Sim Racing Magenta. And he is... Who is that car in front?
Georges Lera.
Yep. Although I've got the timing screen gap showing us nearly 2 seconds.
Trust the timing screen.
Yeah, they're not on the same category for the timing screen. I think that's why.
Yeah, I get it now.
In the pits, guys, Gold Racing Team, Marius Danhausen has pitted.
It's not quite that full field yet, is it? Paulo Munoz also needs to pit, is that right?
Yes, he does. He still needs to pit. However, don't forget, he's got a little bit more fuel because he didn't do the formation lap.
This is true.
Ooh.
That's a lovely pirouette, Dennis. Yeah, you don't get points for style doing that in this race.
Well, you should do.
I'd be a winner.
I'm not sure because your spins tend to end up with panels falling off.
Yeah, they do.
P2 in the background, I believe that was, passing a GT car. This GT battle carries on. Do like a car with a bit of pink on it.
I think that's magenta.
It's pink. The shrimp is pink.
Yep, and there goes that P2 car to overtake them.
Yeah, 45 minutes in, so we're probably looking at the P2s pitting in 5 to 10 minutes.
Now we're back to Paul Mazier's car. He was getting a migraine from the car behind, which is Justin Holtz, who was flashing.
Yeah, Paulo Munoz has now pitted, so all of the P1s have pitted.
So Marco from DRS Way of Italy in the P1s must have been in and repaired damage as part of his pit stop, because he's dropped into quite far into the P2 field. Or is he still in the pits? Yeah, can you figure out what's happened with Marco, Clyde?
No, I can't. Again, there's weird things going on with the timing screen. So I've just had a P2 car has overtaken a P1 car, which, unless there was something else going on, shouldn't have happened.
No. Unless there's a hack.
Yeah, could be.
One.
Could be. Maybe with all the pit stops, we give the timing screen a lap or two to sort itself out. In the meantime, we'll enjoy this battle. So we've got a three-way battle now and a P2 car closing in. So I believe we're looking at TT Motorsport in the BMW. Apex Aviation Racing in the Ferrari, and then WS Racing Esports in the BMW. As the P2 gets past all three, and I've just spotted another P2 coming up in the background.
Yeah, so that P2 did everything right there. Let them race on the racing line, stepped off it himself, flashed his lights to say, I'm having this next corner, so keep off me. And everybody got through safe.
P2 has caught him in a wrong spot. He needs some patience here, and then just let it go.
Should dive to the inside here and at least get one of them.
Should get two, I would have thought. And now the third.
Not a great place to overtake that. Should have been more patient.
Yeah, I will
Yeah,
not be
he should
happy in
have
the GT. He will even lose the spot. That's not a very good move from the P2.
Now losing out as a result, isn't he?
Should be all right there.
There's
a P1 coming through. Look at the speed difference.
That's just ridiculous, isn't it? Utterly ridiculous. So
Couple of crashes appeared on event viewer.
all right, okay. Benjamin Seiss. He's not far from this, is he? Here we are.
Have a look what happened here. The P2 not involved. Hopefully. I saved that to.
Oh.
That wasn't really a crash.
It's because he's gone off track.
Yeah.
He's going to get the world's biggest slowdown for that as well, because I've cut that corner before.
Guillaume. He's all on his own.
Guillaume. Oh, a lovely
Nice.
pirouette. Oh,
Nice.
we should start marking these, Clyde.
I think Sam should allow us to give style points at the end of the race.
Yeah, you will be allowed to give style points, but they will not be added to the championship points.
Oh, hey. Harsh. Yeah, so this is Adam Volkovitz, who is... Why is he not showing on my screen? Timing screen's gone doolally, I think.
I'm seeing him
Oh, he is.
in P3 in the P2 class.
Now we're watching David Narbonne approaching the back of the Rainbow Ferrari.
We've also got, I'm not sure if this is true, but I've got Francois Aldrini at the back of the P2 class as well.
Which is
Another
odd, isn't it?
Ibon Gonzalo. No, he was at the front of the P2 class.
Zibon Fernandez, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's crashes coming up left, right, and centre at the moment.
Is this to do with aged tyres, do you think? People getting a bit greedy now because the P2s haven't boxed yet, have they?
No, they haven't. It was a weird one. I don't know whether that was a half spin and a late call to go in the pit.
Yeah. If his team...
Yeah,
Sorry,
I think that was short on fuel and decide last moment to go to the pits.
Yeah, they all seem to be coming in now.
That looked like the whole P2 field all came at the same time.
Oh, looky there. Tends to the wall.
Whoops. Got a big drive safely sign behind it a crash. How ironic. So that's Stephen Mioch in the MSM GT car number 1. Not
Let's see.
Oh.
We got. So what have we got going here? Thomas Solberg, Larson.
This is your closest for position in class race. So this is GT AM, the amateurs. or so they're classified anyway. This has been going on for many laps.
Yeah, the only thing that interrupts this battle at the moment is the faster classes coming past.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Harley Horton's line at the end of the lap because the event viewer keeps thinking that he's pitting.
I think that's because he go a bit wide on Blanchimont, and when you hit the curbs on the exit, the SDK gaming app tells you re-enter the pits. That's it.
All right. Bit of a glitch in the SDK system, or interpretation rather. Is that the rainbow car?
There
Okay.
I don't know. I think it is, yes. Because we've got Thomas, Paul, and Justin in this battle, and Christopher Reitz, that's a great name, Reitz, is in the rainbow car in the background.
I think he is closing. I mean, he's in a different class. He's the pro class. So if everybody's been classified correctly, then he should close in on these guys.
Must be from your neck of the wood, Pete. Ah, Reet! 11:03 in the UK. Is it too early for a Cadbury's Dairy Milk Oreo mini egg?
The answer to that is, if you're asking the question, you must be doubting the validity of the answer being yes. So that's not going to stop you anyway.
Right.
So a bit of track with only 3 cars showing on it. You don't often see that in the Esia league. These P2 cars are in close contention. So this is Marcos Alarcon Gonzalez, and he is currently leading Carlos C. Basto. These are cars 6 and 7 in their respective divisions. These are both Iberian teams. So that's Ramada Motorsports LMP2 and Masked Devils Esports, and that manoeuvre has been done and dusted. I think that's a lot of overdrive due to better tyres.
Yeah, so according to the timing screen, not all of these have pitted, although the leader on P2 has just entered the pit lane.
Yeah, I think that whoever hadn't done the last time round will definitely be doing this time. You saw that overspeed that the car had, the Ramada car had over the Masked Devils car. You don't want to too many laps like that, otherwise you're going to lose a lot of ground.
We had Dan Kraft leading this P2 class before the pit stop. Back to this GT battle that is still raging.
Yeah, and if I'm looking at it right, Thomas Solberg Larsen's now at the wrong end of this, so something's
Yeah, he's lost out there, doesn't he?
definitely might have had a moment. Didn't see anything on my event tracker. But this is kind of how they started this little exchange many laps ago. It's been going on for quite a long time. And Paul Maziere must be knackered, half blinded by the flashing lights. He's not done it for a while, to be fair. So,
Benjamin Seiss again, somebody that we've seen a couple of times for the wrong reasons.
back to this battle. Paul Maziere still fending off Justin Holtz. try and make a move at the end of the straight here. No.
I've
Ferrari's
got a crash between Paolo Munez and Stephen McCaffrey,
Yep.
P2 class.
Oh, and Paul Maziere has broken up that battle now. There we
Go.
go. Oh, this isn't good, is it? Many cars of different classes. Spin, yes. Oh, this is not the best pirouette. I think, Paolo, you can do better than that next time. You're not going to score any points like.
Here's Stephen McCaffrey. Let's see what happened to him. He's on his own.
Is he pitted yet?
Oh,
Ooh.
just carried too much speed into the corner.
Yeah. And that's imbalanced brakes, that, isn't it? That causes that weird, like, whipping from side to side.
And we've got is that Ferrari going round there as well?
Yeah, Christoph Thielmeier, sorry, overdrive performance GT2. Got it sorted out in the end. Cold tyres maybe, and new into the seat of the car. Yeah. He flashed his lights and he said, "I'm taking the corner."
That was a code brown with the wall.
It was. So Dan Kraft takes the lead in the P2 class again with Nicolas Nagel 4.5 seconds behind him, and Adam Volkovits following that battle. This is a bit further back down the track, so this is Zed Toynissen with, who's that in front of him? Is that Adam Volkovits in front of him? I think it is. This is a 4-position battle.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Bill.
Hi, Pete.
Welcome.
How are we all doing?
All good. You've missed some exciting driving, unless you've been watching it in the background while you've been having your coffee.
Well, I've been watching for a few minutes. Looks like there's a lot of action going on out here.
Yeah, it's hard to keep pace with it all, to be honest, Bill. It's going on.
Yeah, I can see that.
4 crashes coming up. Justin Holt, Christopher Reitz, Georges Lera.
A lot of this is to do with fresh tyres and people still getting on the loud pedal the same as they were before. Oof. So I was going to say that Adam Volkovits has checked out there, but he messed up his entry into the chicane and has put himself back into...
Yeah, I think he had an eye on what the car was doing behind him and probably missed his either braking point or his turning point for the chicane.
Once I've gone mad, there are a whole load of GT cars in the pits now, so I think we may have hit the GT pit window.
Yeah, certainly are. We're at the hour mark, so we're 1/10 through, guys.
Do we have any retirees? We don't yet, do we? Which is good.
I think we have. We've got a message on the chat from Max ODP. Our race is completely over, even after repair, not drivable. I'm not sure what team that is.
It's the Overdrive Performance GT1 that was sent off by the Abruzzi HPDM. In the double.
Right.
And Abruzzi for HPDMs also helped.
Yeah, so for the guys watching at home, if you don't understand how the repair modelling works in iRacing, even if you sit in the pits for 2 hours and get your car repaired, it doesn't always restore it back to a position where it's raceable. Some things are just beyond the repair situation, and you're either underpowered or your steering's off by like 90 degrees or more, and you'd be a liability to yourself or others. So that's what's being described here.
good team name. RSR Esport GTE by Butt Kicker.
Yeah.
And he's trying to kick some butt here.
Looks like we've lost connection with them.
I don't know why, but he told me it was crash from this car. It's weird.
Yeah, crashing an exit by the look of things, potentially. Timing screens have gone mad again on my side, Clyde. I don't know about you.
Mine looks good. All the colours are lining up.
Maybe it's not connected then.
Boy, there's cars all over the place here. Holy mackerlandy.
So look at a replay here with George Alera. I did see he came up with a crash earlier, whether this is it. A couple of wheels on the dirty stuff on the last two corners.
Well, into Blanchimont now. Or is it? No, sorry, this corner. Doesn't look like anything wrong there. Now we've got Michael Matusek, Lithium Motorsports. He's closing in on that car in front of him that we were watching just before.
It appears at the moment in P1, Patrick Pelchak has a commanding lead of, I'm showing 10 seconds. Is that right? Wow, that's great. Unreal.
I think you're right.
Yeah, we're having a few technical issues, Bill, with our timing screen, so we don't always believe what we see.
Yeah, well, I unfortunately don't have what you have because I'm lazy and I'm kind of winging it here, but looks like a pretty good field of cars, good mixture. Each class has a pretty good count, especially the GTs. Wow, a whole bunch of those.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Behind there.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that.
You got
He's
somebody off the
rejoined.
side of the road. I don't know where that is. I missed it. Oh, it's
Steve Milk.
yeah,
That'll be the right one.
Malmany.
She's currently showing one of the P1s making his way through there, through the GT field. These two BMWs, are they similarly? No, they're not.
I think the only similar thing on the two cars is they've got BMW badges. Esia Motorsports look like they are going to line up for a pass here somewhere.
Yep, and back in the P2s, Nathaniel Schramm, which is the lead of these two. Yeah, I think it's the lead of these two cars. About to get absolutely done in the slipstream. Or not. It's a very strange situation. I thought the car behind Stephen McCaffrey would have got an advantage there of some sort.
Well, Stephen McCaffrey is British, and we British do like a good queue.
Yeah.
So we're coming up to a GT car. Oh, yeah. Stephen just in the wrong place. Now he needs to show some patience.
He's doing, so that's good. now is his opportunity, and he takes.
And both drivers did really, really well there. BMW stayed on the racing line. Stephen showed some patience, and now he's going to try and claw that gap back.
Right then, so we're watching Francois Aldrini at the minute in P1 class. He's currently 5th at the moment, but 4th, Simon Amosa, is not that far ahead of him. Oh, it's Paulo Munoz. Sorry, got that wrong. He's the one following Francois Aldrini. So I got my cars in the wrong order there. This is pretty close for P1 on the track.
So Paolo is the one that started in the pit lane, so it's taken him an hour and 10 minutes, but he's now back on level terms with the first of the P1 class.
Good effort. He is the fastest car on track in this, well, in any of the classes actually, obviously. His fastest was a 156.436. A good second faster than anybody else. So he's got all the skills. Don't know who else is in his team and whether they've got equally the level of skill that he has.
We got a gaggle of cars on the Camel Straight. P1s, P2s, GTs. Great mixture there.
P1s are obviously coming up to their second pit stop. I think the earliest one stopped on lap 20. We're now on lap 35 of 4,900,000.
Ooh, we've got a few P2 cars on Camel Straight. Some lights flashing from a million.
To be fair, that is the best position to be in, to flash your lights when you're far enough away that the driver can see it.
Yes. I remember a race recently where I nearly got a migraine because you were flashing my car so much.
And Paolo got past Francois Aldrini.
Very safely as well. Excellent work.
Crash for Zeb as well.
Oh, well, that's an issue.
See what happened. He was leading the class at one point, but he has had a crash already.
Ooh.
Yeah. Curb, didn't he, on the way in?
Yeah, and didn't think he'd done enough, so he did a little reverse into the wall. That was unfortunate. He's flashing his lights at the magenta BMW in front of him. Obviously something going on there. He's got a pit. He's getting done all over, isn't he? Still overtaking cars though. Yep, he's just decided to turn right to the pits.
He was definitely down on speed there.
No doubt. That's going to set him back quite a long way, but it might all pan out by the end of the 1 million laps. A bit wide there from Michael Matusek.
In P2, Daniel Kraft and the Pure Sims Racing seems to have his class in hand at the moment.
Yeah, he's been leading that for quite a while, actually.
Doing a great job.
Yeah, a very handy driver.
So this battle's been going on for a few laps, I was going to say.
And a few more. If he keeps doing stuff like that.
Which one are you looking at, by the way?
We're looking at Mikhail Matusek. That's car number 415.
What car is it? I'm sorry.
It's a BMW GT car, Mikhail Matusek, car number 415.
Okay, thanks. Ah, yes.
Approached by Paolo Munoz in the P1 class car. It's a Porsche. I don't know. It's the Audi, isn't it? Sorry. He's,
Yeah. Continues to do laps in the 156 bracket, whereas everybody in front of him is in 157s at the moment.
What I was saying about, he's clearly got the skills to do very fast lap times in conjunction with getting through traffic. It depends who else in his team has got those same skills. Got a wonderful view of the grandstand here.
Yep, and here we are going to see Simon, by the looks of it, for Overdrive Performance GT2. He carried a little bit too much speed there. And there, he's got a bit of damage on the front left of the car.
Looks like he came together a little bit with somebody, crinkled the front fender a little bit. Front wing or whatever you guys want to call it.
The BMWs are still going at it. They've got two cars behind them.
Oh dear.
That was exactly what we were saying earlier, where you make that move and then park the car on the apex.
Yeah.
And not give the car behind any chance of coming back. Oh, he nearly turned in on the P.
And again. And he's hit him. Oh,
yeah.
That's going to be a sore point in a protest at some point here. I'm sure there's lights flashing. Nope, there's not. Wow.
Bum wiggle.
Style points for the bum wiggle.
Yeah, that's one of them. I shall fart in your general direction.
Yeah.
Got Dan Kraft crashed.
Oh, goodness.
Yep, I've got that as well, but the crash on here can just be a slight off track.
Let's have a look.
Here we go. Coming up towards the chicane, and
P2 class.
It's going to be a spin. It's going to be a...
Oh
my word.
So lucky not to get collected there.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul.
No.
He's heading toward Eau Rouge right now. Looks like he's still going pretty good.
Yeah, there's no damage. He's up heading over Radion now. So, Mass Devils Esports car following. Who's Marcos following? Carlos C. Basto at the moment in the Ramada Motorsports LMP2 team.
They've fought their way through a number of GT cars, and they've got a number of GT cars to go yet.
Yeah, they'll have their eyes on Stokes, particularly Marcos. Because he's going to want to get an advantage over the car in front. He's dived down to the inside. He should have carried quite a lot of speed through there. Lights flashing to say I'm claiming this corner, and he does so very well.
See, for me, flashing your lights when you're tucked up behind another car is a waste of time.
Because they can't see your headlights. Yeah. You can see the marbles building up off the racing line on these corners here, if you look closely now. So if you get out on that stuff, I think it's a one-way ticket to the wall. Lots of cars on this bit of track, isn't there?
Certainly is. And it's not really, there isn't really some great overtaking opportunities on this part of the circuit.
Fairly smooth and flowing, isn't it, rather than stop and start?
Yeah, you're okay getting past slower classes, but it's very difficult to make a move on somebody of your own class at this part of the track.
Waiting for the long straights, getting the slipstream and do them in a braking zone. Although he's tucked right in now, I think. He's less than a car length behind. He's going to go through the turn with no name first. Then Eau Rouge. He's got to be clean through here to get close enough, and he's not going to do it. Looks like he's backed off to.
That was Rouge.
Sorry?
That wasn't no Rouge.
Oh no, Blanchimont, sorry. Taking a nice...
You following Carlos Basto and Marcus Gonzalez?
Certainly are.
Oh, it's a great battle.
We're clean and tidy at the moment. Now
When you said Rouge, I thought you were following something else.
No, sorry, that's all my fault.
That's okay. I never know the names of these corners either, as many times as I look at them. And the Camel Straight, I always thought was the animal. It's not spelled that way, but that's okay. Oh, looking for a pass there.
Both cars offline now.
Wow.
I think Carlos could have...
Yeah, he's done it. He's done it.
Wow, that was a gutsy move right there. Wow.
Yep, both drivers driving equally safely. That's good. If anything, Carlos's tyres look like they're a bit second-hand at the minute, but everybody pitted within 2 or 3 laps, didn't they, in P2?
Yeah, Carlos needed to be a little bit further over to the right there to stop Marcos going round the outside and then claiming the inside for the next corner.
Definitely.
Easy to say after the fact.
Now he's managed to pull quite a gap already. There's at least 6 car lengths there.
He's pulling away.
Cameraman has returned. And in the GT AM class, Thomas Larson's in close proximity with Christopher Reitz at the minute. There we go. So this is for position as well. They've got other classes of cars all around them at the moment. And we're back with Carlos Basto on a replay. This is going to be another spin. See how many points he's going to get. Oh, you're not going to get too many for that. He didn't do a full one, did he?
Nah, that was rubbish.
There we go. Right, so Paul Maziere, we've seen him a lot today. His sponsors must be absolutely happy as Larry, but not with that. Now that's worth points. Whoa, that rainbow car just about got round the back of there at the chicane. Right, this is an interesting one. That P1 car now is getting blocked by the GT cars. He's flashing his lights, but he needs to be finding a way through safely.
Yeah, he cut back in pretty quick. I don't think he was real happy with that guy, but...
no, but I don't see that Neil Leppers actually did anything wrong in the German Sim Racing Friends car. He sat
absolutely not.
And it's the P1 car's problem to get through.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, you know, it's not their fault that they're side-by-side battling for position going up the Camel Straight when he's coming.
Not Bill. I agree with you. He's about to get overtaken by that Ferrari that sat behind him, which is Christopher Reitz in the Dentsu Sim Racing Rainbow vehicle.
Important update, coffee has arrived.
Great.
So I'm going to part from you guys now and do real life stuff for a while.
All right, Pete.
And I'll be back a bit later on.
Have a good
Is why we call him Part-Time Pete.
Saying that at 3:30, will we, for part-time Clyde?
I've been here at 3. I've been told.
Oh, right. You're under orders, are you?
As I keep getting coffee brought up, I'm not gonna go against that.
Right. I shall return prior to 3 o'clock.
Cheers.
Happy commentating.
Okay, TQ Engineering's in the pits. That's first position in P1 class.
Yeah, so that fits with what we saw last time. Earliest pit stop was lap 20, so we're now on lap 42.
Okay, that's, yep, okay.
I'm showing IES Sim Racing Schweiz LMP1 as pitted on lap 38.
Ah,
So that's 2 of them now that have pitted from that class.
okay, it looks like DRS Wave Italia. Who is that driving that car?
That will be Marco.
Marco, yeah. Okay, sorry, I couldn't get it. It seems he slipped by TQ Engineering while he was making a pit stop.
Yeah, there's not a great deal of difference between these cars. So obviously, as soon as somebody pits, everybody else takes over the positions.
Sure.
We're currently watching a really good battle back in the GT field again, where there are battles all over the track as usual. So good battle here between 2 Porsches. We have Fabio Lamartier. And I believe that is Oliver Schlabs.
Yeah, Daniel Kraft just made a pass a few minutes ago and he was flashing his lights when he was alongside of somebody. That didn't make a lot of sense, but maybe his switch stuck, his flashy switch.
Yeah. Perhaps he's used too much of the electric energy in that car and there's a time delay.
Bleeding it off.
One
Yeah.
getting involved in between this Porsche battle, which has just opened up the gap a little. Oh, that's Diogo Salipa going round. Rejoins safely, gets out of the way of the P2 car.
Well, there's a name that's familiar from the last time we did the broadcast, Full Send Racing. Appears he's leading the GTE class at the moment in his Porsche. Just went up through Eau Rouge.
Yeah, that should be Harley Horton. Yeah,
It is.
I think he
Harley Horton.
led right from the start, more or less.
I don't want to suggest any names. Oh, he just drove off. Went straight off at the end of the Kemmel Straight.
He certainly did. He's taken the long way round there.
Isn't that called commentator scores?
He is. But luckily, he had a bit of a gap. I say a bit, it's quite a big gap he had over second place in the GTs.
Yeah, Marianne Brabeck. And any of you drivers that want to slaughter my name later, be welcome to it. I'm very sorry.
We seem to have had a few laps of calm. Although saying that, I've just seen Fabio crashed. Fabio crashed. Fabio crashed. Fabio entered the pit lane. Let's have a look. So this is back to the Porsche battle. Not quite sure what happened there, but the event viewer went mad for a little while.
Yeah, I've not that time, so don't really know what happened to him.
A few folks at home noticed then, but on the replay we just showed, trying to see if Fabio had a crash. Once he'd entered pit lane, we got a lovely view of the crowd. There was quite a few people in the back row looking in the wrong direction.
So he probably didn't crash then. Okay.
Well, from what I can see, all those guys that were facing the wrong direction were just looking at a wall. Perhaps it's a very interesting wall. Anyway, back to the race. Who have we got here? We're on board. We are with Paul Maziere again from Apex Aviation Racing.
And we just had Nicholas Nagel in P2 pass the leader of GT Full Send Racing, Harley Houghton. And he's heading down. Let's see, where is he? Okay, he's going over toward. Oh darn, what's the name of that turn? That awful. He's actually kind of heading toward Paul Ferrer right now.
Yeah, what has happened to Harley? Has he pitted?
Let's see.
I've got.
No,
he's got him in the lead again.
He is.
We're watching him now. Doesn't seem to be too much going on.
No, he's heading toward Rouge. Right, he's in it right now. Behind a GTE car, moved over very nicely for him. Harley didn't need the use of his flashy lights. Attractive paint job on that car too. A very nice looking car.
Yeah, so according to the timing screen, this is our P1 leader going into the pits for Gold Racing Team LMP1. Be interested now to see whether they do a driver swap or not at the end of the second stint.
He stayed out a little bit longer than the rest of them for sure.
Here's Patrick Pelchat for TQ Engineering. Will he pit as well?
He already pitted
He's
a bit earlier.
in, has he?
Yeah, the DOD can go a bit longer on fuel than the Porsche, I think.
In Patrick's last pit stop on lap 21.
He's in the bus stop chicane right now. He's heading up toward La Source.
Yeah, I have this pit lap on 41, so...
Whoa! Just had somebody exiting pit road and kind of near a P1 and another GTE car, but no problem. Everything's okay. And I'm sorry I couldn't get the number.
Flash of the lights from Patrick, and he's passed the P2 car.
Yeah, just showing a screen at the moment the pit stop strategy for the Olympian cars. So Patrick did the first stint of 20 laps, then 21. He's in 4 laps on distance. And Rick Verbison, sorry, I did 22 and then 23. You just go out of the pits. And first place, Simon Amoser, done 19 laps, and they're on the 7 of distance already.
Yeah, so it looks like at least 3 of these P1 teams are triple stinting. So Patrick, Paolo and Marco have all been in the car from the start, as has Simon and Mosa. Esports Performance Racing have changed, and so have Gold Racing Team.
Yeah, second and third is that longer pit stop last time by.
And the German sim racing green, driven by Adam Wolkowitz, is basically catching up with the 3rd position car, Nicholas Nagel, not too far apart at this moment.
Yeah, so the P2 started pitting around lap 25 last time. So
Okay.
we will be shortly seeing the P2 pit stops. And then the good old GT cars will probably run for at least another 20 minutes before they need to come in again. So P1 here trying to get past 2 GT cars. That was well done there by Thomas.
We're just a little past an hour and a half at this point of the race.
And that's the P1 clear. So we're at that stage in the race now where the cars are probably as strung out as they're going to be. There's still the odd interclass overtake going on. But obviously give it another 20 minutes, half an hour, and the cars are going to close up again once all the pit stops are done.
Yeah, it's kind of hunting around trying to find some close together ones, and you were absolutely correct. They seem to be kind of equal spaced around the track.
Yeah, I think at some point we're going to get the 2 classes pitting at the same time, the way that they've been going at the moment. So probably one of the worst case scenarios is the GT cars pitting with the P1s with the GT cars in front. That's a bit of a nightmare for the P1.
That could be a problem for sure. Well, Harley Houghton in first place in GTE is picking them up and putting them down, doing a really good job. He's got a commanding lead right now over Marianne Brabeck, who's in second place.
Yeah, so that gap came down considerably when Harley took his shortcuts, but he's now managed to stretch that out again.
Yeah. I think he might have gotten tired of the right and left turn there, and just decided to go straight through for once.
That's right. You know, when you've got a lead like that, explore the other parts of the track
Exactly.
that you don't normally see. You never know, there could have been someone down there flashing things at him.
That's right.
We'd certainly go off track for a look. Okay, so Georges Lira, please tell me that is... no, it's not. No. It's not the same battle that we was looking at earlier, I don't think. I think that is Nils Lepers in front of him. So
Yeah,
George was
it's still
in.
the same guys, the same teams at least. They were with Paul Mazière for Apex Aviation Racing, but you pull up a little gap from these two.
The battle we was watching George in earlier was with Michael Matusek, who he seems to have dropped here, but then got himself into another battle. So it looks like a good run from George, World of Sim Racing team. P2 there, using plenty of track to get past.
I was just looking at George there, battling with Nils. Pretty close.
Yeah, there's been some fantastic GT battles throughout the hour and 40 minutes we've been racing, and I'm sure that they are going to go on all the way to the end.
May have a few more, for sure. They're now getting passed by a P2, or trying to get passed by a P2 car.
On the whole, so far, touch wood, without cursing anything. Oh, yeah, shut up, Clyde. I was just about to say the GT cars have behaved well and facilitated the passes, and then that really went a little bit wrong there.
Well, in all fairness, with the GT cars, with having P1s and P2s out there, pretty good number. They're driving in their mirror as much as they are out the windshield, or windscreen.
Yeah, I believe our P2 leader, Dan Craft, has just entered the pits.
He has. So it's lap
Interesting to
48.
Yeah, see if they do a driver swap. Lap 50 we're on at the moment. Probably lap 48 for the P2s.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, while the P2 are pittings, we'll jump on board with Patrick for a lap in the P1 to see how hard is it to manage traffic around there.
Yeah, and we'll keep quiet while that's going on so the viewers can just watch. So there you go, folks. Full lap on board with our current P1 leader, Patrick Pelchat, around the beautiful Spa-Francorchamps circuit.
While we're riding along, Pure Sims Racing did change drivers. Harley Houghton decided to take a break, and Pete Harrod is now at the controls. And they've dropped fifth in class at the moment, but the way they're running, I think they'll probably claw their way back pretty quickly.
Okay, just to put you right there, Bill, Harley Houghton is in the GT car.
Oh, darn. Daniel Kraft,
Kraft.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. I beg your pardon. You're correct.
Don't worry,
I was
folks.
looking at
Bill's
Harley
had-
Houghton. Right. I was looking at Harley driving the GTE car. Yep.
I believe we've still got Ash Sutton to come in that car as well.
Which car? The GT or the
B2 car with
The
Dan
B2?
Kraft and Pete Harrod.
Oh, okay.
Could be wrong, but
Apparently-
we'll see.
Apparently no BTCC testing, huh? Oh well.
We are seeing German Sim Racing Green come into the pits. Probably eked a couple of laps extra there.
He was currently at this point leading P2 after the pit stop by Daniel Kraft.
So Georges Lira and I'm hoping that's Nils Lepers still battling hard in their respective BMWs.
Boy, are they ever. Heading toward Eau Rouge.
Just on board when we was with Patrick, Eau Rouge in that P1 car looked terrifying.
Yeah, takes a lot of courage to go blasting up there like that.
I think this battle's going to rage for a little while. I think if Georges gets past, I think he might then be able to get away, but at the moment he can't find a way past.
Well, Nils is putting his car in a position that's very difficult to pass.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, possibly before you joined us, Bill, the BMW and all the memes that came out when the car was introduced at iRacing, it's a very, very wide car.
Yeah, for sure. And Nils seems to put a little gap on him in this area here, but then Georges catches up with him up like the Camel Straight area. Kind of interesting.
I think with this track, you've got the fast sections and the technical sections, and it's very hard to set up your car to handle both well. I think sometimes you either accept that you're going to be good on the fast bits and not so good on the slow bits, or vice versa, and that's where you see it with the two cars, where one's set up in one direction and one the other.
Indeed, I totally agree with you. It's even being the drivers that we are, it's you know your strengths and weaknesses. I don't have many strengths, but I know where I'm better than other places for sure. And of course, like you mentioned, like you mentioned, the car setup, of course, has a lot to do with that as well.
Well, we are back with Fabio again for IES Sim Racing. We've seen him in a couple of battles already. He's got a P2 car just about to buzz his rear end. It looks like he's got some damage on the right-hand side of that car. To me, it looks like the rear wing is tilted downwards a little bit on the right. See it quite well there. Oh, that P2 car was close to the back of that BMW.
Oh, that's Pedro Ramada. No, yeah, Pedro Ramada. Wonder if he's the heir to the Ramada Hotel fortune.
Okay, so Fabio is lining up the BMW in front of him, who I believe is Matthias Sauer. Not going to get it done here. So unless I'm seeing things, I believe Fabio is a pro driver and Matthias is an AM driver.
Yeah, you're correct. They are not racing in the same category. They are battling for the overall position.
I'm also seeing Harley Horton way down in the GT field, Sam. Is that just my timing screen playing silly buggers? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is still first.
That's just
38 seconds
corrected it.
in front of... no, sorry, 25 seconds in front of 3 races.
So here on screen is our GT leader, Harley Horton.
He just motored his way through the source, heading toward Eau Rouge.
Already 6 laps down on our leaders in the P1s.
Too bad, considering they're more than 2 hours into the race and considerable speed difference between those two cars, and it's a pretty wide open fast track, so not bad.
Yeah, definitely, and he's obviously got a healthy lead over his competition anyway.
Certainly does. And he appears to be very smooth through the corners. He has great momentum. Of course, I still think his last name should be Davidson, but, you know, it's all right.
That BMW battle that we was looking at, I've got Matthias Sauer has crashed and then come back on track. Don't know if that was anything serious. Let's have a look. Oh, well done the Porsche. I'm missing him. Everybody else scatters. Yeah, he just got some tyres on the dirty stuff there and got a bit of a tank slapper on, but he was lucky to get away with that.
I just noticed a P1 entering the pits and moving kind of slowly. I didn't see it. Kind of a dark colored one. I didn't see it. Sorry. Let's see who it was.
And there was a P1 that took a voiding action in that. That was Simon Amosa, someone who's been in the car from the start. Let's have a look. That looks like damage, doesn't it? It looks like he's got suspension damage there from that crash. Maybe he just got tagged as the BMW was coming back across the track. Enough to either, let's say, damage suspension, throw a toe link, something like that. Car's definitely crapping.
Yeah, I think that what's happened. The BMW going backwards into the back of the P1.
And Pete Harrod is motored by our little BMW battle. currently in second place in his class.
Yeah, which is surprising because they were leading that class. So my pit stop thing is really playing up. Has the leader in P2 pitted, Sam? Actually, I think they're just entering the pit now.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Answer the question.
And race esports platinum. Yeah. Okay.
Looks like they are really saving fuel compared to the other guys.
In your opinion, Sam, fuel saving in a 10-hour race, is that the fact that it's a 10-hour race, does that mean that fuel saving is not important, or does that mean that fuel saving is very important?
It depends how much time you lost when you save fuel. If you manage to don't lose too much time, not worth it, but yeah, they seem to be well behind other cars. So I don't know if that's gonna pay off at the end of the race with a shorter refuel at the end. We shall see.
Yeah, I suppose if you can save enough to cut out a pit stop, then your quid's in. But like you say, if it's just to have a shorter fuel stop, then maybe it's not worth. I presume if you're going to do that, drivers are going to drive to a lap time rather than racing other cars. So yeah, I say it's one for the master tacticians.
I would think this track would be great for fuel saving. It's it's a pretty wide open track. You got a lot of room to 7/8 throttle around in certain areas and not really lose too much. But again, it's a case by case basis, like Sam mentioned, I guess.
So we've got.
Yes, they go back on track and they are not so far, right? Only 1 minute behind the leaders and in P4 in the category, so maybe there's some things to play for them.
Seen a few crashes pop up on the event viewer. Marion Brabeck crashed, entered the pit lane, so I'm sure he didn't crash. Nils Ernie crashed. I think
Yeah, that's what we are watching. It's the SimRacing. Car is not repaired. I'm not sure they will be able to continue.
So that would be the car that we see crabbing into the pit lane.
Yeah.
Been in, pitted, done some repairs, swapped the driver, come out, and the car is still not behaving itself.
Yep, exactly. Just been told by Gregor in the YouTube chat that they are through tire, so the car is toast, sadly.
Yeah, that's definitely a shame. That car was looking good.
Well, Pete Harrod in P2 is formed, going back into first place in the I did say P2. Okay, so he's back in control of P2 at this point. And Marcus Gonzalez in second place in the Mass Devils Esport at a moment ago was, a little bit back, was catching up with him, and unfortunately he got tied up in the George and who's the other fella? Sorry, I forgot. The BMW battle. He's kind of still playing games with them. He may have maybe had a moment that he got kind of in back of these guys again, but I swore he was in front of them, but maybe not. Okay. Carry on, sorry, lost. Still early for me.
We're still looking at our P2 leader, Pete Harrod, for Pure Sims Racing. Dan Craft did the first stint of the car, got the car into the lead and took off. Now Pete looks like he's extending the lead in the P2 class.
Yeah, they seem to have it in hand at this moment.
And of course, they've only got 8 hours left to go.
Oh, goodness. Better start pushing.
Onboard shot. Pete Harrod going past the GT. Through Eau Rouge. Definitely a bit more lifting than what there is in a P1 car. As me and Pete was talking about earlier, and the lack of forward and sideways vision in the P1 car, as you can see with the P2 in the open cockpit, you can see everything.
Yep, for sure. It looks like our GT leader is in the pits at this point. Full Send Racing, Harley Houghton.
Yeah, and that's about right. That's another hour stint. See if Harley gets out of the car, let somebody else in, or whether he's going to triple stint like some of the P1s are.
And our second place, SK Motorsports, is entering as well. Numo Henri. Darn it, sorry.
Yeah, last time it seemed like the whole GT field pitted at the same time.
Ah. Well, it would make sense, really.
No, that's the NRAC Sports that took the lead in GT. Do you think they're doing the same strategy as the P2 Clyde, saving fuel, strengthening the stint as much as they can?
Yeah, possibly. Like we sort of touched on earlier, planning the fuel for a 10-hour race can be quite difficult because you can save a lot of fuel being tucked up behind another car. But then when you do your fuel strategy at the start of the race, you can't guarantee that you are going to be tucked up behind another car. So I presume over a fuel stint that, you know, there could be 3 or 4 gallons difference, depending on whether you're running on your own or running behind another car. So for me personally, a little bit too early in a 10-hour race to be saving fuel. But, you know, these guys know better than us. We're guessing, and they have hopefully done all the calculations. So if they are fuel saving, they're obviously doing it for a reason. They've done your calculations, and it's going to save them something somewhere.
Yeah, correct. On these endurance races, yeah, if you want to save fuel, you have to go straight at it at the start of the race. If you want to have something back from it, if you do it only at the end, it's because you're tight between a short splash and dash or no pit stop at the end. But if you want to really gain something about fuel saving, you have to do it straight away from the start of the race.
Yep, a little bit at a time. You're right, Sam. And I would think some of the gents that get out there ahead and build up a big lead. That's, you know, you kind of watch your relative, and you can save doing that too. Not, you know, keeping a certain distance behind.
Yeah,
Or,
I think a lot of these guys, or from the some of the other endurance stuff that I've watched, and especially real endurance stuff, to save fuel, they run to a lap time. So the lap time, I don't know, say it's 2 minutes dead. They don't want you doing 158s and 159s. They want you doing 2 minutes dead every lap, and they've calculated the fuel on that. But it's very difficult to do. Like I say, I'm sure there are some very, very clever people in the background of these teams. I'm sure there's some teams out there as well, like we do, and we just do it on the hoof and make it up as we go along. But it certainly does seem, Sam, that some of these teams are starting to save a bit of fuel.
Yeah, I'm sure both of the NRS esports are saving as much as they can, and put less fuel at the end, and maybe for the GTs gain one pit stop, have one less to do than the other on the field.
We have Esport Performance Racing P1 exiting the pits at this point up on the Camel Straight. I don't know what he stopped for. It says he's a lap down. Is that the one that had the damage? No, that's not the one, is it? No.
No, it's not the same build. Don't know what. If something happened to them, don't think so. They're just a bit slower than the first place in field, and they have 3 pit stops now. That's maybe why they are 1 lap down from the lead. Yeah, and Patrick Belja from TQ Engineering is the pit also for the lead in P1. So we'll see how that goes for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, this stage of the race, obviously with the different classes, being able to do longer stints, shorter stints, depending on what class you're in, it certainly does start throwing up some anomalies, even within each class. You know, people look at it, and as we was talking about before with fuel strategies, and you know, sometimes people will save fuel and then go for some unknown reason, go and do half a stint and then pit, and you don't. It all sort of pans out at the end. You're guessing all the way through the race as to what these teams are doing, and then a lot of the time, after the last pit stop, you suddenly go, "Ah, right, yeah, that's why they did it."
Yep. Okay. TQ Engineering, P1 is now exiting pit road. They were in first place. I don't know if they're going to come out in first place or not.
No, they're third now, and just unlap themselves for the eSport Performance Racing up easy.
Yep. I saw them just pass on the Camel Straight. You're right.
Right, gents, I'm just going to step away from the mic for 5 minutes so I can visit the little boys' room. I shall be back very shortly.
Okay. Marcos Gonzalez in second place, and the P2 is soldiering away, trying to catch up with Pete Herod in first place in Pure Sims Racing. He's about roughly a straightaway behind, but doing his best to try to catch up, but still in second place. Let me see.
Yeah, they're 24 seconds behind the first place. Still a long time to go in the race. They can catch up depending on who's driving the car. maybe some are faster, slower than the other drivers. So
Yep, there's, as you say, there's plenty of time to make mistakes and do miracles. So, lot of remaining to be seen.
yeah, and the Race Esports in GT Pro still not beat it. They are doing pretty well on Civ Fuel. They are 59 seconds in front of the Full Send Racing that was leading earlier, and that will took over the lead after they pit, of course. Yeah, that's a very interesting plan for the race today. Because we love.
Yeah, the gentleman you mentioned, N-Race Esports, seems to get a better fuel economy than the other guys. He seems to stay out longer. So far, anyway. Up, he's in the pits now.
Yep.
Just went
going to the
pit
pits.
road.
So they've pitted on lap 28 for the first time, and now.
That was.
Yeah, they're on lap 56, so they're 4 laps
exactly
more than the other guys.
Almost exactly. That's right. That's right. And the same amount of laps that they put in the first time. What was it? 28, right? 28. Yeah, 28 laps. So they're on some kind of a schedule, no doubt.
Yeah, they are doing 2 more laps than the other guys on tracks. That's pretty impressive because one lap is already a good job, but 2 full laps, it's great. It's great saving fuel.
Well, if they can keep that up toward the end, they may have a surprise for Full Send if there's Full Send Racing if they're still in the front at that point.
We'll go on board with Full Send for lap for GT cars for once. So that was 1 lap on board with the Porsche GT, sorry, of the Full Send Racing 397, leader of the GT Pro category. In this lap we had a crash from the N-Race Esports LMP2, trained by the timing. Let's see, yeah, they lost the rear on the grass. on the right and into the comb.
Goodness.
Yeah, no arm, no wall touched, so just lost a bit of time. No issue for them. Just a massive code brown.
Yep, that'll do it. Yeah, it seems like in the LP1s have a little change. Gold Racing Team has been in the lead for a little bit since the pit stops. RSA Esports second to TQ Engineering, who was leading for a while, is right in third at the moment.
Yeah, the Audi goes longer on fuel, so the Porsche are a bit faster, but the Audi can go longer on the fuel. So as we see the RSA Esports going to the pits, we shall see the Gold Racing Team following soon.
Ah, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, they're going through pit stops now.
Yeah, this is something interesting for a 10-hour race, because we should have less pit stop for the Audi boys, and probably 1 or 2 more for the Porsche boys. So that's gonna play into the classification at the end. That's for sure.
Indeed. Definitely. Yep, for sure. For sure. Okay. TQ Engineering has gone by. He didn't stop on that time. He hasn't stopped yet, has he, Sam? No.
Yeah, he already stopped on lap 62, sorry.
Oh, he did? Okay.
So,
Alright.
yeah, there's only 5 laps on this stint. So they have a bit more to come.
Okay.
Yeah, still going. No pit stop this time. So there are now 6 laps more on field. So probably 3 laps per stint. We will see if they pit at the end of this lap. The P1.
And Pure Sims and P2 is closing in on the back of TCR, trying to put him another lap down. Terry Taylor at the controls of the TCR P2.
Yeah, Pure Sims Racing are doing a great job today. They're already 27 seconds ahead of Mass David Esports in second and 46 ahead of German SimRacing Green.
Yeah, they haven't done much wrong today, for sure. Not so far anyway, still got a long way to go.
Yeah, as we have lots of people watching and the race is going on, if some of the teams want to do some interviews, feel free to join the interview room on the Esia Discord. Just drop up a message to the team to broadcast channel and we will drag you in if you want some interviews.
That's interesting, I didn't realize you did that. Huh.
Gold Racing Team is entering the pits now. And we have leader in the P2, Peter Roth, that crashed. Let's see what happened to him.
Oh, he went off track at La Source. He's back on. Yeah, he went wide at La Source there. I don't think he ran into anything.
Yeah, he lost it, and yeah, he was hit, but the TCR cars that was just behind him.
Okay.
So probably loads of damage at the rear end of the car. Yeah, that looked like it. Yeah, the rear is completely smashed, so we probably have to pit for repairs, or at least do the repairs on the next pit stops.
Oh yeah, the right rear is damaged, and the winglet plate is bent over too. Yep.
Yeah, totally.
The right quarter there. Yep.
The cool thing with this car is that the rear ring and the front are basically changeable, and you get completely new parts. Yeah, they are really struggling on track now. They would have to pit for sure to replace the rear ring at least.
Yeah, I got a rear view of him, and it seems to be a little squirrely now, more than it was before.
Yeah, just have to hope the wheel is not touched by the damage. If so, they will have loads of repairs. But if it's just the shell and the rear ring, it's gonna be a quick fix.
Interesting to see if he stops. He's in Blanchimont now, coming toward the bus stop chicane. This will tell us whether he's coming in or not. Nope, he didn't stop. Looked like the other gentleman, though, that he was involved with TCR. I think he went in the pits, though, I believe. Nope, he's out. Wrong car, sorry. I saw P2 go in, but I didn't see which one it was.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how much time they lose each lap on the guy behind them, if they lose any times. I think they will, because the car doesn't look like as drivable as it was before. Yeah, that's... I don't know. I think there's 20 minutes before the next pit stops, or 10 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes for the next pit stop in the P2, so maybe they are waiting for the end of the stint.
Yeah, well, if they could do that, that would make more sense for sure.
Yeah, maybe that worth it. With a bit of time now, lost few seconds and 10 minutes, have everything fixed up, and go back on track and maybe lose only one spot on track.
Yeah, yep, that makes more sense for sure. And at this early stage, they can get away with that, no doubt.
Yeah, it's just showing up on screen now. The pit stop lap for the last one was 47, 23, 47, and they are now on lap 65. So yeah, they are pretty close to pit now.
Yeah, his car is pretty squirrely too. I mean, it's not real bad, but he's fighting it a little more than he was before.
Yeah, they're about 10 minutes to pits, so they should be okay, and they will get the damage repaired.
Yeah. Good, I'm back. Whilst the teams have been discussing the logistics of pit stops, I've been discussing the logistics of having a bath and babysitting our puppy at the same time. So yeah, it's all going in the household.
Yeah, pit hours at that moment, at last a few laps ago, and the TCA car went into his back, so he now have rear mostly destroyed. They're still going,
yeah,
so...
Looks to me like his rear right winglet is folded in.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Yep, and the rear quarter is also damaged on the right side, right down to the bumper also.
Yeah. You're fairly experienced in these cars, Sam. Does that damage cause much of an aero issue?
Yeah, loads of issue. I think especially in Spa, where you run basically low downforce setups. I mean, for the fastest guys at least. Maybe some are running medium downforce, but most of them should have low downforce. In some corners at high speeds, it's already tricky with low downforce setups to keep the car straight, so with rearing damage, that's even more complicated. But the good thing about this car is that the rearing and the front end of the car can be fixed pretty quickly.
Yeah, if Sam and I were discussing before when he got involved with TCR car that I think anybody less skilled than Pete Herod would now be spinning, because if you watch closely, the car's a little bit squirrely coming through some corners now, and we I thought maybe he might pit to get it fixed, and Sam seems to think he's going to hang on till his pit stop. Oh, he's coming in the pits now. Speaking of pit stops, he's entered the pits. I guess he's had enough of sliding.
Yeah, I think the car is too smashed. They're pretty close from the pit window, so
Yep.
I think it's a good call for them to go in now, fix the car, and don't play too much with it, and smash it for
Yeah, they
good.
right, exactly. They could crunch the car pretty badly if they stay out there, which would be worse. So probably a good call at this point. Still got a lot of time to catch up.
Pete Harrod is a very experienced driver, so
Oh, yeah. For sure.
if he's saying the car is undrivable, then you can pretty much guarantee the car is undrivable.
No doubt. No doubt. Let's see.
That
Marcos,
stage of the
yep.
race again, where cars from different classes are all grouping up and trying to find their way through, so to speak.
Yeah, every place I'm wandering, I seem to have people that are out by themselves. But let's see.
Yeah, it's a good GT battle. They're not exactly close, but they're all within a couple of seconds of each other. They've all just gone through Eau Rouge, now heading for the Kemmel Straight, or the Camel Straight, as Bill calls it.
Yeah, this battle is going since the beginning in the GT category between those two cars, and I think the one behind lost a bit of the contact with them, but yeah, they're still battling for second, so that's great for them.
And being the observant person I am, I've just noticed that Stephen Ash has taken over the full send racing car from Harley Horton, who did a fantastic job leading that GT3. I was going to say GT3 then, GT field from around lap 3 or lap 4. So yeah, really good stint there.
Yep, he did a banner job driving the first part of the race for sure. And Pure Sim is dropping. Let's see.
Yeah, they've dropped in 7th in class. They are now 1 minute 57 behind the leader, but they have one more pit stop. The car looks completely fixed, so that's the good point about this one, like I told you before.
Looks
Yeah,
straight
that'd be
again.
interesting to see how quickly you can chase those other P2s down. Doesn't seem that far behind the next one, but then he's got a little bit of a gap to start getting the top 3 in that class.
clump of cars here. He's got a few GTs. Oh, one just peeled off into the pits.
The battle for position here. Matthias Eggert losing out there. Or, sorry, I think that was Matthias Eggert going past there. Do apologize.
Yeah. They are not battling in the same category, but battling for overall position. Matthias is 7th in GT Pro and Trolls is 1st in GT Ham.
I looked at the paint there and thought that must be the rainbow car.
Yeah, that's the new Sim Racing rainbow. You're correct.
Although rainbow in the UK is something a bit different, I believe. I expect to see pictures of Bungle and Zippy and George on that car if it's going to be called rainbow. All the Europeans have absolutely no idea what I'm going on about.
Absolutely not.
I suggest you Google it. It was a kids program in the UK in the, I believe, the late 70s, early 80s. And some of the things they used to say were, these days, a little bit naughty. How they got away with it, we'll never know. Oh, we've got a P2 there in the back.
P2 off, yep.
Don't know whether that was touch with P1 or whether he lost it under braking.
Yeah, it looked like he had a little braking adventure there, but hard to say.
Well, yeah, I think he was going to slam, or he probably did slam into the back of the BMW there. If the race stewards are watching, protest incoming. Seeing here on board with Marcos Gonzalez, Masked Devil Esport.
He's currently in first position in class. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Easy, that's it. Good restraint there.
That was a hard one in the wall for the German Sim Racing wing in the P2.
Oh yes, he's in the pits. And Ludovic Jouret motoring away in the end race esports platinum. He's currently in 4th in his class, P2. He's in the middle of a GT sandwich at the moment. He's going to clear his way. He's got out of it now.
Yes, with the accident for the German Sim Racing green car, that should gift Pete Harrod a place back. I think he's just gone past him. And Pete's next target is the car that Bill just mentioned, which is Ludovic Juret for N-Race Esports Platinum, sorry, and he's not that far ahead.
No, he's not. And Pete probably trying to get away from TCR because he didn't really enjoy the coming together that they had the last time, so probably wants to get down the road a little bit. Now, Pete, I think, has visual on him now a little bit in spots, so that always fuels the fire a little bit.
Yeah, and he does. And as soon as you can see that car in front, you all of a sudden seem faster.
And for sure.
You're all in your head, but
Yeah, exactly.
it's very easy. I find it easier being the chaser rather than the chased.
Yeah, you were very nice yesterday, Clyde. Instead of flashing your lights, you said, "I see you," when you went past me yesterday.
I think, to be fair, I actually sung it to you, right? Not just said it.
Well, yeah, I didn't want to be too vocal about it, but you know, yeah. I was actually off the side of the road over by the coffee place, seeing if the coffee stand was open, but they weren't open, so.
Oh, no chili dogs.
No chili dogs, no, nothing. They were closed right up.
Damn virus. Interesting that iRacing have not updated the crowd to include social distancing.
Yeah, really.
I think
may be
that's
a way
coming soon.
I have
Coming
to
soon,
complain
yeah.
about that.
Wow. That was a nice dice maneuver there. From that P1 car, that was, I think, no, not, who was that? Gold Racing Team, coming up the Kemmel Straight. He's currently in second place in class. I see we've got TQ Engineering as predicted by Sam out in front again in LMP1.
And the RSR Esport car, which was the car that started from pit lane, is currently, from what I'm seeing, sitting in third place in class. So hell of a drive from there.
Quite the paid scheme on that car. Boy.
Yeah, apart from obviously my bias towards the V8s, the GT cars are really nice cars to paint. And as you can see from some of the cars on track here, there's a lot of hours that go into these paints. So, you know, it's not all about the racing. There's so much more you can do with iRacing.
Yeah, you've really branched out painting. You've kind of gotten into that.
Something I've dabbled with for a few years. Sam will tell you the latest edition of the spec maps and the high gloss and the matte has totally baffled me.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, basic paints I'm okay at. Currently going through our selection of team cars and getting our new team colours on, so that's taken up quite a considerable amount of my time. Not been able to do any the last sort of week because we've been very, very busy with the broadcasting and our new venture. So yeah, hopefully I'll be back into that at some point next week.
Yeah, it's amazing in the 7 or 8 years I've been in iRacing, the paint jobs then and the paint jobs now, boy, I'll tell you, it's just going bonkers how complicated and unique the paint schemes are on some of the vehicles today.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, I somewhere have got the first car I ever painted, and I got myself Paint Shop Pro.
Yep.
I got myself a car template, and basically all I managed to do was write bollocks on the side of the car. And I'll give a good shout out to a friend of mine. He's probably not watching, Mr. Rich Goodwin, who took a considerable few hours to teach me the basics of paint shop and how to get things onto cars and things like that. And it's just gone from there. You teach yourself as you go along. And at some point, I will learn this mat thing, but in the meantime, I just do my paint, send it to Sam, and say sort it.
Yeah. Well, hey, they look good though. They look good.
Back to the race, and assuming that my timing screen is not lying to me, top three in P1 are Gold Racing Team, RSR Esport, DRS Wave Italy, although that could be wrong, I don't know. P2 we have N-Race Esports Platinum, Ramada Motorsport, and Pure Sim Racing is up into third after pitting for the damage from first place. And in the GT Pro we have Full Send Racing, followed by L1 Esports, followed by RSR Esport GTE, and in the AM category we have TT Motorsport, Apex Aviation Racing, and German Sim Racing. We are currently 2 hours 40 into our 10-hour race. Lap 79.
It's kind of funny. I'm showing TQ Engineering in first place in P1, but I could be wrong.
You are probably correct, Bill. I don't know what's going on today, but the timing is a little bit weird, shall we say?
Let's see.
Yeah, it looks like
All
the
right.
timing are struggling, and when we are far ahead in the GT field, the display for the P1 are not accurate, and vice versa.
The position lights on Gold Racing Team LMP2, LMP1 is 2 lights on, so he should be in second place. I would think.
I'm in second now, and TQ Engineering first, RSR Esports in third. Whatever happened to that ticker we used to have go across the screen? Anyone remember that?
I do, yeah. Okay, and I show you. You mentioned N-Race Esports Platinum in first in P2, I believe you did, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, it keeps changing. At the moment, I've got N-Race, then Master for Devils, then Ramada.
Yep, exactly. And Pure Sim Racing is in fourth position at this point.
They are closing in on third by the
Yes,
looks
they
of it.
are. They're getting close.
Yeah, like we mentioned before, the N-Race Esports is again strengthening the stains compared to the other P2. The both N-Race teams are doing longer stains glide. They are saving loads of fuels. The P2 and the GT car. So yeah, they're really playing something in these teams.
Yeah, I don't know if we can have a look at Pete Harrod, can we, Sam? That battle looks like it's about to commence.
Well, as a matter of fact, it's funny you mentioned that. I was just watching, and Ramada Motorsport went off the end at Kemmel Straight, went across the grass there, and Pure Sims picked up a lot of time on him at that point.
Yeah, we're just seeing that in the replay now.
I think, who's driving that? I'm sorry, is that Jonathan Garcia? Nope, not Jonathan, I'm sorry. Pedro Ramada must have been looking in his mirror at Pure Sim and went right across the end at the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, I think this move is about to happen because he's closing right up on his gearbox now.
Yep.
This will be a good shot if the overtake happens.
Yeah. Ron Blascherman, if he can get close enough, he might be able to get him.
So the car's currently doing 176. 177 miles an hour.
Oh!
Noted there.
Okay, they come through the bus stop chicane.
Looked like there was a P1 entering the pits there. No, it was a P2, sorry.
Pedro's still holding him at bay. Maybe gonna try on the Camel Straight this time. See how he does. No fuel saving for Pedro at this moment. He's looking. He's looking.
He's driving defensive.
Yeah, tough spot to be in. Nope. Wise choice by Pete to back out there. Yeah, Pete.
GT car going to get in the mix up front.
Oh.
Oh, he's going to box him in. He's going to box him in. That was a hell of a move.
Wow.
Yeah, Pedro made the mistake there of being too patient and tucking in behind the GT car. Pete just boxed him. There was nowhere for him to go.
Yeah, I was hoping, I think, to get a little tow or something, but that didn't work out.
Yeah, I think that was more chance that the GTs didn't run all the way to the outside, because that's usual.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the usual line for the GTs to go all the way to the right and these to the left.
Well, that was a bit of a gift there for Pete, in all fairness.
Made it easier, for sure.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Pete did a great job to take advantage of the GT staying on the left.
Pedro did a banner job holding him off for over a lap, though. Did a good job.
Crash for Andreas Schwartz. And here we are. So he is going into Eau Rouge. Lovely paint on that car. I think he might be about to scratch it.
Yeah, no incidents recorded for him, so...
Yeah, that seemed alright. Yeah, looks like a false alarm from the event viewer.
To say, Pedro Ramada is not letting Pete Harrod get away either. He's still very close.
And I know there's a lot of BMWs in this race, but it just seems that every lap we can find a BMW battle, let alone a GT battle.
Yeah, it's again the same battle, except that Julian Jane from Apex Aviation Racing took first place, and now there's Andre Geiger for German SimRacing in second, and Truls Volauch for TT Motorsport in third. So they switch over the position, but still the three same cars in this battle, yeah.
And Sam, in your experience of especially the GT cars, obviously the balance of power gets adjusted by iRacing for time and time again. Are any of the cars more fuel efficient than the others? Any of them faster than the others in straight lines?
That's some things that change from one build to another. most likely iRacing tracks to do some VOPs and stuff like that. At the start of this season, the BMW was very OP compared to the other cars, and now in the official it looks like there's only Fords on track. So you have for me 2 teams on Fords in the championships. That's the Race Esports in the GT Pro and Mustard Series Mavericks in the GTM. But yeah, in fuel consumption, I think they're pretty much the same overall. If you can stretch it a bit, you can gain 1 or 2 laps, but that's the same for every cars, I think.
Okay, and you know, obviously you run this series along with Dom, I might add. Do you just use the iRacing balance of performance, or do you change it for this series?
No, we do nothing more than the iRacing ones. We just took their balance of performance, and people have to deal with it all the way from the start to the end of the season. People can change cars this season because it's a long one year long. They have pretty harsh penalties, so yeah, it's a pit lane start and 50% of the points. Like I said at the start of the broadcast, because the adversary post P1 did change car, and then we get this penalty.
Yeah, a bit of potluck then when you start up the sign up at the start of the season, with the balance of performance changing on the cars throughout the season. You know, sometimes your car will be good, sometimes bad, and also it varies from track to track as well. You know, some cars suit some tracks and some cars don't suit some tracks. So in this multi-class, there's a lot of things to take into consideration before you enter. But you know, on the whole, you know, Sam and the team get things right, and we do see some very, very good racing.
Yeah, and it's more like in real life. Sometimes balance of performance are against a team or a brand, and you see some cars struggling. Last year at Le Mans, you had these things that I don't really remember which brand was really had a really bad BOP, and they just can't do anything because they had so good time in practice and they were BOP, and then that nothing to play into the race. It's the same here. If iRacing release a bad BOP for your car, you're probably a bit off for 2 or 3 races, and then on the next one you may have the better car on track. So let's play to the game, yeah.
Yeah, and I this might be a little bit controversial for some, but I sometimes find that balance of performance in the real world is sometimes a little bit too political than it should be. But yeah, that's my controversial thought for the day.
Controversial, but very true, in my opinion, also.
Yeah, it depends how much money you put on the table.
So I believe we are looking at Pete Harrod, who's still ahead of Pedro Ramada, but now he is closing in on Ludwig Jouret. If he can only get past this GT car, a little bit of a code brown there. Pedro's found his flashy light button.
I'll tell you, Pedro's not letting go. Either that or Pete's pacing himself. I'm not quite sure, but that's not a done deal right there.
Yeah, and if my timing screen is correct, and sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't, The P2 leader for Masked Devils Esports is not actually that far ahead either. So there is a possibility of Pete Harrod getting his P1 in P2 class back again. So that gets confusing.
Yeah, they're all in the same area of the track. Masked Devil and Race Esports. Now he's the one on the different strategy, isn't he? And Race Esports Platinum.
Yeah, I think we said earlier that the strategies they just all seem to be all over the place sometimes, but miraculously they all come together at the end.
Well, those three cars are on the same straightaway there.
Yeah, and interestingly, Pete Harrod closed, or it looked to me as if he closed in on Pedro fairly rapidly, and then obviously we see him do that overtake by boxing Pedro in behind the GT car. But Pete's not able to get away from Pedro. In fact, Pedro's going to get a hell of a run here.
Sure is.
Pete's gone defensive on the inside.
Look at that. Oh boy.
And he gets it done.
That was an excellent pass. Wow.
I think it looked to me as if Pedro was content on sitting behind Pete and possibly saving fuel behind him. I thought he was going to box him in again then.
Look at the baby.
Yeah, Pete got held up.
Oh, jeez.
Pete got held up through Eau Rouge, which gave Pedro a run that he just couldn't refuse.
It's an interesting battle. Like you said, Clyde, I thought once Pete got by him, he'd be gone, but Pedro's putting up a heck of a fight, I'll tell you.
Yeah, and again, it's all about the traffic. So both of the overtakes that we've seen between these two cars have both happened because of a GT car. Not that the GT car did anything wrong, but the GT car was in the wrong place at the wrong time for the P2 car.
Well, the GT car, the BMW that they just passed, the two of them, was a little bit unhappy with them because he found his flashy light button also after they went by him.
Yeah, perhaps that was just a friendly hi.
Yeah. Oh, it's you again.
Note it, but. And the thing is, with these endurance races, and when you're in the slowest class of car, you seem to get passed by the same car 15 times every lap. It's really weird.
Seems that way, doesn't it? Yeah.
And these two BMWs are still going at it. Having a look around the outside, but that's a difficult pass to make. As we said earlier, the car. Oh, he's going to do it. No, he helped him there. Said driving really. I know we've been going for 3 hours, but there's 7 hours left of this race.
Correct.
We're going to win it in the pits.
Yeah. Sam and I were talking about that while you were away for a few minutes. I believe it was one of the, I don't know whether it was it was a Ford GT car that's running like 2 laps longer stint-wise than everybody else. And by the end of the race, he's built up a lot of, what should I say, money in the bank kind of deal where he could do a splash and go and end up winning the race, really. Winning his class, anyway.
Yeah, it's very difficult to work out over 10 hours, to be honest.
Sure.
Saving fuel is it's an art form for a start. Anybody ever want to see anybody do it? Watch Mike Taliancic in a V8. Unbelievable. If you can save enough and not lose time or too much time and cancel one of your pit stops, brilliant. If you're right on the edge of a splash and dash or no pit stop, brilliant. I just find it dubious sometimes when people do a lot of, you tend to find people do a lot of fuel saving, they're losing a second a lap, could be 20 seconds over a stint to do a pit stop 10 seconds quicker than what they would have done. Overall they end up losing time. But sure. These guys know what they're doing. So, there's, as we said before, there's people in the background, a lot of the team bosses are working out what's going on, who to do, what to do, where to do it, and it'll all come good in the end.
It's, mentioning Mike Taliancic, I'll tell you, there's V8 supercar competitors that would pay him to find out his secret. It's amazing how good he is at that.
Yeah, and looks like
and he's so fast besides.
Yeah, Diego's got past Milan again. Sorry, that might be, I might be telling you lies there. There's definitely been a pass. I'm just getting the drivers mixed up.
Well, it seems that Oriental Racing in P2, he's lost some time. I don't know whether he was damaged or what. He's like 6 laps down from the rest of his competitors. So. Sorry, I lost track of what happened to him.
Easy to do with so many cars and classes on track. P1 goes past these two BMWs in a hurry.
Gold Racing in P1 is soldiering away. He's about 7 seconds ahead of his nearest competitor, RSR Esports.
Oh, lock up there. That's going to gift the position back to Diego. Oh, he just stopped for traffic and pitted there. I thought he was beached on the curb for a minute.
Not a good thing to do is high side yourself. Nope, not a good thing.
Yeah, don't break yourself there into the chicane. And then very sensibly went to go, see there was more cars coming, stopped, waited for the gap, and away you went.
Yep. Well,
So,
looks like the leaders have they're on lap 90 right now. So moving right along.
Yeah, we just gone back to the Pete Harrod battle. We're just seeing. Sasha Langenberger. I think that was I don't know if that was a P2 that took amazing avoiding act.
I think that was the NRAC Sports Platinum from Ludovic Juret. Yeah. The NRAC Sports was just in front of these two guys, so that's gonna be a 3 cars battle soon. Pretty sure. And then the Max DPD Sports is only 2 seconds more ahead. So not a lot of time between the 4 of them.
Yeah, I think as Bill said earlier, they were all on the same sort of area on the track.
Yeah.
And I believe these two are really not reeling them in, but they're certainly taking time out of them every lap.
Racing Esports, as you mentioned, appears to be closing in on Matt's Devil Esports. That's not math. M4 skid. Sorry. Those old eyes don't read like they used to. I apologize.
I think it's supposed to be masked, but they've just chucked a 4 in there just to throw it.
M4 skid. Okay. Yeah, look at It looks like Pedro Ramada and Pete Harrod and the Pure Sims Racing are kind of catching up with N-Race Esports as well. Platinum.
So, in sim time is currently coming up to 20 past 2. We've got a 96 Fahrenheit track. Just going to finish under the veil of nighttime, Sam.
Not quite sure at this time of day. It will be a bit dark, but not full night, I think. It's gonna end up at 21 local time, so it will be almost full dark, but not full.
So that's something else to throw into the mix. So not only are you racing, not individually, but as a team for 10 hours, the light is probably going to start fading with 2 hours, hour and a half left to go. And that certainly changes your perspective of things. Just another little spanner thrown in the works by Sam.
He's a clever guy, that guy, Sam.
I think it's guesswork.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, I did not enter the FP3 that runs the 2 latest hour of the race. Because it was at 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. in the morning for me, so I'm not quite sure it will be a full dark or not, but I don't think so, based on what kind of weather we have at the moment. Because the time in day, the time of day in sim is the same as the real life time, so.
The crash for Andreas Schwartz. Well, that's just another fake one, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have the one you're talking about, but I have this
And
one.
I've also got Julian Forte and Luis Quintella both come up as crashed at the same time. Not sure if that was to.
Yeah, I don't have any of them, so I'm not quite sure that's correct on your side. I have this one from Jared Ziegler.
Yeah, just don't break yourself there into the chicane.
And in GT class, N-Racing Esports has stretched it out a little bit. He's in first place with his different pit stop strategy, ahead of Full Send Racing. Not sure how far back Full Send is either. Let's see. Oh, okay, he's got a pretty good lead on him right now.
Yeah, I've got the P2s swapping positions. I believe that might just be the timing screen. But oh no, we've got a battle. Yeah.
The 2 first position changed, and we will go back live to see.
So, what are we? We are.
Excuse me, Pedro Ramada has just passed Ludovic Giret in his ends racing esports.
No,
Yeah, I was
it
just
was Jonathan Zamorangacia from Mass PB Sports. Ludwig Giret is in front. Now Bill.
Oh, that's correct.
Yeah.
I apologize. That's
Yeah,
right.
no worries, mate.
3 hours into the race, and the top 4 in P2 class are separated by about 200 yards from first to fourth. So Pedro and Pete Harrod have closed these two down.
Michal Matusek.
Yeah, I can't see that.
That must be the end of this race, I think. Don't saw it, Clyde?
No, can't see it at my end. No, unfortunately not.
Ooh. Who was that? Who did that?
Yeah, it was the Michal Matusek, the Lithium Motorsports.
Ah.
What's happening in the P2 battle?
Penn Racing Esports is holding on. It looks like he's holding on. He's in, I believe he's in the lead at the moment. He's going through the bus stop chicane with all kinds of people around him.
Big gaggle of cars of all different classes there.
Yep,
is
and
gonna
then right behind him is Pedro Ramada.
Shot.
Good
Come
lord.
on. Keep it clean.
There's all the classes together right there. Wow.
Place for everybody. And somebody coming out of the pits.
This P1 can make it ugly going in. Ooh. Okay. That was our third place P1. DBS Wave Italy. DRS, sorry. God darn it.
See the marbles building up on the outside of the track now, and that's just 3 hours in.
Sure can, and Pedro Ramada was out wide in them too. Hoping his tires must be feeling a little lumpy right now. Well. Nice little battle up front there in P2 coming toward the bus stop chicane. We got Pedro Ramada and Ludovic Giret fighting it out. Pete Harrod's not too far behind him in the Pure Sims Racing.
Yeah, so we're at that point in time that we get every now and again where all three classes are merging at the same place on the track. So this is when it gets really, really interesting, and you need to get your extra set of eyeballs out. Hoping these teams are using spotters. They've got somebody telling them what's going on around, or failing that, they're running something like Crew Chief or even the basic iRacing spotter, and keeping their eyes on the F3 relative screen. Lots of light flashing going on.
Yeah, it could get a little dicey at this point, for sure. Boy, so far in this race, P2 has been very entertaining. Pretty well matched vehicles. Drivers, I should say. The vehicles are all the same. Pretty matched drivers here.
Yeah, like you say, that has been one of the more exciting classes. We're just seeing Sven Lip. I think he outbraked himself there. But yeah, again, it proves that you don't need a huge amount of cars in a class to come up with good racing.
No, for sure.
The event viewer has just gone mad with 4 cars crashing. Don't know if that's true or whether they were all together when they crashed.
Yeah, nothing on my side, so I don't know. That's something weird in these long and big field races with the overlays and things like that.
Yeah, I think as well, it varies from track to track, Sam. You know, we're getting people come up as crashed in this when they haven't really crashed. They've just outbraked themselves and took to an escape road. So it's, you know, it happens. But on the plus side, the P2s are giving us a hell of a race.
It looks like N-Race Esports is just the leader in GT has entered the pits for a stop.
Yep, drag build, they're in.
And full send, looks like he's going to get by him. He's just coming into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, those two teams are on different strategies, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yep.
It'll be interesting to see how that plays out at the end.
Exactly.
Yeah, like we said previously, both N-Race teams are saving field as hell. So I'm pretty sure there will be one pit shorter compared to the other teams on the track. So we'll see in the last tour if they have one less pit stops that can play for them.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, if you're in one of the other teams and you see another team fuel saving like that, your only option really is to go like hell.
Exactly.
Yeah, now it's too late to save fuel, so to do the same strategy. So you just have to full send.
Exactly.
So that, I believe, is 1, 2, and 3 in the P2 class, all sharing that same piece of track.
Yep, still
Yeah, and
together.
they are.
And what's
they
the
are
draft like in these cars, Sam? Is it massive like the other cars, or is it to a lesser extent in these cars?
It's massive. Depends on the setup you run. If you're in high downforce, you will have less drag. But as we told before, most of the teams should be in low downforce, so and the drag is pretty massive when you don't have a lot of downforce and you're pretty close to the other cars. And it's even more when you have almost run out of fuel. The two or even more the last lap are just very flying laps in these cars compared to when you start full load.
So at some point, Pete Harrod could benefit from the tow from both the cars in front of him.
Yeah, that's true. He will have an advantage because he picked earlier. He will be lighter, so we have 4 laps less fuel than Pedro Ramada and 10 less than Ligure. So yeah, I think he'll have a bit of advantage in terms of speeds because of the weight of the car.
But I'm guessing where the tow is at its maximum, he's dived in the pits, so it doesn't really matter. I was going to say when the tow's at its maximum, the car's likely to top out on speed.
Yeah, except if you have a good gearbox. So you have to. Yeah, I tend to put a long 6 gear and try to never top it. So it depends on the drivers and how they want to set up their cars. But yeah, you should have a pretty long 6 gear, especially for tracks like Spa-Le Mans.
Yeah, but as we just seen, that doesn't really matter because Pete Harrod got straight into the pits. As Sam said, he did pit earlier than the other cars anyway. But perhaps he can get in, get some new boots on, get out again, and see if he can get a bit of an undercut there.
I'm curious to see how this shakes out after the other 2 players pit, to see if they're still connected together.
Yeah, the person team is changing team is Jamie Rushworth now. But will take the cars from the next stint. So it's gonna be a tire change. And yeah, with tire change means longer pit stop. So we'll see if the Ramada Motorsports and EEC Sports are also changing drivers and tires on the next pit stop.
And again, apologies, but I do know a bit more about the UK drivers than I do the rest. Jamie Rushworth is another fantastic driver to get behind the wheel of that team car. So it looks like they've put together a hell of a team there in that P2.
And he's very accomplished in his craft as well, for sure.
Oh, most definitely, yeah. So at the moment, it looks like Dan Craft. Obviously, we've had Pete Harrod. We've now got Jamie Rushworth, and I'm still guessing Ash Sutton is to get in the car. So yeah, that's a remarkable team that they've put together there.
For sure. Well, like you said, those guys, but a lot of them that we don't know seem to be very accomplished as well. I was very impressed with Pedro Ramada, the way he kept up with Pete Harrod, stayed ahead of him and got behind, stayed with him and got back around. I thought that was pretty impressive. And of course, I guess Pedro Ramada and Ludovic Gérard are deciding to run in formation a little bit longer here.
Yeah, maybe Pedro is trying to save fuel a little bit behind the other car.
It could be. They could be just kind of cruising along together. That's for sure. The Mass Devil Esports is behind him a little bit, but I believe can see the other 2 cars in sight in certain areas, so that may give him a little incentive to try to catch up.
Yeah, Pedro doesn't seem to be doing anything remarkable here behind Ludwig. So I think Sam might be right. I think he's just using this to maybe save a little bit of fuel, eke another lap out, get a little bit closer to the end. He's not really put any pressure on at all. Now, that could be that he just can't get close enough, but, you know, we've seen how fast he is, so and how fast they close these guys down as well. So you would expect that if he wanted to, he could put some pressure on.
Yep, very well could. It looks like N-Race Esports in the GT class, the Ford GT, has had a driver change. They have Luke Batali? Luke Batali. So they're back in 4th place now. Full Send Racing is in control again, up in 1st, and they're, of course, driven by Stephen Ash.
We're just having a look at João Paulo Costa in the RSR Esport LMP1. That paint's got a lot going on, Sam.
Yes, it does. That's unique.
Yeah, loads of things. I talked to Anthony Pisano that did the paint job of all 3 cars of these teams, and he told me never again, because you have all weird shapes going on everywhere, and it's just a mess to connect to the wire. So yeah, but it's well done.
It does look very good.
A lot of graphics on that. Wow. Looks as fast as it is, though. I gotta say, looks good. It looks nice.
Yeah, he did pass the gold racing team that was in front of them earlier in the race. I don't know if something happened to the gold racing team, or it's just pure praise.
They're like 27 seconds behind now. It doesn't. Yeah, I noticed that too, Sam.
Yeah, even this amount of time into the race, there's still a lot going on.
Boy, for sure. And in LMP1, DRS Wave Italy soldiering around along in 3rd place, and Ricardo Chapon is at the controls of that, and he's about 47.5 seconds behind our leader. João Paulo Costa. Wow. I can never pronounce that one.
João,
yep.
Yeah, that was the car that we was looking at with the fantastic lines on it.
Yep, exactly. Yep. I know. You made your political correctness speech before. I'm gonna make mine. They should outlaw the flashy lights. I don't care what anybody says. I know I have a lot of mad people at me, but I think it's ridiculous.
I think used at the right time in the right circumstances, then you know they can be a help. But
yeah.
I just see a lot of people driving underneath the rear wing of the car in front, flashing their lights at them, and the car's not going to be able to see them.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think you're right as well, Bill. You know, when people flash their lights at you, it's like a red rag to a bull. It's, you know, to me, it's like, oh, he's flashing me. That means he doesn't want to overtake me. I need to get in his way.
Exactly. Yeah. You want by, it's not going to be so easy now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the red mist all of a sudden appeared. Like you say, though, I think you're correct. I think in certain circumstances, especially maybe in reduced conditions and at night where you got, 50 sets of headlights behind you, it's probably sensible in some spots. But like anything else, it gets abused also. So.
Yeah, we're currently watching Jamie Rushworth, who's trying to get third place back.
Oh, yeah, and I think he's done it.
Sam's just sent me a little question. I've just watched Jamie Rushworth take third place.
Funny. Yep, he has. He's moved into.
It's okay. We're having a few technical issues in the background, so as you do, it's all part of it.
And I see Ramada Motorsport. Oh no, that's wrong. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Ramada Motorsports has changed drivers too. They have Reese driving now.
Yeah, that's correct. They've got a different driver in.
And Mass Devil Esports, who was in second place, he's in the pits now. I believe he just pulled in. P2 car. Whoa. Our leader in P2 almost got taken out there a second ago.
Yes, still a lot going on. Still a lot going on. So when, I know we've been concentrating on the P2 class, but I believe that once P1 and P2 pit, I think Jamie Rushworth might be leading that class.
Yep, very possibly.
Switch over to Full Send Racing, who currently lead the GT class.
Yeah, they've been all alone almost since the start of the race. So
They have, haven't they? Yeah.
A bit of show up for them.
Yeah, they're basically putting on a clinic. And N-Race Esports, who's on that different strategy and was leading for a while, is still back in fourth place, hasn't picked up any time on the fellow ahead of him, Milan Pencherek in third place. And ahead of him we got SK Motorsport, Luis Quintela, and he's getting passed by the one of the let's see,
It's the TCR car, the P2.
yeah, TCR, that's it. Thanks, Sam. I couldn't spit that one out. Sorry. Okay.
That's a very simple but effective livery on that BMW.
Which one? The one
The SK Motorsports car.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is.
Sort of black, white, and gold.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. The paint schemes, I just marvel at the people's ideas and the differences, and nothing. I mean, we all have our personal taste, but it's really amazing all the different concepts that they come up with. I tell you, it's. I mean, some are really eye-catching to me, but like that. Others are different. So it's just it's some, as I said, in the 7 or 8 years I've been around, it's amazing how much has changed. Boy.
Yeah, definitely a lot of work goes into these.
I mean, even now we have these helmet painters and all this other stuff. I mean, my God. Getting your helmet painted, your virtual helmet painted, costs as much as getting one painted in real life. Oh, Lord.
You can't beat a bit of paint on your virtual helmet, believe me.
I liked your original helmet better.
Yeah, you need to keep that quiet, Bill.
I am.
So just over 3.5 hours in. Not many retirements, Sam, which is good.
Yeah, that's not that bad at the moment. Yeah, we have 4 cars, I think, that are not racing anymore. So, yeah, that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I've watched other, not in this championship, but other championships, and 3 hours into a race, half the cars are sat smoking in the pits. So, the guys are doing well.
Yeah, they've been told to do so.
Well, yes, I have seen some of the messages you've been sending to the drivers, but, and I know we've still got a long way to go. The standards of driving today has been top-notch so far, touch wood.
Yeah, a lot better than Suzuka at least. Yeah, still a few incidents, but still better than we saw in the past.
Yeah, we're always going to get incidents, aren't we, with this amount of cars on the track, especially a track like this where the speed differences are so much. But yeah, from me anyway at the moment, and I've probably just cursed it, and we're going to see something awful very shortly. But at the moment, all is good. And incidentally, I can smell my dinner wafting up the stairs, just in case you're hungry. Bit of roast lamb, I believe, today.
Goodness. Part of a Sunday carving, huh? Yeah.
Most certainly.
Good.
So, Sam, a little bit about the championship. What is this loosely based on?
What do you mean?
As in, I'm not that au fait with endurance racing. I do, one of my favourite series in the UK is the British GT, but obviously they don't have this amount of classes. Is it based on a real life series, or is it just something that you've made up?
Yeah, it's based on the WEC, the WEC run series. I hope the Esia will not look this video because they will call us for bringing their name in. But yeah, it's based on the LMP1, LMP2. We don't have a new model, so this is the HPD that race in LMP2 series and both GTs. We made a GT Pro and GT Am cars to bring people from different levels to compete for a championship. Basically, the Pro guys are technically the fastest guys, and the Am cars are the slower guys in. So they can also trust the front position in their own categories. And they have some teams to fight against, and can still have a win even if they are not the first GT on track. Yeah, this is This is the basic thing.
Okay, and another daft question for you. Obviously, this is running throughout 2020. Any plans in place for another season? And if there is, are there any changes afoot?
At the moment, there's any other plan at least. We're still early in 2020. Loads to come in this year. We're only on round 3 out of 10, so yeah, not really thinking about next year. At least not at the moment.
Excuse me, our leader in P2 is pitted and Race Esports is in.
Okay, so that's the team on the opposite strategy.
Yep, they're in. So we have Masked Devil Esports has taken the lead with Jonathan Garcia at the controls.
Yeah, and I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think he must be coming up to a pit stop, is he, Sam? Can you see when he last pitted?
Last pit on lap 97 for them, so they are on lap 100, so no pit stop.
So he's only just been in. That's
He's-
okay then.
No, he went by. He didn't stop. He's got Jamie Rushworth kind of in tow, not too far behind. Now, and Race Esports is just leaving now. Platinum. Let's see. This could be close. Mass Devil's just going up toward our Rouge.
Yeah, it's going to take him a while to get up to speed.
Yeah, he exited. And there's Mass Devil behind him.
Well,
He may
yeah,
keep the lead.
he's going to, isn't he? Yeah.
Good on him. Good job. Wow. Considering how close they were together, that was darn good.
Yeah, so my theory about Jamie Rushworth taking the lead after the pit stops has just been blown out of the window.
Well, he may be pacing a little bit right now. Of course, these two other fellows in front of him have been sensational all day. They've done a great job so far. Just past the 100 lap mark, huh? Nope, wait a minute. Wrong guys. 109 laps for the P1 cars. I always forget that. I think we've had another victim. Oriental Racing appears to have dropped out.
Yeah, we saw it on the broadcast a bit earlier. The car had 2 massive crashes. I'll try to bring him back. Clyde, don't know if you will see it or not.
Yeah, I'm struggling with replays at the moment, mate, if I'm honest.
Yeah, the first one was in the double left in Pool. He just lost it. And then after that in Blanchimont, that I'm showing right now, he lost it in the fast left and went straight into the wall. Lost the rear, and
wow.
yeah, the rear just didn't want to stay on the track and send it right into the wall. Just had to escape, and yeah, I think that's race over for them, like they said in the Discord channel.
Yeah, that's a shame.
It is. I just had a coffee delivered by my bride. Whoop! Wait a minute. Let's see. N Racing Esports just went off track, and he's been passed by Masked Devils Esports and Jamie Rushworth as well.
Yeah, you're correct, Bill. They
Cost
yeah.
take. guys, bear with me. I'm just having a technical difficulty.
And the leader of the race, RSR Esport P1, is soldiering along with almost a 29-second lead on the second place goal racing team.
Yeah, that's probably a bit of slowdown for the P2 in the Men's Daily Sports.
Yeah.
Going uphill. Because they went a bit far on the left, I think, in their lift up. Pure Sim took the lead on the P2. Still good battle is going on for the P1. In this kind of P2 category. So that's a good thing.
For sure. Yep, I believe he did get a slowdown. It's a shame.
Yeah, as the TQ Engineering had a big moment in Blanchimont, and he lost the rear also and went straight off, but hopefully the car got straight. Yeah, the car grips just before the wall, and he managed to get away with it. But yeah, that was massive moments.
That is such a high-speed corner too. Wow.
Yeah, let's try to see on board. Yeah, went straight to the grass. Came back on the track safely. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a tighten the sphincter moment right there. Yeah. Devil Esports is trying to hunt down Jamie Rushworth again in P2. He's P2 and P2 at the moment.
Okay, I think I've got those gremlins sorted again.
Oh, you're back with us, huh? Okay, good.
I'm back.
You left.
He was having technical difficulties.
Yeah, just kidding. Just.
Whoa!
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, big moment right there with Mass Devil. He lost it up on top of the hill, Campbell Straight out.
Yeah,
the name of that corner.
Yeah, Les Combes.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, and I'm amazed he missed the guardrail. God.
Yeah, that was another close goal.
It was a heck of a catch,
yeah.
I'll tell you. Whew. And that's really gotten N-Race Esports Platinum's attention. He sees him right in front of him now, so he's felt a renewed resurgence to catch up with him. And we have a GT kind of in the way at the moment. Going through Paul Friere. I know, that's Paul Friere right there. He's moved over nicely. And he's taking a look, going into Blanchimont. Whoa, baby, hang on, guys. Wow, they're both still there. Good for them.
Yeah, going too wide in this corner is pretty tricky. And especially
yeah.
with low downforce, you don't have much grip to the ground, especially in this fast corner into this left. Yeah, that's that's pretty bold
I think
move.
tricky is an understatement, if I'm honest.
And Ramada Motorsport is back in the mix as well. He said, "Oh, there they are. Okay." Wow, that's a lot of traffic in Eau Rouge at the same time. Good Lord.
Yeah, that is it's mental. And it's very difficult as a driver as well, because you obviously you need to look ahead because you need to see where you're going. But when you've got cars to the side of you, cars behind you, you know you really need somebody helping you to let you know what's going on.
For sure. So, Full Send Racing still soldiering around in GT in first place in their class. Doing a bang-up job, Stephen Ash at the helm at the moment.
Yeah, they've led from probably about lap 3 or lap 4.
Yep. With the exception of the off-stint little issues that we have here and there, but they're definitely they're definitely the class in the field at the moment.
But as we keep saying, such a long way to go.
Oh goodness, yes, for sure.
Yeah, a long way to go, and I want to see where we'll end up the end race strategy with their saving fuel thing that's going on, and see if they can have one less pit stop than the other, and that could bring them. Yeah, a big difference.
Yeah, that could make all the difference in the race win, couldn't it?
Somebody just pitted in the background. I missed who it was.
Because Spa as well has got my recollection of it, the pit lane is awfully long and awfully slow.
It's about as long as some racetracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's longer than most of the overall race.
Yeah. Yep, for sure. I know we talked to some of our fellow drivers and they say they don't like Spa. Spa is a really classy place in my opinion. They just, it's a long, demanding track, a lot of elevation change. You have all different kinds of off-camber, downhill, uphill, chicanes. It's got it all. It's really, and it looks like it's in a beautiful part of the country too. I've never been there, but it looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm one of those drivers that doesn't like racing it, but I love watching racing from there, and it's definitely on my bucket list to go to.
You should go.
I think that's a good choice. Have you ever been there, Sam?
I was hoping to get over there this year, but obviously...
Yeah, that's gonna be complicated this year, I think. Maybe next year. I went there so many times and I can't really found them, so maybe
wow.
I'm a bit biased to tell you that's the most amazing place in the world, but yeah, that's a pretty good track to go there, and yeah, you have loads of racing.
It's definitely a world-class facility, no doubt.
Yeah, my cunning plan will be to go over there, find Mr. Boozin, drag him along.
He can be our tour. He can be your tour guide.
Yeah, at some point get him absolutely blindingly drunk. Because then I might be able to understand him.
Yeah, I already did that at this pace, so I will even be able to find my way back to the car at the end of the day. So that's a good point.
That sounds like trouble brewing.
Yeah, as we are talking of a lot of shit about real life racing watching. Ramadan Motorsport just passed Mass DVD Sports for the 3rd place in the P2 and now is pulling a real gap.
Yeah, look at us talking about real life.
Well, with almost 4 hours gone, there's a lush is falling over. I mean, a hush, not a lush. A hush is falling over. Ah. Francorchamps.
Yeah, we're in that. Not that I've done many of these big endurance races, but we're in that that section of the race where people are trying to work out where they are in relation to the cars that they're actually fighting with, where they are in relation to their pit stops. I'm sure teams will, in the background, busily be re-evaluating their pit stops and their fuel strategies. So yeah, you do get a little bit of a lull in the racing, and then all of a sudden it will be bang. There'll be 20 cars on the same piece of tarmac, and everything will be kicking off again.
Yep, you mentioned that before. It was like an accordion effect. There's certain times during the race that they kind of get spread out, and then all of a sudden they all seem to come together for a little group meeting.
Yeah, it's weird how it happens, but you know that's part of multi-class racing.
For sure. Yep.
And you know the other thing to multi-class racing is anything can happen at any time.
Especially when you have 10 hours to do it.
Yeah, or expect the unexpected, as they say.
For sure. Jamie Rushworth has pulled out a little bit of a lead in the P2 class.
Yeah, and our friends over at Race Glitter are using the flashy headlights.
Good, yeah. Make sure they still work. Okay. We do have a nice little battle with N-Race Esports in P2 and the Ramada Motorsport. They're fairly close together. I don't think that battle's been settled yet. So what's going on in P1? Let's see. We still have the beautifully painted RSR Esport out ahead by about 18 seconds, I guess, over Goal Racing Team.
Yeah, they're a good quarter of a lap ahead, I believe.
Yeah, and Goal Racing Team P1 has an interesting paint scheme too, kind of different. Reminds me of the limo they use in Roger Rabbit a little bit. Does got a those colored wheels. That kind of makes it look like that. That's interesting. And DRS Wave Italy with Riccardo Chivan at the controls, still soldiering along in third place, about 48 seconds behind the leader. No, actually 47 behind. No, that's 47 behind Goal Racing Team. Sorry. So he's like a minute back.
Yeah, we're just watching the Gold Racing Team at the moment. A little bit of GT traffic in front of him.
Is that the rainbow car that he's going to go by?
It certainly is.
Okay. I heard you talking about. Wasn't sure which one it was. Now I see it. And he moved over nicely. Let him through. Those things are just nailed to the ground. I can't believe how fast he can go around that Blazermont corner. Holy mackerel.
A little while ago, we was talking about the, should we say, the improved standards of driving. Something I have noticed while Sam has been flicking around on the cameras, we don't seem to have the usual walking wounded, shall we say. You know, cars with bits missing and bent bits. Most of the cars, apart from the rubber build-up that iRacing now gives them on the bodywork, they seem to be intact and fairly clean.
That's good to see, actually. You know, it's nice to see that most of these competitors are using their head, that they've got 10 hours to get it done, and you know that you can't do it in the first 20 minutes. So it's kind of nice to see.
You can't? I thought you could win it on turn one.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying I don't believe that, but that I believe that, but obviously these people don't, so that's good.
So these two BMWs, I believe it's the same two, different drivers, seem to have been together from the start.
The one in front is the same as usual, but the one I'm focusing on, Michal Matusek, is from Lithium Motorsports. That was a bit behind, and yeah, they went past the TT Motorsports, another BMW that was in the lead before a few years ago. It's now P5th, so there's a few position gain from Lithium Motorsports.
So German Sim Racing and Friends and Lithium Motorsports those are the guys you're talking about, I assume.
Yeah, another good BMW battle.
And Sikor, and the other gentleman is Mikhail Matuzik. Sorry, Mikhail Tuzik.
So we will be expecting Mr. Pete Bingham back in the booth soon. No idea what he's been up to. He had to go away to do something. I'm sure it involves makeup and women's clothes and standing in front of a mirror, because that's just the kind of guy he is. But he will be back shortly with his dulcet tones.
And he won't be wearing his heels either.
He probably will be.
And German Sim Racing and Friends and Lithium Motorsports traveling together out in the track. They decided to travel together into the pits as well. Huh.
And there we go. There's that shot. And there's a woman with a red top, and she's facing the wall.
I like the guy out by the fence that's got his arm up like, yeah. Did you see him with his fist raised? Yeah.
Okay, so Matthias Soa. In another very nicely painted, and looks like all the panels are still on BMW. Porsche there, just leaving the pit lane. Not sure who that was. There you go, Mac Miller, Full Send Racing. Which I believe was the leader in GT Pro.
He was.
Yeah, was the leader, and
He-
it's now the NRAC Esports in the lead.
I'm sure that'll sort itself out after the pit stop.
Oh, here we go. They're changing to the guard for a few laps. Okay. I think this is going to be, if these guys remain running for the next 6 or 7 hours the way they have been between, I'm speaking of N-Race Esports and Full Send Racing. At the end of the race with a little difference of time, I'm curious how it ends up. That ought to be interesting.
Bill, are you seeing Paulo Munoz from RSR Esport leading P1?
Yep, he's leading
Yes.
P1.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's coming through the bus stop chicane now. Yep,
And that-
he's in
that
first
is-
place.
Is the car that started from pit lane, Sam, I believe.
Yep, it's the one, yes.
Wow.
So here we go again. GTs, P2s, P1. All dicing for the same bit of track. They all managed to get themselves sorted out. Well done. Lots of light flashing in the background.
Jimmy Rushworth has really pulled out a really big lead over N-Racing Esports at the moment. He's doing a good job. Wow. But N-Racing Esports has Ramada Motorsport LMP Ruiz in his mirror, so just got to look out for him. Probably doing more defensive than offensive at this moment.
Yeah, I think so. But again, you know, there's not a lot of track separating the top four in that P2 class.
No, there isn't. One of the LMP1 drivers was flashing his lights as Jamie Rushworth going through that real twisty area, and I'm thinking to myself, a seasoned driver like Jamie is not going to move over for you in a twisty curve area. I'm sorry.
No, unfortunately, that's where the P1 just has to use patience rather than the light
of
flasher.
course. Of course.
So on screen at the moment is your P2 leader, Pure Sims Racing. Jamie Rushworth behind the wheel. About to tackle Eau Rouge. I think I've had more Code Browns on that stretch of track than any other track in the world.
That has to be one of the most frightening corners in the whole world. Absolutely.
And it's one of them, you know, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of important parts of this track, but that is one that can make or break a lap right at the start of the lap as well. You can come out of there half a second up on your best lap or half a second down.
I totally indeed agree with you. It's and I'll tell you, even in a simulated car, you get that what should I say, the tightening sphincter effect. You know, it just
Most certainly, certainly.
really, it's amazing.
And especially, in endurance racing, because you're not doing it on your own, you're part of a team.
Exactly.
You don't want to be the one that ruins it for everybody else.
Oh, kind of like the Bathurst 50, you mean, kind of thing?
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever mentioned when Pete Bingham crashed twice at Bathurst when we was doing the Bathurst 1000. But if anybody doesn't know that story, feel free to drop me a PM and I'll fill you in all the gory details.
Poor Pete. Poor Pete.
Yeah, if you still have the replay from this race, we should make an highlight video of Pete's moments at Bathurst.
Make a full 2-hour-long blooper reel of Pete's driving.
Oh my God.
Obviously, Pete isn't driving at the moment because he's got a bit of a dodgy internet problem, so his car disappears more than it's on track. But he's hoping to get that solved next week.
He's doing hide-go-seek racing right at the moment.
I did try to watch one of his races the other night, and it was impossible. Right, what have we got going on here? So we've got a P2 and a GT going into the chicane. Well, sorry, Mr. P2, but you lost it on your own, and the BMW had nowhere to go. So bit of damage on the back, and then jumping over them sausage curbs. That can give you damage as well. Look at the build-up on the outside of the track now. Here we go. Here we go. Ramada going down the inside. Oh, nearly lost it under braking. But kept with it.
This deal is not done yet.
And we've got a P1 in the mix as well.
P1 sandwich, yep. And he'll get by here, hopefully. Wow. That was closer than I thought it would be.
They carry a lot of speed around them corners, the P1s.
They do.
And the Masked for Devils car is in this battle as well. He's slowly cruised up to the back. There you go, all three cars in the same shot.
Nice, look at that.
That's the Abruzzi car. The Masked Sports is...
No, that's the Abruzzi car, isn't it?
Yeah, he's one lap down.
Ah, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's the Abruzzi HBD, yeah. It's okay, they're all still close together though, that's nice.
Yeah, I don't think Stefan will be happy about the late move by the Ramada Motorsports.
I missed that. What happened? They come together or anything? I don't see any damage.
Yeah, into the right-hander, so they come a lot. They just
Okay, because he's
touch
falling
the
back
rear.
away.
Yeah, just a little bit. Oh, we have loads of things going on here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on at the moment.
Yeah, that's I think natural from the massive esports. The GT cars lost it into the bus stop, and then the P1 won't go to the pits. Yeah, but there are another GT on the right, so yeah, bit of a mess. Pretty hard to do better than that, I think, in this situation.
Yeah, I think that could have ended a lot worse.
Yeah, true that. Yeah, that's sad for the esports expense racing, the P1, because they want to go to the pits, but they have to go all the way to the left because of the crash from the GT, and another GT went on their right, where they have to go to pit, so yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
Okay, the esports performance racing P1 is now exiting the pits. He's in 5th place, still a lap down, I believe.
Yeah, I think there are now 2 laps down from the RSA Sports. Yeah, still car looks good. Not much damage from the contact with GT, so should be good to stay on track and keep it running.
I must have taken a nana nap or something. Pure Sims is back in 5th. I don't know what the heck happened to him. Did you get involved with somebody, or?
Yeah, they had to. They did their pit stops 2 laps ago.
Okay.
Yeah, when we saw the battle between the Ramadan and the Racing Sports.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they do seem to be on a different strategy, don't they, at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
the Pure Sim had an incident earlier in the race when you left us, Clyde. With the rear completely destroyed. They pitted a few laps before all the other on track, so that's why they are a bit tight.
When you had returned, Clyde, Pete Harrod had taken it in because he couldn't drive it anymore.
Yeah, I think I come back right at the end of that because he had the folded-in winglet.
Right, exactly. Yep.
Pitch, yeah.
And that's what Sam was talking about. That put them off a couple laps of their strategy. My lovely bride has brought me more coffee. Isn't that nice?
Just in the back end of times out of 100, it's Bingham's fault. Even though he's not racing, it's still his fault. Now, I don't know if we've been going so long that things are just blurring into one, but every time I'm seeing battles now, it's like the same cars that we see 2 hours ago battling, and I'm battling again.
Yeah, it's always the same. We have a small battle. No, it's the World of SimRacing Team Junior here on screen. The BMW that took the first place back into the GTM category. But we had a battle between them and the few other cars in the GTM. Yeah, shown on screens since the start of the race. It's pretty much always the 4 same cars. And then we have the P2 battle for the first, second, third, and 4th place.
So Ruben there on screen is P1, I believe, in the GTM class.
Yeah, you're correct. And they are racing the P8 in GT Pro. And they are racing for 21 overall.
Which is Benjamin Seiss, who we've seen quite a few times, a couple of times pointing in the wrong direction.
No, that's Sasha Langenberger from IRS Racing
right,
Place.
sorry.
Yeah, the car in front, the Porsche. German size is from the German sim racing. That's the BMW. Yeah, you said that was more in the wrong way around when we saw it.
Back end of that German sim racing magenta is very, very vivid. Wow. It's like, here I am.
It's pink.
No, it's got kind of the day glow yellow and green kind of in the back, but it's got a pink surround in the grill shell
Yeah, that's pink.
and the pink mirrors.
If it looks pink, it's pink. Forget all the magentas and shrimp and everything else that they call it. It's pink.
Magenta.
It looks like he's tucking up behind the rear wing. There's damage on that Porsche, I believe. The right-hand side of the rear wing looks drooped.
Yeah, they have damage since almost the start of the race. Don't know why.
So the BMW pulls out, and yeah, that was quite an easy pass in the end.
Oh yeah, he's got a modified wing in the back. Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh,
And-
he just gave him a
and the
flashing
flashing
light.
lights. I don't know what all that was about. I'm hoping that was friendly.
Maybe that was a high.
You forgot to throw me the cable to pull me out.
I hope he's waving with all his fingers up in the air. That's all I can say. Anyway, let's move on.
So Mac Miller on screen, Full Send Racing. I believe Full Send are, or on pit stops anyway. They were P1. I believe they're behind the. Are they still behind the N-Race Esports
And
car?
Race Esports
They
is
are,
currently
yes,
in
they
the
are.
pits, so this is why I showed the full sense
Yeah,
where
so-
they are coming and where
Oh
N-Race
yeah,
is going
N-Race
out.
Esports just pulled in. Yep.
Yeah, so they'll be going back to the lead with Mac Miller
they're-
behind the wheel.
Matter of fact, they're going by right now into Eau Rouge.
That Porsche there that he's now passing, that's got a lot going on the paint.
It does. Yeah. Looks like an experimental paint job from DuPont or somebody. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, totally different looking at the front to looking at the back.
It's almost like flip-flop paint, they used to call it.
There we have it. There you go. Looks like a
That
red
is-
car from the back. Looks like a
that
blue
is-
car from the front. Very nice though.
Wow, that is interesting.
And that's something that iRacing have put a lot of time into, and personally I think they've got it right, is the way that the light reflects on the cars and changes whether it's cloudy or bright or, you know.
Definitely. I totally agree with you.
Trying to see what that is on the side of that car. Is it a little, looks like a little Iron Man with a yellow head.
It's a devil with a mask.
Is it their masked devil, is
yeah,
it?
yeah. Basically, it's the devil with a mask, so it's masked devil. That makes sense.
Looks like baby Iron Man to me.
It kind of looks like to me, it looks a little bit like Mercury. You know, the cosmic Mercury symbol. Never mind. No, it doesn't. Shut up, Bill. All right, let's continue. There was that view of that guy. Yeah, go, brother.
No, you got to look for the woman facing the wall.
Yeah, she's almost right next to the guy with the fist.
So here is Paolo Munoz. I believe he's leading P1 in that very intricate paint scheme with all the lines on it.
Like he locked the wheel a little bit coming out of that corner, or maybe spun it. I don't know. These don't spin, do they? I mean, they don't. What should I say? They don't lose traction. Or what am I trying to say?
Yes, they've got traction control on them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay.
BMW there, and right out of the way, let the P1 leader through.
Man, he must have felt the wind from that thing when it went by. Holy mackerel.
And I believe that BMW in the background there, Sam, I don't know if you want to have a look at it from the front, but doesn't seem to be running your windshield banner.
Yeah, none of the BMW have windshield anymore, so because with the BM 120, the official series, BMW asked iRacing to disallow banner painting, so to put the BM brand on the banner, and the same for the wing, the rear wing.
Oh, that's not very nice.
I was gonna say they got a hell of a nerve.
The other interesting thing as well with the different paints is the car we're looking at the moment looks like exactly the same as when it started the race. Look at a car that's a lighter colour and you'll see all the dirt and rubber build up on it, and it looks like it hasn't been washed for 6 months.
That is amazing. All the clutter they put on the leading surfaces.
So there is a Porsche in the field, in the GT field, that's got a white front on it, and you can really see it on that. I don't think, is this the one? No, this isn't it. Come on, Sam, you can find it. There it is. Look at the state of that. So the white on that now looks grey.
Yep.
There you go, Sasha. A bit of airtime because you've got a dirty car.
I used to have a customer years ago who used to race a BMW in the 24 hours of Daytona, and I'll tell you, I used to see his race car when it got back from it. It looked like it fell off a cliff. I mean, you wouldn't believe the damage to the front of that car after you're done. And not from crashes either, just, you know, wear and tear.
So that is the IES Sim Racing Schweiz white team. The car that we've been saying has had a bit of damage from the start. It was obviously a lot worse than that because they will repair some damage when you're in the pits doing your standard pit stop. Obviously not affecting them too much, otherwise they would get it fixed.
I was going to say they don't appear to be going as quickly as the other vehicles, but they had an L1 just P1. I'm sorry, pass them, which is a heck of a speed differential. So, not a fair comparison.
The replay tool is trying to show me something, but I can't see it.
Yeah, it was the Apex Racing Innovation car. Got lost, hit on the brakes, had like home, went to the grass, and yeah, just lost it, no damage.
He's not going to move out of your way. Come on. In the middle of a corner, please. Sorry, I shouldn't be vocal about that.
Oh, that's a mess. That's all right. They sorted it out.
Boy, I think team orders to Apollo have been step on that throttle, step on the go pedal, because boy, I'm telling you, he is right out to the limit on every corner. He's got a 44-second lead besides. Wow. He's right on the rumble strip, and you see him kicking up some dirt and sod on the side of the track.
Oh, that looked messy behind, but they sorted it out again. Well, Patrick was going to run into the back of that Porsche there.
Ah, that's why. P1, first place is into the pits for another stop. I don't care how much you paid for that ticket. I'm not looking out. I'm going to look at the wall. Okay, and the first place in P2 is pitting, N-Race Esports, Platinum. Sifin Henri is at the controls. I wonder if they're going to switch drivers. He's been driving for a while.
Okay, everybody, we are going to switch to a small ad break. You won't miss any of the action, but it will give us a chance to refill our glasses and then carry on afterwards. So we'll catch you the other side of the break.
collision.
has been made.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed our ad break. If you've only just joined us, you are tuned into Backfire Simsport TV with myself, Clyde Whiting, and Bill Switzer in the booth, joined by Mr. Sam Boozin, and Pete Bigham will be back with us shortly. We are watching round 3 of the Esia Endurance Championship from Spa, and we are currently 4 hours 40 into our 10-hour race. So, Bill, we had a lot of action at the start. Things seem to have settled a little bit at the moment. teams are taking stock of what they've got, where they are, and what they're going to do with the second half of the race coming up. But so far, so good. It's been a hell of a race.
Yeah, it really has. And we mentioned it earlier, but after almost 5 hours of driving, racing out there, the driving standards have really been good. We've had a couple minor little tussles and stuff, but nothing super major. And most of the cars basically clean. Some people pacing, some people going like crazy. All different kinds of strategies. Mostly respectful driving, letting people, the faster cars by and so on. And it's been a great race so far. Hopefully the second half will be as good, if not better.
Yeah, so as Bill alluded to there, a lot of different teams on different strategies. So we've got some teams that are attempting to save fuel and maybe cut out a pit stop at the end. Some teams are just going hell for leather and seeing where it gets them. Ultimately, it all shakes out in the end. But at the moment, things are ticking along. Sometimes this is the dangerous part of the race, where you've got the initial flurry of activity out of the way, and you think that things are settled, and sometimes you can lose a little bit of concentration, and it's very easy to loop one of these cars, but if you do, you just hope you loop it in a place where there's no walls. But yeah, we're coming up on halfway, and there's still a hell of a lot that could change.
For sure. I was just going to mention, and you mentioned it about it's the perfect time to lose, concentration, and you've been out there for a while. Of course, we've had driver changes and so on, but even in a in a 1 or 2 hour stint, it's easy to daydream there and kind of lose your concentration. And in some of these vehicles, like Clyde mentioned, it's so easy to go off track, and there's big walls and guardrails around which you don't want to whack, because that way all the fuel savings and that kind of stuff go out the window. So, but it's been pretty good so far.
Exactly, and in sim time, we're just coming up to 4 p.m. in the afternoon at Spa. So we've also got the prospect of fading lights, which changes your makes your braking points harder, your turn-in points harder. So even like in the P1 class, where the lead driver has got a bit of a lead, that can all change very, very quickly. Some drivers adapt to darker conditions better than others. We've got a bit of a gaggle going on at the moment. So yeah, still a lot to play for, Bill.
For sure, and like you mentioned, as the light fades, especially like you mentioned P1s, the closing rate on some of the GT cars, there's so much differential. If you're not on top of your game, you'll be right in the guy's boot lid. So you got to be very careful.
Yeah, it can be hard to judge, can't it, with fading light?
Certainly can.
And we're just seeing. That's all right. I just had a replay flick on. Oh, that's a biggie. The front of your car has disappeared, Mr. Rui.
Uh-oh.
So that was the Ramada P2.
Oh, goodness.
It's gonna take long to repair.
Yep, he's in the pits.
But
Yeah,
I think it's more or less 20 minutes, but for
yeah,
the
that's
front
going to
and
be
the
a
rear.
big repair.
As long
Yeah,
as the engine is not hurt and bottom of the car is not too much hurt, he will be able to get back on track.
Yeah, the front of that car looks like it's missing.
Yeah, I
Wow.
think somebody in the crowd has got that.
That's too bad.
I don't like this camera angle, but if I zoom out, we don't see all the action. So yeah, we have to deal with what iRacing bring us. So if one day iRacing listen to us and put up some nice camera angle, that would be great.
Yeah, it's not very good pit angles here, for sure.
Good Porsche battle going on screen at the moment. Nikolai Essig. I believe he just passed Nacho LDR. Sure, LDR stands for something totally different, but I don't know. So, if I'm reading things correctly, guys, with 4 minutes 46 gone, my timing screen is telling me that we've got DRS Wave Italy leading P1. We've got Pure Sims Racing leading P2 and Full Send Racing leading the GTs.
Yeah, I'm updating your timing screen, so it's the Air Series Sports that's leading.
Yeah, that's just
Yep.
changed as you said it. I can't
Yep.
trust my timing screen today, unfortunately.
Yep. Yeah, Pure Sim and P2 right now has pretty much got things in control.
Yeah,
Jamie Rush.
I'm seeing a lot of crash action on the event timer at the moment.
Yeah, I have one on mine. That's the David Roig. Again, at La Source. It was the first time we saw the Mass Debris Sports in this situation. Also the Porsche we looked before the Mass Debris Sport again, but in the GT. Yeah, a bit the curves on the inside and just little loss, nothing major.
Yeah, nothing big there.
Well, in the GT full send racing with Mac Miller at controls is out in front in that class. But what's interesting after this round of pit stops, N-Race Esports in the Ford GT, driven by, let me see, that's Guillaume Jobert.
Guillaume Jobert, yeah.
He's in second place, whereas after the last pit stop, he was in fourth place. I mean, he's still got a pretty good distance between himself and full send, but that's quite a change this time. So we got to see what happens there.
Yeah, I've just had our P2 leader going off track.
Oh, goodness.
That could just be a simple 1X somewhere.
Yeah, no, he's back on. He's going through Blanchimont right now. Went wide there. I wonder if he's going to get a slow down.
That could have been it.
Okay, he's through the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, I think that was it.
He seems to be moving along okay. No, that looks okay.
Still getting lots of crash events coming up, which is interesting.
Our friend Ramada Motorsport's still in the pits, unfortunately. Too bad. That's really a shame.
Yeah, that's going to be a long repair, unfortunately. That car was destroyed.
They were doing a banner job. That's a shame.
As Sam says, you know, providing the engine is okay, you normally get away with about 20 minutes when the bodywork is destroyed.
Right.
But you're looking at longer than that if you've done the engine as well.
Yeah, for sure. What else we got going on here?
Right, guys, at this moment in time, I'm going to have to love you and leave you for a little while and do my puppy sitting duty so my wife can have a bath, and that way I will get some dinner.
Ah, trade-off, huh?
Yeah, I'm sure Pete will be back shortly to carry on with you two guys. So good luck for a little while, and I shall catch you after dinner.
All right, be nice to Shelby and Dave now, okay?
I will. Catch you
just
later.
When you say it,
Bye.
See you later, Clyde.
Oh, Pete's back. Hello, Pete.
I am indeed exactly on time.
Boy, that was well scripted, I'll tell you.
Certainly was.
Okay, we got our famous German sim racing teams racing each other here. German Sim Racing and Friends and German Sim Racing Magenta. going at it tooth and nail.
I'm going to have to get familiar with the names again. We've got Julian Ogen on screen at the minute for German Sim Racing Green. He's chasing Pure Sim Racing's Jamie Rushworth. And, sorry, Sam? Ah, sorry. Okay. Oh yeah, I've read it the wrong way up. My bad. So that's David Rioj. I'm going to go with.
Yep.
And that looks like the Gold Racing Team's P1 car.
Yes, it is. He's currently in second place in the P1.
And it looks like, as long as my timing screens are good, that Mac Miller is heading the GT field and with
He
full
is.
send race.
He is.
And Guillaume Bard has moved forward since I was last here for N-Race Esports. He's in second.
Yep, he's still a bit behind, but in this pit stop worked out a lot better. He fell back to fourth place. He's in second place now. So, but as you know, they're both on different strategies, a few laps apart. So it should be. Sam seems to think he's doing a little fuel saving, which he might be, and we'll have to see how it works out toward the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm going to show now on the screen the last pit lap for all the cars, and we can see that Full Send pitted on lap 104 and N-Race Esports on lap 112. So there's 8 laps difference between both cars. I'm almost sure the N-Race Esports is going to have one pit stop less on all the others on track.
Yeah, that's a considerable difference, really.
Definitely, when you consider the length of the track and the number of laps that they're doing.
Exactly, yep.
As far as my understanding is, from what I see on the screen, we've got a number of teams that are no longer racing. The Abruzzi Esports GT4 team, the Abruzzi HPD AM team, Oriental Racing, that's from the GT field, I think.
No, Oriental's from P2.
Yeah, it's a P2.
P2 and those are all P2 cars.
Yeah, the Abruzzi GT4 is a wrong entry, so it's not a racing car.
Oh, okay. Excellent. And then GT's Overdrive Performance GT1 and Overdrive Performance GT2 have been in and are not featuring currently. And MSM GTE Car 1 also missing from the field. There's no names against those. Oh yes, there's Stefan Nyok and Jared Ziegler. They're driving that car, or registered for it at the very least.
And I believe we're also missing IS Sim Racing Schweiz.
Yeah,
L1,
that was the
P1
car.
Oh,
yeah.
Did you read that one already? I'm sorry.
No, I hadn't got around to that one yet. So you
I'm
were
sorry.
well ahead of me. No, it's okay. That was Simon Amosa and Neil Ernie registered against that car, and they don't appear to be in it either. So a few retirees, but given that they've now been going for 5 hours and are at halfway point, it's a pretty good result.
It certainly is. Matter of fact, Clyde and I were mentioning that kind of half an hour before you came back. We were surprised that we don't have more fatalities so far. Driving standards have been pretty decent today, though. I mean, we've had our little differences here and there, but as far as major incidents, a couple, but nothing. I mean, all the cars are pretty clean. Not too much damage, and a lot of still strong running machines out there. So that's a good sign, really good sign.
Yeah, just looking through the screen comments for the penalties, and there doesn't seem to be that many dished out this time.
Yeah, we had only 2 penalties. No. So everything else was racing incident or warning. So yeah, that's far better than the race at Suzuka. We had broadcasted also on our channel.
I'll tell you,
That
Paulo.
one was a
Sorry,
wreck
Pete.
fest. No, go.
Paulo Munez, the leader of P1, is on a mission. He's got a 51-second lead over second place. He is really hammering that puppy dog.
Yeah, great job. We're in car with him at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
He's tucked underneath the boot lid of a BMW. Can't quite tell which one it is from this tiny little letterbox that you get to look through in this car.
Yeah, it was the L1 Sports.
Ah, right, okay, cool. And then we're around Bruxelles. We've got this nice left-hand corner into the run-up to Double Gauche. Next short work of the GT cars.
He is using the whole track. I'll tell you, right out on the edge, picking up a little dust, picking up a little side. Boy.
Intense, isn't it, when you're travelling at these speeds? An enormous amount of rubber's been laid down at this point.
Yeah, we were commenting when you were gone. We found the cars that are white in the front look like they've been peppered with bugs. You know, it's just a whole bunch of black spots all over the front of them right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the marbles at the side of the road.
It's amazing. We were talking about, you know, Clyde was talking about the graphics and the little things that iRacing has done, and just incredible, you know, to see all those, like you said, the marbles on the side, and after a while the cars being a little scarred on the front from being out there for 4 or 5 hours. I think that's incredible when you think about it, the amount of work it takes to have to do that.
Well, the levels of realism are impressive, aren't they?
They certainly are. They certainly are. Matter of fact,
Well,
Clyde and I were, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go on.
We were chatting before about going up, you know, and on board going up Eau Rouge, even when you're in a simulated car, it's almost a fearful kind of feeling. You know, you feel that tension, or whatever you would say, that tightening of your sphincter muscle going up there. It's just no, really, even you know, in a simulated situation, it shows you how real it feels and looks. Incredible.
Absolutely. On screen at the minute is Dennis Pickbrenner with German sim racing friends in the GT BMW, just making a pass there. I'm guessing that is that a back marker or is that for position?
It's for position. It's for the first place in the category. So the German sim racing friend
taking the lead of the AM.
Yeah, correct.
Cool.
And him. Wow.
Yeah, good effort. And in P2 at the moment, David Roy for Mass Devils Esports is getting a whole lot of attention from Julian Ogen in German Sim Racing Green. Ooh, that was almost a block if I'm not incorrect there. Does a block pass on the corner and pushes the Mass Devils Esports car wide. Takes the position away and is off down the road. He'll be the first one to approach this Porsche, which is just in front. Trying to see the number on that Porsche, can't for some reason.
It's the AOS sim racing.
All right, okay, thanks. Yeah, he pulled off the racing line and made it very obvious where he was going. Didn't want any part of that. He's not doing the same here though. Oh yes he is. He's pulled off the racing line there and let the Mass Devils Esports car pass on the outside.
It was the white car. We talked about all the rubbers on the bumpers and on the side of the cars. You can see all the black mark.
Yeah, like Bill was saying a minute ago, they look like they've been down a mine at the front, don't they?
Yeah, really. That was a perfect description, Pete. Really.
So, Paulo Munoz still holds the fastest lap of the race at 156.436, which is just impressive either way. Everybody's a bit lower than that now at this point. Oh, a lock up from car 472. Trying to find car 472. That's Nacho LDR. And he's actually, yeah, he's boxed. So those tyres, no good. Need some fresh rubber, eh, Bill?
For sure. Yeah, we were commenting the interesting paint scheme on that car from almost like a what would you call it, a gradual from blue to kind of magenta, not burgundy or burgundy or whatever you want to call that color in the back. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, some good paint jobs knocking about.
Another thing that, whoa, he just spun it in pit road too, but he's back going again.
Right then, and cameras are back on Julian Urgin, German SimRacing Green P2 car. Still being chased at a bit more of a distance now by the Mass Devils Esports vehicle.
Yeah, they're not too far behind.
No. And Nikolai Essig, Team Motorsport Dreams. It's not a bad paint job on that Porsche, to be fair. Bit far down the table at the moment. For his team's liking, I would think. He is an AM car. He's being pursued on track by Johan Newses in WS Racing Esports car. That's car 479. And he is closing in on the back of this Porsche now quite quickly. There's looks like a P1 car in pit lane now.
Yeah, correct. The TQ engineering car is in the pit.
Nothing escapes me. I am always watching.
Detective.
So again, this should be made interesting, this little battle here. Position 30-31, a battle in the AM class for GT. The P2 car pulls out the slipstream. Oh, and we've moved to Daniel Stemon. Some lights flashing in the background there. And back to Nacho LDR and the Mass Devils Esports AM GT cars. Nice looking Porsche. Goes from like a sky blue to an eye-bleeding red.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one I was talking about. That's pretty interesting.
Right. And we watch Stefan Enriquez in the N-Race Esports Platinum P2 car.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the lead, I think, from Pure Sim Racing, because the Pure Sim Racing car is in the pits.
Oh, he's yep.
Lots of pit lane activity at the moment. There's a few cars in there. I'll have to get back up to speed with who's in there for damage and who's in there for routines.
Up, they're putting Daniel Kraft back into Pure Sims Racing. So Jamie Rushworth's done for a while.
So driver change there. Which team's that for?
That's Pure Sims Racing, P1.
Yep.
P2, who's now leaving the pits.
Found that on my screen now. So that's how far back are they? 30 seconds is that? From Stefan and they've fallen to third on their way out of the pits because they've just had another P2 car, German SimRacing Green, past them, which means that Mass Devils Esports car, yep, is right on there. Well, if they have a boot lid, then they'd be on it.
My screen still shows him in P1, but I know he's not.
Might be till he crosses the line again.
Yeah,
And
then they go
number.
around.
Yeah.
In my antiquated thing here at the moment.
So he should, the Pure Sim Racing car, have all the grip he needs to stay ahead of Masked Devils Esports and pull onto the back of German Sim Racing Green.
Well, Ramada Motorsport P2 is back out on track with Carlos Basto at the wheel after that major repair. They're about 10 laps behind their class, so they got a little work to do. We still got a lot of time, though.
Yeah, we're only just past halfway.
Exactly. While you were gone, Pete, he had a massive crash. I mean, there wasn't a body panel left on it. Boy, it wasn't really. He had a hard lick. I missed it. Sam and Clyde saw it. I didn't see it, but when I saw it sitting in the pits without any body work on it, I knew it was a problem.
So we've got Guillaume Jabard leading the Pro GT with Mac Miller in second place, and Pascal Berner in third, Luis Quintella in fourth, and Philippe Chiramello in fifth. And in the AM class, we have Rami David, I'll try and say that as close as I can, Ruben Raloui, Neil Leppen, and Thomas Larson. In your top five, fifth place one, is Nikolai Essig. This little mini battle hasn't transpired to work the way I thought it would. So that Pure Sim car isn't dropping the Masked Devils car. Maybe that's the new tyre model and the lack of grip on your first lap out kicking in. And he's not pulling in the German Sim Racing Green car.
Yeah, he seems to, I don't know, it's almost like he's feeling out the car, you know, I don't know. I noticed that on the last pit stop, too. It took him a while. But then, you know, a couple circumstances, especially when Ramada Motorsport packed it in, he gained a lot of time, because I think that Ramada was in second at the time when they crashed, and gave him a good head start, but, I mean, a good pace between him and the next guy, so I don't know. You might be right. Probably tires.
Yeah, you do have to wait a little while, don't you, for the tyres to get up to...
Yeah, you have to wait very long in the HPDs. It's at Spa it's almost 2 full laps.
Really?
To get it work, probably, yeah. They are really bad because it's a car with a lot of downforce, and when you're used to have these downforce, and when you go out of the pit with fresh tires, it's like the V8. You have absolutely no grip. So yeah, I assume all the drivers are running the low downforce setups, and with this kind of setup you have basically no grip. So yeah, with cold tires that might be some difficulties for the drivers in the first 2 laps at least, and then we should see the aircraft maybe pull away from the other guy because he was doing a great job at the start of the race.
Okay, German Sim Racing Green has pulled into the pits just recently, so he's dropped out of second place.
They made that easy for Pure Sim and for...
Oh yeah, that was a gift. And he's right alongside. Who's he long?
That's Masked and Pure Sim.
Oh, okay. So Pure Sims Racing may be in first place, depending on how soon he's got a way to go over to the front stretch.
I think he's in effective first place, because I think there might be a car in front of them somewhere. Yeah, N-Race Esports Platinum.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. He just went through Paul Frere, and he's heading for Blanchimont. Yep.
I suspect there's a pit stop required for N-Race Esports, unless they're going to string out an extra fuel save option.
He looks like he's got the hammer down, trying to make the best time he can, so maybe he's going into the pits now.
I think also the Masked Devil Esports car is due a pit stop as well.
N-Ray stayed out.
Okay, that's good to know. They should be reacting really, because the Pure Sim Racing car behind them is gaining on.
Yep. Okay, German Sim Racing Green is entering the out of pit. Whoop.
Masked Devils have just locked their tyres going into the chicane. Now they've dropped right off the back of the Pure Sim Racing P2 car.
Yeah, I think having them in sight made them excited, you know?
It does it to everybody, doesn't it? I'm exactly.
Yeah, it does, yep, it sure does.
Magenta German sim racing car that we're currently got showing on the screen at the minute. They're closing in on the back of, just a minute, let me find them. World of Sim Racing Team Junior car of Ruben Ralui. That thing's had that bent front fender that makes the pink on the front of it look a bit wobbly right since lap 1.
Huh.
Which is a strange phenomenon. So Benjamin Seiss is driving the magenta car for German sim racing. This will mean that he will overtake the number 1 AM GT car if he manages to do this job. But he was rather untidy going up through Radion there. The tractor beam out now and he's reeling him in, but it's not going to be enough to get there at the end of Kemmel Straight. See how smooth he is through. He's pulled right onto the back of that car now. Being on the back of a car in GT class doesn't guarantee you anything.
No, certainly doesn't.
Different lines into Brussels. Much more shallow from the AM car.
Through that corner pretty well, actually.
Yeah, very, very professional. This is Double Gauche coming up. Hate this turn. I'm usually off in the barrier on the right there.
That's a tough corner. That is.
Yeah.
Downhill, bad camber.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the camber that gets me every time. Stay tight on this one. The pro car that we're riding in at the minute did that a little bit more professionally than the AM car in the front. And then get on the gas and stay on it if you can around here. Should be in a good position as long as he's patient and doesn't try anything through Blanchimont, which he's not doing. He's off the gas. He'll be in a good place for the chicane in theory. Blanchimont here. He's a bit far back now. He should have stayed a bit closer there.
Yeah.
And then into the chicane. And in these big BMWs, that's a difficult turn, set of turns, the chicane.
Must feel like leading an elephant through a glass shop or a jewelry store, you know, without hitting anything.
Yeah. So the magenta German sim racing car pulls out now and does an excellent job of passing at the end of Kemmel Straight.
Sweet pass. That was really nice.
Yeah. He must be losing some aero with the dent on the front. I think this was the car that knocked all over the place right at the start. About 3 cars hit it.
Yeah, the front of his car, the lower lip looks like it's raised up in the air a little bit.
It is, yeah. he got spun at the end of Camel Straight. I think it was on either lap 1 or 2. It was right at the very beginning. There's German sim racing friends, BMW. They're in close proximity with Adrian Tommy in the IES Sim Racing Schweiz car, which is a bit further in front, but not much. Nearly half a second, sorry, slightly more than half a second. The car behind must be a lapper.
Yeah, I can't get a handle on who that is.
Yeah, it's the 3T team.
Oh, R3T team? Yep, okay.
Daniel
Now
is
they're
still on.
laps down.
Yeah, they're down in 29th, yeah.
Lacking pace at the moment, though.
Yeah, he seems to be running along pretty good.
A lot of wheel spin from that lead Porsche there, or the Porsche in front. He's also got damage to his rear wing. I don't know whether his team have spotted that. Needs a bit of attention the next time he boxes the car. That Porsche.
Yeah, he got that damage since the start of the race almost, so I don't think iRacing will fix it.
Oh, I see, right. So iRacing's not doing the damage fix graphically. Okay, so everybody's offline. GT is defending from one another, letting that P2 car go through.
And Race Esports Platinum and P2 still has a sizable lead over Pure Sims Racing, who's in second place. Mass Devil Esports continues in third.
We're currently watching Stefan Enriquez in N-Race Esports Platinum car. Circulating, ooh, a bit offline and onto the marbles there. It's not the line you want, Stefan.
And RS Esports P1 is pulled off, and I don't know. Oh, he's in the pits. He pulled off and escaped. He's sitting in the pits right now. This is the leader of the race.
Really?
Yeah, he pulled
yeah.
off at Gauche, or whatever the name of that corner, double Gauche, and
Yeah, double gauche, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds weird, because...
Sorry, Sam.
Really?
What was that?
Yeah, I don't know, he just drove straight
He just
down
went straight off.
yeah.
He just went straight off there and stopped, and then he escaped. What the heck happened? Didn't look like anything happened to the car.
No, well, if anything had happened to IES Sim Racing Schweiz white car previously that hadn't been corrected by the iRacing simulator, he's certainly got lots and lots of bent panels now because he shot straight off the track and reversed into the barriers at the side. He's carried on. He's not pitted the car.
It looks like they're fixing damage on that car. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's the one behind. That's who's that in the pits there? The Mass Devil? Yeah. Mass Devil Esports is in the pits also. That's a P2 car who was at that time running in third place.
Yeah, if anyone from RSR Esports watching the broadcast could send us some message about what happened to an MP1 car, that would be great, because we have no info at the moment.
Strange.
It would be great to see,
Yeah,
to know what happened to the guys, because they were leading fairly the MP1 field, so...
Absolutely, a commanding lead. Yeah, absolutely. Huh. Well, I don't think it hurts the other P1 drivers' feelings any, but that's a shame. So that puts.
Ooh, that was massive. It's dual. Looks like some hardware failure from Ilian in the R3G Pro. I don't know if you got that, Pete, on your screen.
Minute, I've just got Scenic on at the minute.
And it should be on now. Just didn't brake at all at the bus stop and went straight into the wall. Yeah, hopefully it's not real life racing, because I'm sure the driver will not get out of the car with an incident like that.
Okay, the Mass Devil Esports P2 car is back on track. I'm showing currently 4th in class, but that may change.
Right, I'm back live again now. So,
Yeah, I forgot to press the button, the live button. Sorry.
no, I was hanging away on it for ages.
So the Esia Sport is back on track and still first. That's
But not by much, because there isn't second place, like 2 cars behind him.
yeah. It shows 15 seconds, but yeah, the gap is dropping a lot.
Visibly, that it's less than that.
Yeah, the second car
is
is
it
now
this car?
in the camera straight.
Right.
Paulo Munez is still driving as well, still at the controls of RSR Esport. God, spit it out.
It must have been a technical failure.
Could be. Yeah, very well could be. Yep.
Yeah,
taken safety
maybe he
rather
forgot to
than
pit and had no fuel to go to the end of the lap and just stole the car. Maybe.
Yeah, it could be that as well.
Yeah, there could be that too. Because I don't see, I don't see any writing in the bottom of the screen that he disconnected, the driver and the reboot. But I don't know, strange.
Yeah, that can be
sounds like
one or the other.
Could be a fuel issue.
I'm guessing the P1 car immediately behind him, I can't quite see it from here, is Patrick Pelchat in the TQ Engineering car. Yep, I guessed right. So that car's a lap down. It's the P2 car that is further behind, which is Marco DRS Wave Italy car. That is a very difficult name for me to say, and I'm not going to attempt it. He's scything his way through, and he must think it's a gift from the gods to have that RSR Esports car so close to him now.
Arcadia Kono.
Well, you did a better job than me.
Well, that might be wrong too. My apologies, Marco.
What that does, though, is it puts technically 4 cars on the lead lap now for the P1 field.
Yeah. Well, the considerable lead that he had is down to like 14 seconds, which is a big difference.
Yeah, and dropping as well, as Marco gets his wriggle on, and that DRS Wave Italy car continues to overtake others. His next victim on the lapping schedule is the magenta car from German Sim Racing, GT.
Yeah, the Esia Sports P1 got very lucky. That was that incident happened in the pit window. Either if it's running out of fuel or a technical issue, we're gonna tell that's a technical issue and they had to reset to the pits. But yeah, they were pretty lucky that happened in the pit window when all the other cars went to the pits. And they kept the first place in category, even with the tow.
Yeah, that's very lucky actually. Miraculous, to be honest.
It's amazing that he came back still leading with the It shows you the commanding lead he must have had, after all that. Wow, and still in first place.
Yeah, huge. So let's. Oh, and he's just gone straight on at the chicane.
He missed the corner. Slow down.
It will. Doesn't take you long to shed your slowdown in a P1 car though. Just take your foot off the gas for about 1 second and it disappears.
Yeah. Exactly.
Or just don't boost for 100
Yeah.
meters and you're done.
Right then, so we haven't seen the leaders of the P2 for a while because there's big gaps in between them. So, oh, Mass Devil's esports car, are you out of fuel? You're parked at the side of the road. Ibon Gonzalo Fernandez on a replay and sets off again. Okay, I've seen some bizarre stuff, but that's pretty bizarre. And that was on Camel Straight, I think. Yes.
Yeah, that's probably technical stuff again. It's a long race, and our sim racing stuff have also failures like they have in real life in their car. So
Yeah.
that's also part of the game. Real car have electrical technical issues, and we have also our own technical issues with our screens, our wheels, and all computers and all the things. And yeah.
It appears. Oh, sorry.
No, go for it. Go for it.
It appears that Pure Sim Racing in P2 has moved back into first because N Racing Esports Platinum is in the pits, and Pure Sim passed by while he's sitting there. So I assume he's in first place now.
Yeah, he's in first, and both N Racing Esports just pitted. I'm on Mac Miller now to see if he can pass Guillaume Jobard for the first place in GT Pro after the N Race pit stop, and see how it goes for them.
Yeah, is that full send racing?
Yeah, that's Force and Racing. I'm on Force and Racing now.
That Porsche is approaching the chicane now on screen. So he's got to get this done, and he may end up with the lead of that particular GT race. And we're watching Guillaume's car in pit lane, not moving.
He's going by.
And he has. He's shot past now. The order might not update till afterwards because that's after the start finish straight by about a foot.
Yeah,
Yep, for
we
sure.
have the Force and Racing that we cross the screen now. There we are. They just passed through, and I'm still in the pits. So yeah, Force and took over the lead, and third place is all the way back to Blanchard now. So.
Yeah.
Third place.
Long way.
SK Motorsport. Yeah.
Oh, we got BMW round on a replay here at the chicane. Oh, that looked like a weird rejoin, but never mind. So he's gonna lock up his tyres here, is he? Oh no, he got clouted. Absolutely T-boned by that Porsche. That Porsche was one that we were following before. He's not going to be happy in that BMW. Not that Porsche, this one. So that was Daniel Stimon. In R3
big brake
race
lockup.
name.
Yeah, big brake lockup.
Sorry, what was that?
A big brake lockup from the NT3.
Yeah, he's carried far too much speed in there. Hasn't slowed to give the position back, but he's going to have to in a second because he's approaching at speed now. Oh no, that won't be him, will it? That'll be a different car.
Yeah, that's a different car.
Yeah,
the other
one. See the other one in the background.
Even further.
Oh right, okay. He lost a lot of time then, didn't he? With that spin.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, that's the one I could see in the background. Be interesting to see how much damage he's now got, because it did lift the car up in the air and dump it back down again. The front of it's all bent up. Front right fender is bent back. Other than that, it looks cosmetic. Car with Philip Madsen in Lithium Motorsports. Currently holding 29th position. mid-pack. He's got about 2.5 seconds in front of him and 11 behind him to competitors. All gaggle of cars approaching chicane now. And we've got Adrian Tommy peeling off to the pits. Pascal Berner in the Denusim Racing Rainbow Ferrari. Getting well out of the way of that Racing Gold P1 car. And a P2 car behind him. Paulo Munoz starts another lap in the RSR Esports LMP1 car.
Looks like we got SK Motorsport Gold, which is a GT AM car, re-entering. He's 48 laps down. Must have been involved in a collision, I assume. But he's back on track.
Yeah,
crabbing
they've
down
been
the road.
working on the car loads of times. But yeah, they're still running. That's all endurance minding is. It's the endurance mindset. People want to finish the race, even if the car is not the best on the track. So that's cool. They're stick with us, still racing.
Yep.
Hope they will get to the finish line and grab some points, because yeah, they have loads of points to gain if they can finish the race, even with a destroyed car. So that's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nelson.
I mean, you'd want to put that car in a wheelchair, wouldn't you? It looks, yeah, disabled is an understatement. It's crabbing round. Ooh, it looks like a pig to. Oh, he's getting out of the way of that P1 car.
Yeah.
I was going to say it looks like a pig to handle, but I think it probably is anyway.
And that's Nelson Ignacio at the wheel of the SK Motorsport
yeah.
Gold. Yep.
So, where are we at the top of the GT fields? So we've got Guillaume Jabard, or Mac Miller. My screen's just updated again. So Mac Miller in the Full Send Racing car leads the GT Pro field with Guillaume Jabard in second. I've not got a gap for that one just yet. In the N-Race Esports car. Third is Louis Quintella in the SK Motorsport car. We're watching Mac Miller on screen at the minute with Pure Sim Racing P2 car making a bit of a meal of overtaking him, but never mind. In fourth in GT Pro is Philippe Chiaramello, although he, on my screen he's just overtaken Louis Quintella. Top of the AM class is Ruben Raloui in the World of Sim Racing Team Junior, Niels Leppers in the German Sim Racing Friends, Rami David in the Apex Aviation Racing, and Thomas Larson in TT Motorsports, who has been involved in lots and lots of good racing so far today.
Mass Devil Esports has just passed N Racing Esports Platinum. Guess he's trying to make up one of his laps to catch back up.
Yeah, very likely.
Because actually, German Sim Racing Green is in fourth place in class of P2.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm watching the Mac Miller from the Full Send Racing, and I have the sectors up for the people looking at the broadcast, and Guillaume Jobard went faster than Mac every single sectors on the last lap. Again, yeah, he went slower, so no, faster. Yeah, I did it correctly. Looking the last time, it was 2:17.56 for Mac Miller and 2:15.78 for Guillaume Jobard. So it's almost 2 seconds faster for Guillaume on the last lap. So
Yeah,
that's
so
pretty
he's
good
reeling,
point.
Yeah, he's reeling in Mac Miller then.
You know, I wonder too, Sam. Maybe the folks at Full Send Racing have realized that, you know, that N-Race Esports is, you know, got 18 or 19 laps ahead in pit stops. Maybe with the, you know, relative screen, maybe they're just backing off trying to save some fuel a little bit. Could be.
Yeah, I think it's too late for them to save fuel halfway to the race. You have to stick with your strategy now and just go full throttle and try to make the more ground you can on the car behind. That's saving fuel since the beginning of the race.
You're probably correct.
Yeah, Guillaume is again 3.5 tenths faster in sector 1, 5.5 tenths faster in sector 2, almost the same sector 3.
We better be careful.
Yeah.
He's going a little wide. Gonna get a slowdown if he's not careful.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go to catch him though, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, yeah, he's quite a ways behind.
Yeah. Because Mac's going to be at about La Source now, and we're on board with Guillaume at the chicane. A little bit sideways going through there, but that's just the style of driving these GT cars after. Incredibly, this is lap 146 he's about to step into now.
That is incredible.
It's about how many crashes I've had around here.
And the P1s are on 165, so it's quite a difference.
Certainly is. Where's Martin Kreshrik? Can we find his name anywhere out there?
No, he just got a
Yeah, the black
got a
flag.
penalty. Yeah, I guess he's got a penalty.
Just trying to figure out which car he was driving.
I'm not sure.
No, we'll catch up with that one later.
Yeah, that's the car 401 that we saw previously in the Lithium Motorsport at the bus stop, guys.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the car that
Yeah.
blocked the brakes, but yeah, it was.
Yeah, the Porsche.
Yeah, that was called from race control. The racing
Yes.
causing collision. So yeah, there we go. Penalty for car 49.
So as long as I'm reading it right at the very front of this race, Paulo Munoz is now down to a 12-second lead. And
Yep,
as soon as he
correct.
came out of the pits with a 16-second lead, that means that on basic maths, Marco from DRS Wave Italy is closing.
Or at
Although
least
he
was
has
closing,
just entered
but
the
yeah,
pits.
he's in the pits now. Yeah, that's maybe why he was faster, because he got less fuel.
No fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whilst my observations were right, everybody, my intelligence was not.
But your timing was excellent, Pete.
Yeah. So this will give Paulo Munoz the monumental lead he had originally, right?
It should help, yep, for sure.
He'll have lost out on some, but he's not lost out on it all now, because he's only about 8 laps into this stint if he got fuel when he was in pit lane, which he will have done.
Well, Mac Miller, his times to follow up with that is back up to 2:16.7, whereas Yom is in the N-Race Esports is 2:15.9. So that's a little bit closer. Maybe he saw that. Maybe he looked at his relative screen and thought, "Whoops! I better step on the pedal on the right a little harder." I guess.
Yeah. A lot of activity heading into last source.
Yeah, it was a replay from an incident between TQ Engineering and the Lithium Motorsports. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we got Patrick Pelchard on the screen at the moment. Let's just see what he's fourth in class at the moment, and turning laps very competitive with the car in front. Back in the P2s we have Zeb Tjornissen with the Brutzi Esports HPD team. Defending against German Sim Racing Green with Adam Volkovitz.
That Abruzzi HPD is a nice looking car.
And I can tell you guys that there's a review from the incident we saw just before between the TQ Engineering and the Lithium Esports. So
That'll be interesting to see what they do with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's yeah, that's gonna be no surprise. I think for everything that's not the league and how we are running it. So
Yep. So we have Daniel Kraft still leading the P2 field, quite a distance ahead of Daniel Narbonne in N-Race Esports Platinum. Zeb, who we have in the light blue car on the screen at the moment, defending from the German Sim Racing green car of Adam Volkovitz, and quite a distance behind, I think, is Pascal Umhofer. Or Hofer, I think he's pronounced that, in the race glitter car, which we've not mentioned too many times this race, but he was in a lot of action last time out at Suzuka. Patrick Pelchard in the TQ Engineering car is now in pit lane. I wonder if that's associated with the incident we saw before.
yeah, it's currently under statement by race control. So I don't know if they've already thrown a penalty or not.
Okay, we'll wait and see. So, oops, sorry, go on, Bill.
No, that's okay. Abruzzi's Zek Termissen has put a little distance between himself and German Sim Racing Green at the moment.
Yeah, he was a bit more efficient getting past the BMW that's just in the background of the shot that we're looking at the minute.
Missed that. I went to another screen. Okay. Yep.
No, alright. And now the Adam Volkovitz has all that work to do again to pull back onto the rear of that Abruzzi car.
Yep.
Yeah, confirmation that's the second hold of 30 seconds. That will be your maybe will be thrown to the TQ Engineering car. I think this one was a pit stop, but yeah, the penalty should come shortly.
Okay, cool. Okay, this looks to be the closest battle for position on track at the moment, which is why we're staying with it. The only other thing that's of interest at the minute is Thomas Larson in GTAM. Is it, or is it Remy? No, I'm right. Yep. He's closing in on Remy David in the Apex Aviation racing car.
Yeah, again the same guys fighting on track. it has been the first position in the GT has been all the same 4 cars, except a bit of Lithium Motorsports earlier on, but they've been turned around and so on, and they lost a bit of ground, but yeah.
Yeah, Philip Marsden now a fair way back down the track after getting into a number of incidents. But what that does mean at the minute is that Ruben Ralui still leads the AM GTs with World Sim Racing Team Junior car. Then Neil Lepers in the German Sim Racing Friends car. And what we're watching here, which is Remy David in the Apex Aviation Racing car. A bit of in-car from Thomas Larson in the TT Motorsports car as he tries to get inroads on Remy David's lead over him. They have been closer. They've been quite close on track virtually all race.
We have a car off track. Excuse me. It's looked like the rainbow car down by I don't know, just past Double Garouche or whatever that's called.
Gosh, going through the S's.
Yep, down in that area somewhere.
Find that car on my screen. I can't.
It was kind of spun around off the outside of the track, I guess it is. Inside the corner, actually.
Yeah, he clipped the grass on the inside
Yep.
of pool, and yeah, just no damage, no harms. Just go off tracks and yeah, can rejoin easily.
Yeah, when you're doing the replays, I'm not getting the replays on my screen at the minute, Sam. For whatever reason.
He's off again. He's off again. This time that's hard into the wall. No boots on the car.
Oh boy.
That's pretty bad. In Blanchimont, yeah. He lost it. Lost the rear. Hard it into the wall. Oh. That must be long time repairs for this car. Yeah.
When it goes bad, it goes bad. Wow, too bad.
Certainly is for that car.
Well, we still have. We're coming up on 6 hours.
Yeah.
About
Straight into
10
the
minutes
pits.
before.
Yeah, sorry, Bill. Yep, closing in on 6 hours worth of racing, and still some close battles around the place on track. So we're currently with Remy.
Still incredible amount of cars left after almost 6 hours. Really great performance so far.
We have close battles on track like the one we are on screen now, but we also have the distance battle, I would say, between the both SimRacing Sports and the leader of each category they're racing in, the GT Pro and the P2. They are saving loads and loads of fuel, and they are doing longer stints since the start of the race, and that's gonna play into the game at the end. I already said that a lot today, but yeah, those things that we have at the end of the race, that's gonna be interesting.
It will. I agree with you, Sam. It's a considerable difference of strategy, and you know, they've swapped the lead back and forth between pit stops, and it appears that the N Race Esports has a little bit of an advantage, but I don't know. Full Send Racing has really clicked them off all day long, so we'll have to see what happens. It will be interesting for sure.
Yeah, so we're still glued to this Apex Aviation Racing Ferrari, being pursued by Thomas Larson in the TT Motorsport BMW. And as Sam said, we've got a lot of different strategies going on at the moment with a race of this length. all these fuel saving and the amount of pit stops and how much time you spend on newer tyres and how much fuel you carry in the middle of your race all transpires to make for an interesting end of the race. And combine that with all the damage that people have incurred as they go through, it's going to be an interesting second half to this race, definitely.
It sure will.
So we're currently watching the WS Racing Esports yellow BMW of Justin Holtz. He's ended up with Daniel Stimon in the R3T Racing AM team right behind him. Or has he just passed him? He's just passed him, hasn't he? And he's making off down the road now.
Yeah, they've been fighting a bit each other. Yeah, Justin Holt passed Daniel, and then Daniel passed back Justin, and Justin passed by Daniel. So there's been back and forth, and now then Justin is pulling away from Daniel.
Quite a rate of knots actually. He's put about 10 car lengths in between them. There's a P2 car making their way through there. That's the Mass Devils Esports car that's just nipped through. And we've got a potential past here. German Sim Racing Green has eventually caught that Abruzzi car and passed him on the outside.
Yes, he did. Whoa!
Long on that one, so at him. That seems to be a good overtake by Adam Volkovic.
Yeah, a bit brave on the brake, but still works. Yeah,
Uh,
Zeb did a great job by yeah, slowing down the cars to avoid the yeah, we have the SK Motorsport. I think it's the pro car in the wall.
Yeah,
Yep.
just noticed that.
I don't think there's much
Luis
damage to it.
Quintela,
I think it's
yeah.
more of a. I think it was a slow motion one personally. It's going to be the next
Let's
turn that he
see.
loses this
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, it was the rear.
He's doing a bit of drifting.
It's
that was
still
more
massive.
open.
Yeah, massive hit on the rear. Yeah. Oh, the rear is good for the car because yeah, if the wheel touches the wall at this speed, you can totally break the rear.
Yeah, it'll break the axle and the wheel will now simulated come off. But yeah, I think that overtake before was very brave, very confident from German Sim Racing Green. I'm sure his simulated pit crew are waving their fists at him, putting stress on the tyres in that way, but never mind.
The
He got
leader
the
in
job done.
P2 is, excuse me, Pete. The leader in P2 is just pitted Pure Sim Racing.
Had a bit of a lead though, didn't he?
Oh yeah, almost 3/4 of the lap. So unless something drastic happens, he should come out in the lead, I would think. But this pit road is long. Holy mackerel!
Yeah, it lasts forever, and you do a good portion of the track before you get back onto the actual
Yeah,
track.
you do.
Yeah, it's almost 2 minutes the pit lane time
Wow.
for the P2. The GTs it's 10 minutes, 2 minutes 10 seconds. So yeah, that's pretty long. It's almost a lap, even more than a lap, in fact.
Yeah, I was going to say some of them are in the P2s do 2:15s. Sorry, 2:05s.
Yeah, you're correct.
It doesn't look like they're doing tires. I haven't seen it go up in the air. They're doing a driver swap, could be. Kind of soon for that though. I thought Daniel Kraft just got in the last stint. Easy for me to say. I'm sitting on my butt here, not driving. He was driving.
So Thomas Larson in the TT Motorsports BMW GT car. This is AM, of course. Has now caught up with. Where am I? Scroll down, Pete. Rami David in the Apex Aviation Racing Ferrari. It's been going on for a long time, this little battle.
Oh, really close. Pure Sim came out right alongside of N-Race Esports. N-Race Esports passed him on the Camel Straight. He's a little bit ahead of him.
Yeah, and pulling away at
David
the moment.
Narbonne. David Narbonne at the wheel. We still have Daniel Kraft driving the Pure Sim.
He's been driving that car for hours.
Yeah, well,
Daniel,
we've had a couple different ones. We've had Jamie Rushworth and we've had Pete Harrod so far.
Right, that must have been while I was
Yep.
doing DIY.
Boy, Pure Sims Racing had such a lead. I never thought that N Racing Esports would catch him on that stop, but he did. Wow.
But it's like Sam was saying, for the P2s, it's almost a full lap sat in the pits.
Yeah, yep, for sure.
I mean, it'll come back again because the other car has to pit.
Sure. Yep.
So it's just an exchange of time.
Yep.
But right now, it's nice and exciting.
Yes,
Got
it
the
is.
Ramada car in the pits. Yep. Oh, and the very nicely painted Danu Sim Racing Rainbow car. No style points for that one. There's not enough spins, Andre. And he's rejoining safely by the look of things. Yep.
Yeah, I think
It's
it's
got
the
more-
car that went straight into the wall and lost all the bonnets and things.
Yeah,
A
it
few minutes
looks
ago, I'm
secondhand.
surprised they are already racing again, because that was massive hit into the wall. I
Yeah.
thought they were out for almost 40 minutes, and they are already back
Well,
in, so that's good for them.
Yeah, that car's several feet shorter than it should be though, on my screens at least.
Yeah, they are pieces missing up almost everywhere in the front, but they're running.
Yeah, and that's the main thing. So stick with it, guys. You'll get points somewhere along the line.
Yeah, the SK Motorsport Golden GT almost had a side-to-side with one of the P1s coming out of La Source, and I guess he's enjoying doing a little landscaping today. I don't know. He's been there. Was that the gentleman that was against the wall over there? And
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
yeah, okay. He
Back
just
at
hasn't
the-
got his.
Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead, Pete.
Just saying, back at the sharp end of the P2s, Daniel Crafters caught up with David Narbonne in his N Racing Esports Platinum HPD. His tyres must be coming to him now.
Okay, so information for the Dance Sim Racing Rainbow. They have no flag and only 5.45 seconds of optional repairs. So only 5 minutes 45 seconds repairs. So yeah,
Really?
for our
Wow.
very hard hit into the wall at high speed. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised, to be honest. But yeah, good for them. Still on track. Go ahead, guys.
Well,
Keep going.
I suppose if you pay that much for a Ferrari, you want it to last for at least one crash, don't you?
Come on.
Yeah, I don't think that's all things works. But yeah, for the price you should have it. Yeah, even more than one, to be honest. At least 10 or
This
20.
could be dicey going up. Whoa. Whoa.
Wow. Oh,
Yeah,
and he's going to get a
that's-
slowdown at
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah.
Radion. Shouldn't have tried that. I don't think he should have been more patient there.
Yeah, that
Daniel.
will cost him much more than everything
Looks
behind
like
the
they both gotta
GT.
slow
Yeah.
down.
Oh,
Whoa.
but the move from the GT
Whoa,
was
he's not happy.
yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't like that, did he? Nope.
Yeah, he didn't. The move is not mandatory. That's not correct move. Yeah.
Keep getting mad. You're gonna get you're gonna go in the wall all by yourself.
Yep, but
Just like I do.
was-
Take it from me, pal.
It was an unnecessary attempt at an overtake.
Yeah,
There's plenty
yeah.
of time in this race, and on the outside at La Source, or to take the inside for the second portion of it up to
Not
Radion. That's
Not good.
really.
No, wasn't good at all.
So I sympathise with the BMW driver.
Yep. It could have ended badly. They were lucky.
Yep. And instead of one car out, you end up with 2 cars out.
Exactly.
So Daniel Kraft's got some work to do now. After getting that monumental slowdown, that one at the top of the hill there is a huge one as well.
Yes.
Oh,
Whoa!
and he's sideways. Oh,
He locked the wheels.
Yep, lack of
Yeah.
adhesion coming around there.
He was trying not to go off
He
and
burns
launch him on.
the
That should be another
tires, but
slowdown.
avoid the wall.
Yeah.
That's got to be another slowdown there. I don't know. Maybe not.
No, I don't think so on that one. That was wide
No?
at Blanchimont on it, so.
Yeah, this one is the first incident.
The good thing this tire model doesn't flat spot. He'd be thumping right now. I'll tell you.
Yeah, the replay. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I don't have the other one. That's weird.
Say that again?
I don't have the escape into Blanchimont. Where we have the martyr of track also.
Yeah, Adrian Tommy in the IAS SimRacing Schweiz White. Porsche. Getting a bit sideways. And into the pits, and a driver swap. So Fabio Lamatier will take over that car. Again, apologies for any names we get wrong. Please don't take offence. We're just ignorant.
I have this awful nightmare. Somebody's going to show up at my door and get mad because I mispronounced his name.
Yeah, I don't know if something happened to the full-time racing, but Guillaume is only 5 seconds behind them right now. When
Wow.
they were 50 seconds behind the car a few minutes ago when they left the pits. So yeah, that's
That's as it is then.
time game. Yeah, they're gaining 1.5, 2 seconds each lap. So yeah, maybe.
He's in the same picture right now. You are correct, Sam.
Yeah,
Yep,
Guillaume is
absolutely.
doing a great job at riding.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, in front of this car is that Abruzzi P2 car that was in an exchange earlier with German Sim Racing Green, who I think is in the pits.
Yep, he's just coming out now, Pete. You are correct.
Right, okay. I wondered why it vanished off my screen.
Yep, he's on the Kemmel Straight right now, right in front of Pure Sim Racing.
Well, that... No, it won't be a race for position because it'll be laps out.
Pure Sims Racing. I'm terribly sorry. Pure Sims Racing. Correct, with Daniel Kraft.
Oh,
Yeah, he's almost
and,
a lap down. No, he is a lap
yeah,
down.
the full send racing car is in pit lane.
Okay.
So that
Probably
puts,
a good time to pit with the other guy approaching quickly. Yep.
Yeah, Guillaume's past him now and is out of last source. I always think the back end of the GT Ford looks like, do you know Angry Birds, the game?
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
pigs on it.
It's the exact thing.
It's been modelled on them. It's quite funny. Just for your education, Bill, that's a game that you can have on your phone or your tablet, where you throw birds at various different objects of scenery to kill some pigs.
Are you
Yeah.
trying to be funny, Pete? I know.
No, I'm really not. That is the concept. It's
I
very
just
addictive.
jump on board with the LMP1 that's behind the Ford GT. When we catch him, we will see the big Angry Bird rare
Yeah.
for the Ford.
Somebody should paint
Yeah.
it like that. Yeah.
I'm amazed that nobody has done, or I've not seen anybody do it, because it looks just so similar. But yep, Marco in the DRS Wave Italy LMP1 car is right on him now. There's your Angry Bird pig. Ooh, what's that? Oh,
Wow.
I'm glad we were on board at that point, actually, because that was exciting.
That was close. That was close. Almost a collision there. That was really close.
Yeah. And you can, well, it's got to be the P1 car that's at fault there. I mean, going around the outside on the racing line, should have been a bit more patient. It's not like he's in any immediate rush. He's got quite a lot of track in front and behind to the next car.
I can say I've never driven one of those, that Ford, but I have to tell you, I don't think the view out of that's so great either. Out of the back, anyway.
Well, not out of the back. Out of the front's going to be infinitely better than any of these LMP
sure.
cars.
Oh, sure. Yeah. But I'm saying to see that P1 off his quarter there, I doubt it.
Yep, and Gold Racing Team LMP1 car, Ruslan Bayramkulov, crossing the line to start lap 181, I think, or is that 180?
180.
180.
Oh, wait a minute.
Cheers.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Depends where the line is here. Is it? No, it's 180. Okay.
Yeah, cool. So Paolo Munoz in the RSR Esports P1 car, still head and shoulders ahead of everybody else at the moment.
Got a minute 30. Wow.
And Marco in the DRS Wave Italy car in second place, and then the car in your screen at the minute, Ruslan Bayramkulov in the Gold Racing Team.
They're relatively close together.
They are, yeah.
5 seconds, yeah.
The gap is increasing between 2 and 3, though, as far as I'm aware.
Well, maybe one little hiccup and they could be back together in a hurry, though. So,
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, to be how many laps in? 180 laps in, and be 5 seconds apart. Just shows the skill.
It is incredible when you think about it, going all that distance, and it comes down to the end and they're seconds apart. It's amazing.
And race leader Paolo Munoz has entered pit lane with the RSR Esports Audi.
I think he needs a jockey short change after that close call.
Oh, yeah, that was a code brown right there, wasn't it?
Oh, baby, let me tell you. He's been in the car a long time. I wonder if they're going to change drivers. He's been in there a long time.
Certainly is.
Nope, he's
Doesn't
still
look
in
like
there.
it.
Here they come. They're coming out. Wow. He's doing a heck of a job, though.
Oh, we have Christopher Pfeffer in the wall just before Bruxelles.
Yep, bit of an update on the overall incident points that the team got since the start of the race. There's only one team with 60 incidents so far after 6 hours of racing. That's pretty good overall. It's the IRS SimRacing Race 5, the car 359. So they should add a pit lane penalty. The team behind in the incident count is the Race Getter with 49. So yeah, they still have 11 points before having to go through the pit lanes.
Is that a drive-through when they get to that?
Yeah, it's the same pit lane penalty that we have in the V8 Supercar series. Yeah, it's exactly the same. So yeah, team are doing pretty well considering we're at Spa and Earth tracks are pretty harsh at some point. So yeah, between 30 and 60 incidents after 6 hours of racing. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Have we got anybody on 0 incidents at all?
Yeah, me. Not racing.
That's brilliant.
You're funny, bud.
Yeah, I don't think there's any team at 0. Maybe the one that doesn't start. That's it.
Yeah. So David Narbonne at the minute has assumed the lead of the P2s in the N-Race Esports Platinum car. Daniel Kraft in the Pure Sims Racing HPD is in second. 7 seconds. No, I can't tell that gap actually. We've got 2 on track very close together here, which is yeah, that must be Daniel Narbonne. I've confused myself. Somebody bail me out.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
David
I'm trying to figure out
Narbonne,
what
yeah.
car he's in. What's
The
car?
N-Race Esports, the first in Q1 category. But yeah, they have to come back to the pits shortly, I think. Or maybe not. Yeah, the Mazda Sport is in the pits now, so yeah, in a few laps we shall see the N-Race coming to the pits.
Oh, and yeah, a Ferrari getting in the way. I should know who that is. We've been watching most of the race.
Yeah, Apex
Getting a bit off
Aviation
track
Racing.
and trying to. Yeah, aviation. That's the one.
That's Paul Mazier at the wheel at the moment.
Right. I'm going to leave you for a few minutes because my cat has just reminded me that I'm a bad dad and not fed them yet. So I won't be long.
Okay.
I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that car that was out in front of N-Race Esports is TCR, Chris Springer.
Yeah, correct wheel. We just saw Bruno Oliveira from SK Motorsports going way off tracks at the Double Gauche and straight into the wall. Yeah.
Who went off track?
Into the Double Gauche, into the double left-hander, but you never know the name. Yeah, a pretty big hit into the wall. Yeah. Let's see if they have to pit or not. This lap by. And we'll switch to the battle from the Abruzzi Sports and the German SimRacingAcademy, the P2 categories. I think the timing screens show me those pretty close to each other.
Yes, they are. It's a little gaggle of GT and P2 cars together there.
Yeah, there's one lap between two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not even the Abruzzi
be
Sports,
dicey.
it's the pure sim racing, so yeah.
Well, I was glad to see German Sim Racing Green back out a little bit instead of making it tight through Flashemont there. Okay, how far behind is he of? Oh, he's not very far behind N-Race Esports at all. Pure Sim, he seems to be catching him a little bit there.
Yeah, as we just saw, the race guitar followed by NPM Performance. A bit of moment at the bus stop. No arm, no wall lit. So, yeah, clean rejoin, it's cool.
Yep, TCR moved over for N-Race Simsport Esports Platinum.
Yeah, there are 2 laps down, so there's no point thinking.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
And so I have the information about the incident count. That's the less incident for the team still in the race is 22 at the moment. So it's pretty low regarding the track. 22 incidents in 6 hours of racing, that's pretty fair.
Yep. Yeah, that's. I think the really the driving standards have been darn good. You know, you're bound to get a few mishaps in a 10-hour race. I mean, it's going to happen, but generally it's been very good, very exciting. A lot of good driving ability as well. There's some seasoned people out here. Not their first rodeo, that's for sure.
No, some people are racing for a while. We have some teams that are stick with us since the start of season 1. The Gold Racing, LMP1, in LMP2, the TCR Racing is with us since the start. The German SimRacing also in the P2 and the GTs. We have the Lithium Motorsports missed the first rounds of this season, but they are with us almost since the beginning. The FE3 Racing Pro in the GT also. Yeah. The Mustards in Mavericks, and there's another one. I tried to find them. I'm not sure they're racing today, so because I can't see the name. Yeah, but there's some other. The H2 Performance SRT also is with us since the start of the championships, 1.5 year now. So yeah, there's a few teams used to our way of racing, so they behave pretty well, and the others are just yeah, get used with the time.
Well, it sure makes a difference. I would imagine from your very first season to now. The people that have raced together in all those series, you get to know each other a little better as far as your driving style and what to expect, and and all those kind of things, and makes a big difference, knowing when to zig or zag or whatever. So it's good. It really shows too. Looks
yeah,
great
correct. That's the same as we have in the V8 build.
Yep.
When we race people we know from 4, 5, 6 seasons, we know.
That's right.
That's all people works. I know when some fast guy like Tony and Johnny went by. I know where they will go and how they will behave when they are around me. So there's the same feeling in this championship.
Sure.
For this long waiting, and are with us since season 1, and even since the season 0 that we call the prologue, the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Sure. When you run in the league, you always run the same people, so.
Yeah, yep, for sure. Yep, makes it a lot better. Well, let's see what we got going on. Well, look at this. RSR Esports in position 1. Are they in the pits? Nope. DRS Wave Vitaly is only 2.4 seconds behind him at this point.
Yeah, correct. There's not far away. We also have another battle in the GT again. Always the same battling for the third place in the GT AM, the TT Motorsports and the Apex Aviation Racing. They are pretty close. Yeah, Paul Messier now. Paul can move. Dives to the inside. And yeah, that was the move down, clean.
Oh, contact going into just at the end of the Camel Straight. The rainbow car got it again. He didn't, a little bump in the back. Looks like he's re-entering. Yep, he's re-entered and he's off again. He got rear-ended by somebody going into the corner there. I missed who it was.
Yeah, I think it was the Lithium Motorsports there.
Lithium, yep, okay.
Yeah, that's it. I'm on board with the Lithium Motorsport now. Yeah, just, I think, surprised by the speed of the car in front. That was also surprised by the dive from the BMW. Yeah, quite hard here. I think race control will have, again, a bit of work on this one.
Well, remain to be seen. I don't know. It didn't look terrible, but really, it was it should have been avoidable, I think, for sure. But
Yeah, we shall see. People will probably make protest, and we'll see what race control think about that. I will not talk about race control on broadcast.
I noticed that one car here, Team Peter Boge, has a different number, just number 61. He's not a 3 or a 4. Is that a custom number or something he's got there? He's running in 25th. He's right behind SK Motorsport. You see where I'm talking about? He just has a number 61. Everybody else has 3-digit numbers. He's got a 2-digit number.
That's the H2 performance. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, made a mistake when they registered the car. They have to start from the pits.
Yeah. No big deal. I was just curious.
Yeah, that's it. I managed to sort all the paint, found the correct ID for the car. So I have the correct paint. You should have an iRacing paint by default. But yeah, I see it correctly on the broadcast, so there's no harm for them. Just the wrong number on the number panel. So not a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we got anybody in close contention at the minute?
Well, we got, let's see, N-Race Esports Platinum is in first place in P2, and he just dealt with a couple of GT cars, and now
He just went into the pits, so I think.
Oh, did he go in the pits?
Yeah, that's the aircraft that's gonna take the lead again.
Okay. I missed. Oh, yep. Pure Sim is in spot 1. Good catch, Sam. I missed that one.
Oof. That was a bad hit there.
Yeah, unfortunate mistake just before diving to the pits. Yeah.
Yep. Got himself a little bit of damage before his pit stop. It's Chris Springer in the TCR car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told Bill when you left pits, I was informed that the car with the less incident in the race is at 22. So there's no 0 incidents, but still 22, it's not that much.
No, not at all.
Yeah, gonna do a quick recap on the standings, as we don't have any close battles at the moment. I don't know if you have the standings up, Pete, if you want to go through this with me, or if you want me to do it myself.
Yeah, you do it, because I haven't got it on the screen at the minute.
Okay, let's start with the LMP1s. Let's go. TQ Engineering is leading, equals with DRS Wave Italy LMP1. First and second, the TQ Engineering, car 168 that's in the race today, is third with 84 points. Then Gold Racing Team LMP1, third Racing Team Sports, Bournemouth Motorsports, and CQR Club that, yeah, with Dwarf, they changed to the LMP2 class. IR SimRacing Tracks, that's in the race, I think, today.
Yeah,
but
they are.
Retired, so they will not score points. L1 is those that we drove also from the championship. Did not score points. Esport Performance Racing LPC. Yeah, they are in 5th position today, so that's gonna be good points for them. 5th place is 48 points in a 10 race, so they're gonna be grabbing some spots in the championship. Simtex Motorsports have been removed from the league and shouldn't be there, and Esia Sports is currently leading the field as you can see in the background. But they have no points at the moment.
Okay.
Switching to the MP2 category now. It's the Ramadan Motorsports in first with 92 points, Race Guitar in second with 82, Abu Dhabi Sport HPD Pro, the winner of last season, with 77. In third, German Sim Racing Falls, and this year equals with Esia Sports with 62 points. Then Abu Dhabi HPD Ham, the B Sport Black, that's not anymore in the championship. Pure Sims Racing, that's the old CQA Club car with 45 points, that switched from P1 to P2. Then the Mass DBD Sports in 10th, then Esia Racing, that's not racing anymore in the championship because one driver is broadcasting and the second one is doing race control. I don't know if you know these guys, but yeah, 40 points after. That was not bad for one race. Then Joker Sim Racing Purple, 37. Oriental Racing, they're still racing today, I think.
No, I think they're out now.
Yeah, they're out. Yeah, right. So they will still be at zero. Newman Sim
Told you I was
Racing.
paying attention.
Yeah. Thanks, Pete. Newman Sim Racing is not racing today, and Race Esports Platinum. It's their first race in the championship today, so they're on a good way to score loads of points. Yeah, wish them they can. I hope no commentator, of course, on this. Yeah, we'll not talk about that. And we'll move on to the GT Pro standings. So, Enrich Sports, the GT, is leading with 82, followed by Esia Sports GT, then L1 Esports, then the SimRacing Rainbow on screen behind. Then Joker Sim Racing in 5th, Overdrive Performance GT1, then German Sim Racing Magenta, SimRacingAcademy 8th, then Full Stand Racing with only 25 points, but in a good way for first or second today. We shall see how it goes with the pit stop battle with Drain Race Esports. Then we have some teams that are not already in the championship, and some other that have not scored points. The team Bushfink Racing Red is in the waiting list. The Activity Racing Pro, 0 points also. Overdraft Performance, I think the GT2 is still running. I'm trying to find them on the... Yeah, I think that's the racing. Can't find them, Pete, but keeping up to date. The Overdrive Performance GT2, I think they were in the race. Was doing pretty well. Not quite sure though. Let's move on. Core Sim Racing is on the waiting list. Killer Racing Team also. The IRS Sim Racing Schweiz, they are in the race. Yeah, they are in 7th position today, so a bit of point for them. The Black Box Sim Racing did not score points, and SK Motorsport just switched from the lead of the GTM Championship to run into the GT Pro because they have too many pro drivers and they want to switch from the GTM to the GT Pro.
Very informative. Cheers for that, Sam.
Yeah, and the last one, no, the GTM Championship standings. So with the SK Motorsports moving from GTM to GT Pro, it's TT Motorsports that took the lead with 82 points, followed by World of Sim Racing Team Junior, H2 Performance in 3rd. Then you have an equal for 4th, 5th between R3T Racing Am and German Sim Racing France. Then WS Racing Esports and Apex Aviation Racing, Team Motorsports Dreams, Escape Motorsport Golden and Mass DBD Sports Am are rounded up the top 10. Then the Star Team Mavericks did not score points, and they will not again today because they have parked the car a few hours ago now. Lithium Motorsports, it's their first race today, so they are in good shape to score points and wrap in the standings. L1 Esports Reds pull out of the championship and the two other teams are on the waiting list, so they have no points and they will not score today.
So I noticed on the screen, Sam, after that little collision at the end of Camel Straight, Philip Madsen in the Lithium Motor... Was it Lithium Motors? Yeah.
Yep.
Lithium Motorsport got black flag for spinning the rainbow car.
Okay, thanks for the heads up, Bill. And yeah,
He's
there's
got
a time.
60 after. Is that a minute hold? 60?
Yeah, it's a minute old. They did not participate in the practice session as they had to, so the 30 seconds switched to 60.
Gotcha. Okay. Now I have a question now, Sam. Did the Esia Sports race drivers, race team, don't they get a number of special points for doing all the work today?
Which team, Bill? Sorry.
Esia.
Ah,
Esia, you
yeah.
guys.
No. I think we're just pulling up of the championship now at this point in time. Yeah, so people can enjoy racing a bit more, and us can bring up our broadcasting team a bit.
Well, here comes Phil Madsen now. Appears he might be serving his black flag. I'm not sure what he's doing here. He's in the pits.
I will put back the overlay on the screen, and it will be better for everybody to follow the race on the standing on screen. Yeah, Pete is having a thunderstorm at the moment, so don't know when he will get back with us, as he's the most unstable person today. Because Clyde is always talking about something I never understand. Bill is from the US, so it's, yeah, you know, because people.
Yeah, don't hold that against me, all right?
Yeah, it's not your fault, Bill. I know, and me, yeah, Clyde will talk more about this than me, about my English. So yeah, moving on. Let's back to the racing. Anyways, Simsport is in the pit now. We have the full send racing. Just moving on, passing by. When the Simsport is exiting the pits, we show on the left of the screen. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be quite close in a second, I think. Well, it's actually a long way from that bit of the pit lane, isn't it? So he's got another quarter of a mile to drive yet before he can actually join the track.
Yeah, correct. And get
Sorry
up to
about
speed.
that, guys. We've got the mother of all thunderstorms here at the moment, so if I do lose connectivity, it's probably something to do with that. It's absolutely raging at the moment.
We had that the other day. It must have reached it finally.
So let me get back up to speed with what's going on here at the front of GT. So we got Harley Horton heading that pro field with Full Send Racing. Not too far back looking at this is Luc Bataille in, hopefully I've said that right, he is French, so I'll get corrected, I'm sure.
It was very, very good. Luc Bataille, it's... Yeah, good pronunciation. Excellent. For once. Yeah, good Pete.
Awesome. With NRAC Esports in third, Raphael Rousseau in L1 Esports, and a bit further down the track, all on the same lap I think, is Christopher Pfeffer in RSR Esports GTE car.
You know, Pete, can't you just picture Sam sitting there every time we pronounce a French name? He must cringe, you know, like, you know what I mean? Even like you know, he banged his finger with a hammer or something. It must feel terrible.
Yeah, some of them are okay. Yeah, but yeah, some was run, and are not the best in the world. Like Guillaume Jobard is not the best one you say, but yeah, I think
told
the
you
guy will
before,
forgive you.
you're-
Yeah, no worries, guys.
I told you before, your English is eons better than my French. Trust me, okay? And I should be ashamed of myself. I had a full-blooded French grandmother. I should be able to pronounce names. Yeah, terrible.
Yeah, and same battle again.
Yeah,
Between
just roll.
3 and
It's
4th in the GTM.
Paul Mazier. Following the in the Apex Aviation Racing.
Yeah, he must have a
for
slowdown because he's very
he's going
slow
very
now.
slow. Yep, absolutely. That's not a position.
Oh no, wait. I have an incident. Showing you. What happened, Paul?
Okay.
Oh, he lost. No, that doesn't look that bad.
I'm still not seeing the replays on my screen when you do them.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are a bit of tracks, but I don't know what happened to the car. Maybe if some guys from the teams are on the stream, they can tell us what happened to the car and see what's going on with the Apex Aviation Racing. That's losing loads of time now. Yeah, they're entering to the pits.
Yeah, that TT Motorsport BMW is extending his lead massively now. And they're in the pits, I think. Aviation, I mean.
Yep.
Apex.
Yeah, Apex Aviation Racing is in the pits now.
Yeah, my PC's very slow to get back to live.
Okay, I think that was on my side, Pete. And a bit of freeze in the SDK gaming app.
Right, okay.
That should be sorted out now. I lost all the data, so yep. Cap should come up when everyone will cross the lines, and we see any events. Let's try. Are you going to the replay mode now?
I've got a replay now. Nice
Yeah.
game out.
Okay, perfect.
Going wide.
Yeah, I think we lost Pete.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm back, aren't I?
Yeah, you're right. We lost the end of the sentence, yeah, just before.
Kick 7 bells out of everything around here. Apex Aviation, Ferrari is back out on track and circulating after an inexplicable slow speed before that last. And meanwhile, Paulo Munoz is still your race leader, powering on at the front of this race. He's back to having over a minute and a half advantage over the rest of the field, and is highly dominant.
I'll tell you, he's picking it up, putting it down. Let me tell you. It's like the film's on fast forward when he goes by. Holy mackerel. It is. It's amazing.
An incredible amount of speed that these things carry through corners.
This thing's gonna any faster. These drivers are gonna have to wear a G-suit in there. God, I'm telling you.
Not too many close battles at this point in time.
Yeah, pretty stretched out.
Yeah, Paulo Munoz now has the fastest lap of the race in the P1s as a 156.1, which is impressive. In the P2 class, Zeb Tunison is driving the car with the fastest lap, which is the Brutzi Esports. Their fastest lap is 2:04.374. So that shows you there's a good amount of time difference in those two vehicles. About 8 seconds a lap, which is a huge amount, really. And then in GTs, Harley Horton is driving the fastest car with the Full Send Racing Porsche, a 2:14.7. So again, 10 seconds separate the fastest P2 time and the fastest GT time. So very impressive times out there. Masked Devils Esports car passing Harley Horton's car just there, and a rather beaten up looking Ferrari in front of there now. That's the Rainbow Pro license car, Pro class car. I think he's holding up this P2. The P2 needs to be a bit more opportunistic. Oh, very close with that P1 car. What was he doing there? P1 car absolutely bailed out.
They hold the brake at the right time because that was going to end up not pretty well for them.
No, that's Jules Bourgogne in that car.
Yeah, I think the P2 move a bit far on the left to avoid the Ferrari, and the P1 was almost into the grass already, and just try to pass both of them at the same time before the double gauche, and yeah, that didn't end up how they want to.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty risky. He got right out of the gas as well. He was not having a part of that, and that's sensible driving from.
Yeah, he did well.
Sorry.
Yeah, your connection is a bit loose, Pete. We don't hear the end of your sentence at the moment. Yeah, I said you did very good job of holding out the brakes and don't ram full into the Match TV Sports there.
So, hopefully you can make sense of what I'm saying. I've got a thunderstorm and a bad internet connection fighting against me at the moment. So Jules Bourgogne, 5 laps down from your race leader. That car's still turning reasonable laps though, although the last one not so much, but we know why that was in terms of getting.
So with all that going on, you're wrestling a gorilla at the same time too, Pete, or what over there?
I'm saving the gorilla for later. So Zhu is now approaching the back of this masked Devils Esports P2 car again. Let's hope he has better fortune this time round. He doesn't want to do it anywhere in here, but after this right hand, we can get a good amount of drive. See, under acceleration, there's not much in it for these two vehicles, is there? It's when they start hitting the top speed that, and a bit of a show and tell showed the back of his car to him to tell him that he was not happy with the previous move. And gets a flash from the Porsche for his fun.
We've had a few of those today.
We have, yeah. Is my voice still breaking up, or is it okay at the minute?
Yeah, way better
right
now.
now. Yep.
Cool. Thanks for feedback. I think Pure Sims Racing is in the pits. The leader of the P2s.
Hey,
Yep, correct.
you are correct. You are correct.
I
And you're
once
putting
again
Jamie
put-
Rushworth in the car, driver change.
Good spot, Bill. So, where is David Knob on? There was a massive amount of time between them. He's, yep.
He's coming down the. Yep, he might pass him. Let's see.
Still in the pit.
Yeah, they're still
Oh,
up. They
those-
got it up in the air now. They're putting tires on it, I guess. He's leaving.
Yep.
Where is? Oh, it'll be close to the top of the hill. I'll tell you.
Really will, actually.
Look at that. Up. He's got
Oh.
by him. He's
Yeah.
got by him. Okay.
And here's me thinking it would be close. It's this pit lane it's so long, it's ridiculous. Well, it's not ridiculous, it's just a long pit lane. But
It could be ridiculous if you want it to be, Pete. No, it actually is. It's deceiving. I thought for sure that was going to be close as well.
Yep, so Jamie Rushworth out in that Pure Sims racing car that Bill spotted with his eagle eyes, giving room to the P1. He's treating it with kid gloves, isn't he? He's new to the car, or to the seat of this stint of the car, so he's not going to do anything rash by the look of things. He's staying behind that GT Ferrari. That's the aviation racing Ferrari, Apex Aviation Racing. Sorry.
I think he did that because on new tires, I don't think he wants to take a chance in the swirly area.
No, definitely not. And not given the fact that there's like 3 hours left.
Exactly. That P1 just made his own lane going around Paul Ferreira, get by these two cars here.
It did. And we're back watching your race leader, Paolo Muno. Getting some good airtime for his sponsors.
I don't know. He's in trouble. He's only 1:35 ahead, so he better put the pedal down. That's incredible. What a mag. And after what happened earlier that we saw, drove off the track, parked, went to the pits, must have run out of gas or something. I think Sam was right on with that. I think it was a fuel problem.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find out what happened to them. I saw there was something on their Instagram stories, so I asked the question on Instagram. We shall see if I got an answer on that comment.
It was obviously very odd, that's for sure. But
The acceleration out of there compared to the Abruzzi P2 car was just astonishing.
oh yeah. And those P1s, when you get a view of it from the inside, the real car, like on TV or on a video, it's amazing the sounds those things make too. It's like totally different. It almost sounds like an electric motor or something in there. It's really weird. Some weird
Well,
sounds.
there is an electric motor in there as well, isn't there? Because they're hybrid cars, these things.
Yeah, that's true. And you know, and of course, then they have that. What do they call that?
Well, the boost.
No, not DCS.
Yeah, DRS.
Yeah, the captive system. You know, that's another thing they have too. And when that thing sounds like Plunk Your Magic Twanger Froggy, that thing kind of goes, makes a weird sound. Really wild.
Yeah, something to note from Paolo is he's not greedy. He knows the right times to pass the cars in.
We just
Tell us
had
what you're seeing, Bill.
side to side with pure sim racing and the full send Porsche coming out of the bus stop.
Give it a watch now. It's on the replay.
Yeah.
Oh, and yes. Oh, blimey, he did kick that up quite high.
Yeah, full
Good
send.
point for good points for Harley Horton on the pirouette.
I was going to say a nice bicycle ride there. Wow.
Yeah.
Gee.
He took a couple of $100 worth of rubber off his tyres there as well.
Is that right? Wow.
Didn't leave the P2 car enough room there.
Yeah, you know, I got to tell you, I think both of them were a little bit nasty to each other. I thought that was kind of uncalled for, but hey, I'm not driving, they are, so.
Yep, absolutely. So, where is Full Send Racing at the minute? So Harley Horton, the #1 car in GT Pro. Had a little pirouette just there, but he's got a good 10 seconds worth of time over Luc Bataille in the N-Race Esports car behind. There we go.
It's amazing they didn't get more damage. They must have hit perfectly side to side. I don't see hardly any damage at all on either one of these cars. Amazing.
No, I know. Bounced it right up in the sky as well.
Sure did. Sure did.
A lot further back down the road is Raphael Rousseau in the L1 Esports car, which is a BMW, if I remember. Yep, there we go.
Yeah,
They're quite spread.
He's almost a lap down, or maybe he is a lap down. I'm not quite sure. I can't really tell. But he's quite a ways behind.
Yeah, he's a minute and a half behind, so 3/4 of a lap.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
But again, pit stops might be playing a factor. We don't know all the strategies necessarily. I was looking at the pit stop strategy thing on SDK, and it didn't help me figure it out. It just confused me.
Can't believe that. You're a well-educated man. I figured you'd figure that out easily.
Who spread that vicious rumour?
Well, I'll tell you, the BMW seems to be the preferred brand in the GT area, doesn't it? There's a lot of them out there.
It is very popular, it has to be said. At the minute, though, the top 3 in GTs is a Porsche, a Ford, and a BMW.
Yep.
So there's nothing in it. Odd that the Ferraris don't feature in the top.
I don't know. You know, I recall you guys talking about balance. Maybe it was Clyde, balance of performance on these vehicles, and you know, it's really no different than real racing. You get into any of these series that have multi brands, and when they're regulated and one's faster than the other camp is crying. You know, they have too much power. They have, you know, bigger injectors or whatever, and I'm sure it's the same in this too, because I had heard that the Ford GT was, you know, the GT drivers were all complaining how it lacked performance. Now we got a guy that's running really strong in second place here, so that doesn't show me that that's lacking performance.
No, definitely not. there's not many Fords in this race, to be honest. So way back in the field at the minute, but still doing a reasonable job of racing. Is Mustard Seed Maverick Motorsports. So that's Jared Ziegler, who is American as far as I know, or the team is at least. And then the only other one is Luke Bataille in the NRAC Esports car.
Yep.
Who's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, he does. He is. That car's running great. I think they've got a great strategy too. I don't know if they're going to come up short or not, but they seem to be edging closer every time the cars stop. So you never know. We'll have to see what happens. We're coming up on 7 hours right now. Wow, 3 more to go.
You are absolutely right.
Just clicking over 7 hours now. And we're still here breathing and we're not napping, so we're doing okay.
Sam, do we have any of these teams where only one driver has contributed? Or is that physically impossible?
The system all with mates doesn't allow only one drivers, so they have to do the fair share, the iRacing fair share, with at least 2 drivers, maximum 4. And for the GTM, there's a specific fair share for the pro drivers that are calculated after the race. So the pro drivers in he can do less than the iRacing fair share. That's a decision we had with the GTM teams just before the start of the season, and that was implemented in the system in the background that calculates all the points. For the 6-hour race, basically it's 40% of the leader of the category. Laps, of course. For the 10-hour race, it's 40% if there's 2 drivers and 3 drivers, if I'm not mistaken, and only 30% if the car have 4 drivers in. And for the 24 hours, it's 50% if there's only 2 racing for the 24 hours, 40% if they are 3, and 30% if they are 4 running in the whole race.
Right, okay, that's very
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, and if they go further in, they have 10% margin when they get only 50% of the points at the end of the race, and if they go even more further, the points are not scored at all.
Okay.
So if they have trouble with one-arm drivers and the pro have to run longer than expected, they can do it to 10% more of the overall laps of the leader of the GTM cars. They will still score points.
So drivers get points as well as the team, right?
Yeah, correct. There's a driver standing as well, and there's also the same kind of safe driver standing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So we're currently watching. Yeah, go on.
Go ahead, Pete.
We're currently watching the closest battle on the track at the moment, which is Jamie Rushworth closing in on David Narbonne for the lead of the what am I talking about? P2s. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say too. I just kind of noticed that it's really tight now.
You can get a Rizzler between them.
Been a good battle for a while, back and forth, these 2 guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking back through the field, where's Mass Devils Esports and German SimRacing Green? So they're very separated. They were having a ding-dong battle for quite a long time, those 2 cars.
Yeah.
But the focus is definitely here right now. There should be a wonderful tow for the Pure Sims racing car. Didn't close as much as I expected him to be honest. It seems like they almost hit their rev limiters. So this will have to be done on skill through the turns then. So let's see what Jamie's got for the car in front. Lightning fast reactions there to correct that switch in the car's behaviour.
Speak of lightning, how's your thunderstorm doing?
Still knocking about at the moment.
Okay.
It's gone a little bit lighter, so hopefully it'll disappear off into the distance.
I didn't mean to change the subject, but you mentioned lightning. So.
Yeah.
Do the cats get nervous when that lightning storm comes?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
So I assume after they eat, they went hiding.
Yeah, they'll be under a bed somewhere, I think.
Yep. Yep.
So he's dropped off the back of the
Yes, he has.
N-Race Esports Platinum car. Did you say this is the first race for that Platinum car, Sam?
Yeah, that's their first race in the championship.
They're going to haul in a whole load if they can stay in front.
They are doing a great job.
So at least one person was listening to you, Sam.
I'm sorry, Pete.
I was listening to you, Sam. I have no idea what was going on about that.
Oh, okay, that's back. That's back. Okay, okay. Well, I leave you the comment, like.
Okay, guys, so what have we missed?
You missed a whole bunch of stuff.
We did not miss anything. You missed something.
So we had a very strange occasion when Paulo Munoz decided he'd just about had enough at that point and parked the car at the side of the road, reset it, and set off again ahead of everybody anyway because he had that big a lead. We're still waiting on a response from the team to see exactly what the cause of that was. That car now has just recently pitted, and João Paulo Costa has taken over, a Brazilian driver by the look of the flag on my timing screens. He's in the Audi there, but we're currently watching the tightest race. Sorry?
Was it something as simple as he ran out of fuel?
We think he may have done, yeah, but we're not sure. He may have just wanted a packet of crisps or something, who knows.
That's understandable.
Well, yeah, absolutely. So we're currently watching the closest race on circuit at the moment, which is Jamie Rushworth in the Pure Sims Racing blue and white P2 car, pursuing David Nobon in the N-Race Esports Platinum car. Sam was saying that the Platinum car is its first race out, so leading the field is quite an achievement. But it keeps concertina in to and fro, this gap. It's now back to 0.6 of a second. It was down to a 0.2 of a second a minute ago. I'm not sure what the ebb and flow is. Maybe that's to do with setup, or just where one driver's more confident in certain turns.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, Pete, I don't think you was here at the time, but Jamie Rushworth is no mug. I think he's got a fairly high I rating. I've raced against him in the past in various leagues, and he always does well. So, yeah, he is a very, very good driver.
Well, I was going to say that this team, the N-Race Esports Platinum out for the first time, they must have some pretty seasoned drivers as well to just keep in front of, like Clyde mentioned, Jamie Rushworth, and of course
Daniel
Croft, and what's Pete Harrod. They're all seasoned British drivers, sim drivers for sure.
So I've reset my my timing screen. I'm hoping that it's now working again.
Okay.
Who is currently leading the GT field?
Harley Horton is your lead car in GT Pro. He leads Luc Bataille in second. Rafael Russo is in third. Christopher Pfeffer in fourth. And Rolf Zeipelt in fifth.
Excellent. That is exactly what I am seeing.
And then AM classes, Kika Martin in first, Andre Giga in third, or Geiger in second, sorry, and then Trolls Rollout. Sorry?
Do you reckon he counts?
I think he might, just a little bit, but only when there's radiation near him. And then Thomas Orthoft in fourth, and Johannes Newses in fifth.
Hey, Clyde, are you far away from your mic, by the way?
Is that any better?
Yeah, that's better.
No, I can hear you clearer.
Oh dear. I'll go and have some more dinner. I have been threatened with cake, so I may have to go quiet for 5 minutes again.
Yeah, and I've got to get my dinner at some point. I was doing some DIY in my off time, and then the mother of all thunderstorms descended on my house. So I had to go and shut all the windows and doors to make sure I didn't come out to a swimming.
As a matter of fact, if you guys aren't too anxious, I think I'm going to vacate for a little bit to get a bite.
Not a problem, Bill.
All right. We'll talk to you later. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
So as we all know, when Bill says he's off for a bite, he's actually going for a little snooze.
Yeah, no. So we're watching Bruno Oliveira at the moment in SK Motorsports car. He's tracking down the AM car. He is a pro car. He's tracking down the AM car of Thomas Orthoff in the H2 Performance SRT Porsche. Which is immediately in front of him, just 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, it looks like a very good drive from the World of Sim Racing Team Junior. Obviously leading the AM class, but if all the classes were put together, they're actually 5th overall in GTs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a result and a half. I think that team's got some really capable drivers in it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be where it is after 7.25 hours of cycling round.
So Bruno, if my screen is right, is chasing Thomas Orthoff.
Yep, screen is good. This is a position, but it's not a position in his class, as it were, but it is an overall position gain, or it will be if he gets the job done.
Yeah, I think Bruno's next target is Ralph Ziepelt, who's a little bit further up the road.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of time to that car, actually. That's German Sim Racing Magenta's car, which is still carrying the same damage it had after lap 2, and the Porsche of...
Thomas just shot in the bits there.
Yep. We've seen quite a few driver changes in the last round of pit stops, and we're now back with the race leader, which is João Paulo Costa in the RSR Esports P1 Audi. He's weaving his way through the obstacles in front of him, that being a couple of Porsche.
Yeah, so we saw at the start of the race that some of the drivers were triple stinting. So there's a possibility, especially with the GT cars now, that any driver changes that take place now, that could be it till the end of the race.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. This car was driven by Paulo Munoz for quite a long time. I'm not sure whether when I wasn't commentating there was a third driver in the car. I'm not sure.
Yes, the third driver we've seen is... Actually, no, I'm lying to you. I was thinking of another team. I'm not sure if we've had a third driver in that car. Sure, Sam will be able to tell us.
I don't know whether Sam's with us at the moment.
Yeah, I'm with you guys.
Oh, he is.
I don't know if Sam's ever really with us, to be honest.
No, it's just
I
two
think-
drivers.
I think, yeah, João Paulo Costa did some laps already in the car on your own, but I'm not quite sure. But yeah, that's only Paulo Munoz for today, I think.
And is there any ruling on how many drivers have to share the car, Sam, or is it just you can do it with two if you fair share it?
Yeah, we just go through this point just before you join us. For the viewers, I will not talk about it again. But yeah, basically you have a fair share from 2 to 4 drivers to respect.
Yeah, I think we need to switch the cameras to Jamie Rushworth again, who is once again getting very, very tasty with David Narbonne for the lead P2 position. That's the closest he's been, just over 0.2 of a second, although visibly that is attached to the back of the car in front, really, isn't it? And with a BMW slap bang in the middle of the track in front of them, this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, looks like they're both safely going to navigate that BMW. That allowed David just to pull a small gap there on Jamie. I'm sure he'll get that straight back again.
Seems to be a very steady drive from Jamie at the moment.
And like you say, this is for the lead in the class.
Yeah, as Paul Mazier had an incident because he's just dropped a massive amount of time and lost a position.
Yeah, I don't see any incident.
Yeah, no, there's nothing in the event log.
No. But he did seem to drop down quite a way. He's been in the limelight of the cameras many times, as Paul Mazier over the course of the last, I don't know, 30 laps. And that Apex Aviation racing car has been in the limelight a lot throughout the race. Meanwhile, these two still go at it for the lead spot of the P2 field.
Again, there's a GT car in front of them, but they're going to catch it in exactly the right place this time.
Yep, that's the smashed up rainbow car.
And it looks like Jamie's going to stick his nose down the inside.
Not going to make that. Oh, yes, he is.
He is.
Not sure why the Ferrari was flashing at him, but there you go.
Yeah, that was, well, it ended up being a very clean move. Late lunge, but that's sometimes the best way to do it because the driver in front is just not expecting it.
Yeah, especially after overtaking the Ferrari as well. There's a sense of achievement there that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now to see if Jamie can pull away or whether David can match him for pace and keep this battle interesting.
Yeah. I thought the Ferrari behind them had crashed for a minute, but he's just going that slow. He's losing huge amounts of time. He ended up having a many-faceted collision with the wall back when you were stuffing your face with somebody. He's now got a good 10-car gap over David Narbonne.
Please stop saying that.
What?
So we are coming up to 6:30 sim time. We've got 2 hours 45 minutes left. Don't think it'll be that long before the light starts fading. The shadows are getting long now. Track temperature is down to 77 degrees. We was up in the 90s at one point. So, as I say, light is going, or will be going very shortly, and the temperature is cooling, which is good for the cars. But the light fading is not so good for the drivers.
No, and this track is another one where there's limited lighting around it. I think there's only a start-finish straight that has any lights. So they'll be reliant upon their headlights. Depending on when this race finishes, there's what's that, another 2.5 hours worth of racing still to...
Yeah, we've got 2 hours 45 minutes left according to my screen.
Oh yeah, because I'm working off the pacing as well, aren't I? So, yeah, there's probably a few more minutes than I'm showing again.
And something that I've noticed personally in iRacing is once the light starts to go, it goes very, very quickly.
Not done too many transition races, to be honest. Day-night races. So I've not got the experience that you've got. So let's watch what happens and see if these guys can cope with rapidly deteriorating light levels. That's Luke Bataille in the lead GT Pro car, as Harley Horton has clearly pitted at some point and ended up 1 minute back further down the road.
Yeah, these guys have been on different strategies right from the start. I think Sam pointed out that both N-Race cars seem to be fuel saving and maybe trying to cut out a pit stop at the end. So we'll see what that does. Harley's probably half a lap behind at the moment. So yeah, I'm sure it'll all shake out in the end, but it does make things interesting and difficult to call as it stands.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to see the effects of all those tactics until probably within the last hour, and then we'll be in a position to assess who's needing another pit.
And with the GTs being able to go for an hour on a stint, we now know that Full Send Racing will have 2 more pit stops to get them to the end. So it's just whether N-Race can save enough or have saved enough to limit theirs to 2 stops, or whether they're still going to have to do 2 and a splash or even 3 full stops.
Yep, absolutely. Harley Horton. Sorry, I thought Harley Horton was going in the pits. It's one of those little glitches where they get too close to pit entry lane and the timing screen that assumes that they've gone down the pit lane. So, no super close battles at the moment, and I think that's due to pit stops. Or pit stop strategy, I should say.
Yeah, just having a look at the last lap times, and Harley Horton was half a second quicker. So let's see how quickly he can close that in. He must be. I haven't got the time on me, but I think he was about a minute behind at one point.
He's currently 1 minute and 9 seconds behind.
Yeah. So that's interesting.
The pit stop is nearly 2 minutes, I think, for GTs. So that means once Luke Bataille pits, he will come out behind Harley Horton as it currently stands.
Yeah, last pit time, I will show on the broadcast, I will show the pit lane time globally. Harley Horton did a 1:43, and where the other GTs did 2.10 minutes. So for sure, Harley didn't took the tires last time by, so that's a point for them. And this is why they are on, I should say, 1 minute behind N-Race Esports. We'll see how Luke will respond to that, if he will take tires or not this time.
And how much do the drivers know? How much are they aware of the other tactics going on around them? Because they're unlikely to see it on their relatives with this size of field. So have they got people in the background feeding them information, Sam?
I'm pretty sure the N-Race Esports guys are at least 2 in each cars, with one spotting for the drivers and telling what's going on. I don't know how Full Send Racing is working, but I'm pretty sure it's the same. You have basically 1 drivers and 1 spotter that told you this team is pitting, they are taking tires, and yeah, sometimes in this kind of race you have to do what the other car do if they don't take tires. You assume they're good on tires, and if you feel it, you can also don't take tires and do double stint on the tires. That's decision make on the fly, depending on what's going on around you and what you are fighting for, and how you feel the cars also. Because if you had a slide, or if you lock up too much the brakes and you smash the tires too often, then you're sure you have to take tires, and that's hard call to make when it comes to endurance racing, because it can cost you a lot if you don't take the tires and they are smashed before the end of your stint.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyres are everything, especially on a track like Spa.
Yeah,
So Luke just did a 2:15.8 there. Interesting now to see what Harley can come back with.
Yeah, and in P2s, I think David Narbonne has pitted the N-Race Esports Platinum car. Let's see what that'll do to the standings there.
Okay, so Harley Horton is about to finish his lap. And yes, he was slower by half a second. So I don't know if he's caught in traffic, but he's certainly losing time. Although he will be full of fuel, whereas Luke has probably burned quite a considerable amount of his.
Yeah, that trade-off for weight for tyres is quite a critical one, isn't it?
Yeah, so it was still 1 minute 9 seconds over the line that time round.
Interesting to see when Luke does pit, whenever that'll be, what he does, whether he takes tyres or not, how far it puts him behind Harley Horton when he leaves pit lane again. There is a little functionality on here to show pit times.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried that unless Luke can go for another, well, at least another half an hour, he's going to be in splash and dash territory at the end.
Right, yeah. But this is the car that's been fuel saving, we think, don't we?
We do, yes.
Yeah, they save 2 laps a stint, so I'm sure see although they can go on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, but when they pit this time, will give us a good clue as to where they're going to be at the end.
And Zeb Tunison has pitted the Abruzzi Esports HPD, which means Jamie Rushworth's lead gets even bigger.
There is Harley Horton being passed by a P2.
I think that's one the N-Race P2, isn't it? Which is Ludovic Juret,
Yep.
I think. Yeah. I'll definitely have said that name wrong.
Not that bad. Ludovic Juret, yeah, that's pretty much okay.
Check me out, Clyde.
Yeah, you just-
Multilingual.
You just speak any language, can't you?
Yeah, so here we've got Alejandro Burns in the H2 Performance SRT car. They're getting overtaken by that P2, obviously. In front is the BMW of Bruno Oliveira and the SK Motorsport car. There's not much in that, 0.3 of a second, so there might be an opportunity to get an AM car another position over a Pro car. The Pro car being the BMW, obviously.
Yeah, there's a P2, a P1 in the mix.
It's getting a bit dirtier here at the minute. Let's figure out positions and driving lines and who's going to shove who out onto the dirt and the marble.
Yeah, some good patience there by the P1.
Certainly was, yeah. Very good racing, actually. That was João Paulo Costa, your current race leader. He's not want to go and throw that car down the track. His lead is down. It was 1 minute 40 earlier. It's down to about 1 minute 22 at the moment, or 1 minute 20.
Yeah, on the lap count, he's about 2/3 of a lap ahead.
Right. Yeah, might be about right.
And Harley Horton doesn't seem to be making any inroads into Luke as yet. But as we said before, I think Luke's strategy is all about this next pit stop.
Well, we'll have to wait with bated breath for him to finally peel off to the right and take his pit. I mean, it's an epic achievement for these guys, isn't it? Still racing after 7 hours, 7.5 hours. It's just epic.
Okay, guys, so I've got an answer from Paulo Muniz from the Esia Sports. He told me, let's just say mistakes were made. So I assume they were run out of fuel and had to reset to the pits.
Yeah, as suspected.
And these cars are funny, aren't they? When they run out of fuel, they just stop. You don't get the coughing, you just get, no, you're not having any more.
Yeah, and I don't know, sometimes it makes you wonder how it happens. You know, you do get caught up in the heat of the battle, but you can see what fuel is in your car. Most drivers run a third-party application, such as Crew Chief or something like that, which keeps you updated on what fuel is in your car. And also a teammate can become a spotter and have a look how much fuel is in your car. So, yeah, that was an error, but so far it hasn't really affected their race. It's not meant that they've thrown away the win or anything just yet.
No, and they've stretched out their lead again so that they're comfortable for when they run out of fuel the next. Watching on your screen is currently Jamie Rushworth, who has a commanding lead at the moment. I think there's a pit stop to play in this.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on the gap on with the GTs, and Harley's not able to do anything at the moment. So Luke, I believe it is, in the 399 car, is running really, really well. And there he is, in the gorgeous Ford.
I was saying when you were having your dinner that the back of it looks like the pigs from Angry Birds.
I always think the back is borrowed from a Ferrari because of those red, the round lights on the rear of it.
I definitely feel that the front of the car is better looking than the back.
Literally, as it went round that corner there, and I looked at the, I believe it's the exhaust pipes, I see where you get the pig from.
Yeah, I want someone to do a bright green car, and then somebody else can throw some birds at it.
So we've got P1 class. So our leader has got a sizable gap. Still 2/3 of a lap over second place. Believe it or not, in the P2 class, Jamie Rushworth is only about a quarter of a lap behind, lapping the second place car from what I'm seeing.
Yep, I think you're viewing that absolutely correctly. We're just watching. That Ferrari was very, very close to the BMW, but that's the smashed up rainbow car again.
And I did see a Porsche, I believe it was a Porsche earlier on, with an extreme slanted angle on the rear wing. Let's hope they got that fixed, whatever team that was. Possibly would have helped them round right. There it is, as if by magic, it's still there. Now, if the aerodynamics are true, I would guess that car is absolutely awesome going round a corner one way and an absolute pig going round a corner another way.
Definitely. That looked a bit messy on the screen just then.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that's the Mass Devils eSport car. And he nearly, unfortunately, put it right on the racing line. A little bit of a 40-point turn. No points for that one because it was just a slide.
Yeah, we've seen a lot better today, to be honest.
We have. Some of them have been absolutely majestic.
And I don't know if it's just me.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Same corner, different car. And I think that's where that car took all its damage earlier, so it needs to stay out of the walls around there.
I believe the sun has disappeared on most of the track.
Yeah. Some of it's very dark now.
Yeah, where we are now, we're still seeing plenty of sunlight, and then we go into the shade. Yeah, track temperature's dropped a couple of degrees since the last time we checked. We're now down to 75 Fahrenheit. And 6:45 sim time. I can't not unsee that pig now.
Have you seen it, have you?
Yes. Every time I see the back of the car, it's all I think of.
Yeah, no, that's what I've got going on. Just look at the front of it, it's fine.
Yeah, that's better. Keep it there, Sam.
So, currently on board with Luke Bataille in the N-Race Esports Ford GT. Still leading the GT field, and we are feeling that pit strategy and fuel saving is a key factor for this particular car. With Harley Horton 1 minute and 10 seconds, and has been 1 minute and 10 seconds behind for quite a number of laps. Yeah,
I think Luke needs to go for another 20 to 25 minutes to match Harley's final 2 pit stops. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can do that.
Yeah, he was off the gas quite early going into the chicane, but that might be normal for these cars. I've not been on board with them too much. So if he is fuel saving, so he's off the gas there as well.
Yeah, but if he is fuel saving, he's not losing any time.
No, yeah, who knows then?
You know, it's backwards and forwards at the moment. So, you know, one takes half a second, another takes half a second. 5 laps ago, the gap was 1 minute 9. It's now 1 minute 10. So there's not a lot in it between them. So if Luke is fuel saving, he's doing a hell of a job.
Yeah, and here's
Because I'm
on
pretty
board.
sure Harley isn't.
No, that car's fully screaming itself down the road. We're on board with him now, full send racing Porsche. Or Porsche, don't know what the proper pronunciation of that is. Tomato, tomato. Very wide from the BMW in front of him. He's going to have to be careful with that one.
Yeah,
They've given him
BMW
that
did
look.
well there.
Yeah.
So yeah, a 2:16.1 from Luke and a 2:15.9 from Harley. So again, nothing in it.
No, not at all.
If I'm seeing this correct, the gap at the front has closed considerably in P1.
You are correct.
Is
There's
João
only me.
Paulo in the pits? No, he's not in the pits.
No?
Actually, no, the timing screen's just updated itself. That's okay.
It did look like there was only meters.
Yeah, that went a bit strange for a minute.
Yep.
Sorry to get everybody excited for no reason.
Does that mean he's a full lap ahead of the rest of the field now?
Very nearly. I think he's about to lap third position P3.
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I'm with it now. He is acres ahead, isn't he?
Yeah,
So-
so showing the map.
Lap. He's coming up on him.
Yeah, showing the map
Yeah.
on the broadcast. The P3 is now in Pont de Double Gauche, and the second place is entering. They're branching a straight. So yeah, there's 3/4 flap in front of the second place.
Yep, that's a masterful drive from the two lads for the RSR Esport, or three, I can't remember. Did we say there was two in this one? There was two, wasn't there? That's right.
Yeah, and I believe Jamie Rushworth is now leading the P2 class by a full lap plus.
I think you're
He's
right.
now in
Is
the
he
pits.
pitted?
Yeah, he's in the pits. And Racing Sports is also in the pits. The GT car.
Ooh, that's not good. That's not
No,
good.
that isn't.
They gain almost 40 minutes on some of the GTs in the pits. So they have 22 minutes to gain. That's gonna be hard to make one less stop than the other.
Yeah, they need to do two stints now of an hour and 10 minutes per stint. So, although they're at the moment they're looking at a splash and dash near the end, unless they're going to carry on fuel saving.
Well, they've got Harley Horton's now past them and off down the road, and they've just rejoined the track. I think my timing screen is putting them 25 seconds ish behind Harley Horton.
Yeah, so we know Harley's got to pit twice more, and they're going to be 2 full stops, whereas the end race team is, I think they're going to do another stop. I think
And a
they're going to do, or is it 2 and a splash?
It'll be 2, won't it? 2 and, well, it's 3 more stops, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unless you've got a solar powered car.
just trying to work out. I don't know if it's just a little nuance with this track, but again, I've got first and second in P1. Rather close.
Yeah,
sure that
it's
I saw it out.
yeah. If I switch to the P1, we had the same issue in the longer race. I have to get in touch with the guy from SDK Gaming to see what's going on. With the gap between people in the longer races with multi-class racing. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like our timing is only accurate.
But now that's correct too, because Jopo Locos that went to the pit last time by.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're currently watching the German sim racing green car, who is trying to get back on terms with the Bruxy Esports HPD car of Marc-Antoine Thibault. Julian Forte Jr. is in the German sim racing green car at the moment. It's a new name to me. He was ever so slightly slower on the previous lap, but he will be picking up a tow now. So we'll see what the lap times are crossing the line this time. See if he's pulled any of that time back, because this will be a pass for position in P2.
I believe Jamie Rushworth is in the pits. I think I just see him there.
Yeah, he's dropped down to 4th in class at the moment.
I still see you.
Weirdly let back up to the top of the pile. Yeah.
Yeah, very strange. Okay, we'll keep making it up as we go along.
Yeah. There are many cars on track. Let's stick with something general.
We've got a good battle here. There's two P1s and two P2s.
The acceleration difference is ferocious when they get to a certain speed, isn't it? The difference between the two classes, I mean. P2s are just utterly left for dead, as you'd expect, which does mean that the P1s are just hugely.
And the extra boost that the P1 gets, do we know how long that lasts?
Yeah, they have an amount of time they can use it, and they have to recharge every lap. It depends how you use it, and you can also manage if you want to release all the power in a short period of time, or make it last longer. It's all are things that an LMP1 driver could talk more about than me, but yeah, the basic is this.
A couple of swing wing Porsches in the picture at the moment. Both trying different things with the rear wing to get some more grip. What are we seeing here?
We're looking at another pirouette.
Oh, yeah, no.
No point.
2.5.
Yeah, if that.
Yeah, it was only a 180.
Nice sensible rejoin there, that's what we like to see. So back to these two, the Master Devils Esport Porsche.
Yes, it's the battle of the broken wings.
Yeah, so that's Ivan Vaz Cabrera driving the Master Devils Esports AM car, and Fabio Lamartire in the IES Sim Racing Schweiz car. Two different classes here, so the car behind is the Pro class. It's almost like the car behind got jealous of the car in front's rear wing and decided, I want one just like that.
Well, I think what's probably happened is they see the one in front and said, we want to do that, and it wasn't quite good enough, so then they decided to knock the other end down.
Yeah. Maybe it gives them an unfair advantage going through Eau Rouge here.
Nothing that a hammer wouldn't straighten out.
No, true. Oh, we've got a bit of a shimmy on the pro car. Has he let him go? He's just not got the speed, has he? That was the easiest overtake all day for Fabio. Again, these guys are nearly 8 hours into this race now. It'd be silly to throw it away at this point. I'm guessing you don't get any points for not finishing, Sam.
No, if you're not finishing, you don't get points. So you have to cross the line at the end, like in the real world.
Right.
So, Black Box Sim Racing is a notable absence today.
Yeah, no swearing from Dave Johnson in his helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been told for Dave that they are probably putting out the car from the championship, so they will probably not racing anymore.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah, they're not brave enough.
Yeah, so Fabio is now homing in on Alejandro Burns in the H2 Performance SRT Porsche. Again, this is two different portions of this class, AM and Pro, with the Pro car chasing again. Only the AM car in front this time has a very boring, straight, untouched rear wing.
Sorry for my silence, I was just ordering cake.
Excellent.
Homemade.
Oh, nice. That's a good shot, that, off the front fender of the SimRacing Schweiz car. There's a P2 car. Yeah. And he's. I thought. Yeah, I thought I thought Fabio was going to let that go then and do his overtaking the next corners, but he decided to go for it anyway.
Boys, I'm back.
Oh,
Welcome back.
that's prompt timing because I'm just about to go and get some food. 'Cause,
I figured-
I've been hearing all about Clyde's homemade cake.
Oh yeah.
And I haven't had any food at all today, so I'm going to go and fill my. Yeah.
You know what? As I just put my headphones back on and looked at the screen, our friend in Full Send Racing, who's driving them right now? Harley. Yeah, Harley.
Harley's back in, yeah.
Yeah, he just flashed Pure Sims Racing. They had a side-by-side before, Clyde, when you were having dinner. And our bath sitting, no, not bath sitting, puppy sitting, I'm sorry. And you had dinner as well, that's right. But they had a side-by-side right out of the bus stop, and I guess they're still not happy with each other, but because he was flashing his lights like crazy at him. That's funny. All right, go chow, Pete, if you want.
Yeah, cool. And I'll catch you towards the end of the race.
You got it.
What's a takeaway are you cooking tonight, Pete?
I'm going to be probably in last night's takeaway, which was the chicken parmigiana.
Ooh.
Ooh, very posh.
Super
do you have-
posh.
Do you have a little pasta with that, do you?
Certainly do.
Yeah. Or pasta, excuse me.
Right, I'll catch you in a bit, guys. Enjoy.
Yeah.
All right,
See you in a bit.
Enjoy, man.
So we've got an interesting battle in the GT class at the moment, Bill.
Okay.
First and second are on totally opposite fuel strategies. So we're waiting to see how that shakes out at the end.
Yeah, that's been a developing story. I was kind of hoping that they would both go at the same, situation without getting in trouble before the end of the race. Should be interesting to see what happens right at the end.
Wow. I've just been given a very large wedge of chocolate cake.
Oh! Now, while you were at dinner, Clyde, I saw that Ashley Sutton is signed in, but I don't see him driving anything yet, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. He might be doing the last stint in this pure sim racing car.
Yeah, he's not registered in the league. I think he's just watching his team or
okay.
just coaching them. So
he may be, yeah, okay.
yeah, he won't
okay.
racing tonight.
I did see him sign in. I was wondering. Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to go quiet for 5 minutes while I demolish this cake.
Enjoy. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay.
Yeah, a bit for them and for the German sim racing friends. It was close call with the HPP.
Well, I'm glad to see a Brucey HPD Pro, even though he's a lap down, is still in third place. That's excellent. Very good.
Yeah, and they made their way back to third now after the bit messy starts and the few incidents that they had at the start of the race.
Yeah, that's good.
The Armcast is out, but yeah, the Pro is back in third. Yeah, they're defending the championship title, so they have some things to show up.
Yeah, if they hang in there, that'll help their point situation. I see that Mark Mass Devils Esports is kind of working his way back too after his little encounter, so he's not doing too badly. He is in fourth. German Sim Racing Greens in fifth. Reese Skidder DE powered by MPB is in fifth. Whoa! And just as I said, what a great job Mass Devils was, Devil Esports, he spun it. He's turning around. He's back going again. Okay. He spun at, let's see, where was that?
Yeah,
oh, yeah.
No-name corner. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so he's going again. That's too bad. I must have jinxed him. TCR, is that 6th or 7th place? And Ramada Motorsport LMP2. He's still down, let's see. He's still down his 9 laps. That's a shame. I was hoping he picked some up, but he's still going. Good for him. Good for him. He didn't give up.
Yeah,
up front, still not.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, up front, and I see an L in P1. Not much change there. RSR Esport is still in the lead, but it's come down a little bit. 123 and what was 135, I think, when I left. So that's a little better. Over DRS Wave Italy, and Ricardo Chaban's driving that, and it's an RS Esport. Oh, Schwab, Paulo Costa. Cold Racing Team is in third place. That's Razin Barim Kulov. And let's see, fourth is TQ Engineering, and they look like they just came in the pits actually, or they're just leaving. I guess they're just entering.
Yeah, correct. They're in the pits now.
Yeah,
exactly. We're watching the battle for 6th in the GTM between the US Racing Sports Zero and the team for Sports Dream follow them. Close battle at the moment in this category.
Who are the two cars, Sam? I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
The US Racing Sports and Team Motorsport Dreams, and we have some crash in the events, so we're gonna pop out of this one and see what happened to the 355 Anthony Pisano for Aerosari Sports GTE.
Oh.
Yeah. It's the
I
same
have
mistake.
him.
Yeah, same mistake of
Yeah,
lots of
he's in
teams.
third place, right? Is that the guy you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, it's third place in the GT. He just
Yep.
lock up the brakes at the bus stops and just lost a
Okay.
bit of time. No contact, no arm.
Boy, those it's amazing the GT guys that are fighting it out in the front there, Full Sin Racing and then Racing Esports. They're a lap ahead basically of the third place guy, so they're really hauling along, the two of them.
Okay, so that's how you demolish cake.
Gone already?
You
Wow.
better believe it.
You're not sharing with it. That's why you eat fast, so you don't have to share it, right?
It's yeah, I do like a bit of homemade cake.
How could you not? Yeah. How could you not? I could have Katie come over and make us a fudge cake. Yeah.
I can just send you pictures.
Well, that's not going to do me any good, Clyde.
It's good for your waistline.
Yeah.
You can't get fatter looking at pictures.
Yeah, but talk about being frustrated. Okay.
Right, here we go then. So we are coming up on the end of hour 8. Just over 2 hours to go.
Amazing. Wow. That time's rushing right by, isn't it? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, Daniel from Race Control said in the chat, you don't share good cake. So, it's true.
There you go. So I was fully justified by eating it all myself and not sharing it.
Yeah. Clyde's such a giving guy, you know? Hey. Okay. Well, Jamie Rushworth's still plugging along in the Pure Sims Racing P2 car.
Yeah, and I don't think they've had much in the way of drama today.
Nope. The one side to side with the with Full Sin Racing coming out of the bus stop. That every time they go by each other now, they're flashing lights and hating each other. But they'll get over it after a while. Anyway.
Yeah, the only one they had is earlier in the race when they got caught by the TCF cars after spinning at Last Works. And got the rear completely destroyed. But that was pretty early in the race. They made backup, and now they are still good in front. So good pace from them.
Yeah. Yeah. What was amazing was I'm not sure who was driving at the time, but it was a perfect bicycle ride by the Full Sin Racing Porsche, right up on two wheels. It was really nice. It's incredible. The side-by-side they had, really no visible damage either, and they're not two of the same car, so it's kind of interesting, but got away with it. And Ludovic Giray is still plugging along in second place in the EN Racing Sports Esports Platinum car.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure if this battle's over yet, depending on when the next pit stops are going to take place.
No, it's that's another situation where, as we're well aware, Pure Sims Racing earlier in the day had a little damage, and they had to pit a couple of laps earlier than they anticipated, probably. And now, that we've set up another scenario, we're not quite sure how it's going to end. So I know when things stabilize, they're fairly close together. So we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, and sometimes them things can work in your favour. You've got a plan of action on when you're going to take your pit stop. Something happens, you do something different, and hey ho, it works.
Yeah, the good guys at that can adapt to that situation. You know, it's amazing. They find a way. Well, there's that view again. Hey, brother. Okay.
So there is a... Oh, who we got here? We've got Alessandro Burns. He's got... I don't know who that is in front of him. Do I trust my timing screen? Could be Ivan Cabrera.
Yep, from Mass DVD Sports.
Yeah, he's also got the modified wing on the back of his car. The TCR P2 did well there. I thought he was going to go for one move too many.
Real group of cars entering the bus stop at this point. Bus stop chicane. They seem to all come out of there okay. We got a, let's see, who is that? In the pits. Is that Martin Krishnik? Yeah, it is. He's pulled his Porsche GT in. He's in the AM division.
Yeah,
R3T Racing AM.
This is a good battle here. BMW versus Porsche. That is Otmar Pinner and Andreas Schwartz. And they're certainly not saving any fuel. Very, very, very long shadows on the track now. Although we do still have a bit of sunshine. Currently just gone 7:15 in sim time. Track temperature is 74 Fahrenheit. So not a lot of change since the last time we checked. Otmar's lining him up here. I think he's a little bit too far behind. Still going to make him worry. Now, somebody was saying earlier in the chat that there's hardly any tow for the BMW for some reason.
Huh.
You've got a P1 coming up on this battle now. Let's hope the guys are looking behind. And let's hope the P1 car does it sensibly, which it looks like he's going to, all the way around the outside. Well done. Little show of the nose there. Okay, race control have given Trolls Rollage a black flag. Stop and go 30-second penalty for causing a collision.
Oh my goodness.
Those guys in race control are harsh. Only joking, guys. I know what a tough job that is. And it's one of them jobs where not only can you not please everybody, but usually you can't please anybody.
Yep, for sure. The German sim racing magenta Ralph Zapelt is in the pits for a stop. And Adrian Tombe and the sim racing Schweiz is leaving the pit. He's still got that deflected wing. I'm not quite sure. I don't know if that can be fixed or not, but it's been like that almost all day.
Yeah, my Discord has just lit up with private messages about cake. So somebody's
Good.
listening to me. I think Otmar has got the pace here. He just can't get the move done at the moment.
Oh yeah, yep.
Andreas is putting his Porsche in on all the right places, or all the wrong places for Otmar.
Yep, he's kind of looking back and forth, trying to figure a way by.
Yeah, Otmar keeps showing his nose. I don't know whether that's out of frustration or whether he's just trying to put Andreas off and sort of trick him into a mistake, possibly. Excuse me, frog in my throat there, just had to take a drink. Otmar seems a lot better on the brakes, whether that's car specific and the BMW brakes better than the Porsche, I don't know. But then Andreas seems to get a better getaway out of the corner.
He does indeed. He seems to accelerate better, yes.
Yeah, and I think that's what's saving him at the moment. Both AM drivers in the GT class.
Yep. Trying to get him up with the camel straight.
Yeah. No, he's all right. He every time he gets a run, something else goes on, like a P1 or a P2 will appear.
Whoa.
He's gone in very, very
Wow.
deep there.
God, he got away with it too. Holy mackerel.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
That would be a hand out of the window. Sorry.
Wow. That was a brave move.
I think that was born from frustration, though.
Yeah, probably.
Although I do expect him to pull away now.
Seems to be putting a little space on him so far.
And again, from Andreas's point of view, you know, you've been racing for 8 hours and change. You know, if somebody is that desperate to get past you, sometimes it's better just to let them go and make sure you finish the race.
For sure. Yeah, like you said, at this point of the race, in a long race like this, you do your darndest to finish, no matter what.
Yeah, he's not giving up on this. It looks like if the BMW doesn't get any tow, the Porsche certainly does.
We notice he accelerated better out of the corner. Let's see what happens here. No?
Yeah, fairly even that time.
Yeah. Yeah, they were.
This corner is trickier than it
Oh,
looks.
that's a tough corner. Antoine Thibault roared by that group in his P2.
Yeah, there's another P2 catching these two as well. Although, you know, I say again, we're now 8 hours, 10 minutes in. I think the standard of driving today has been very, very good.
Totally agree. Oh, baby.
I know Sam has been pulling his hair out over some of the racing, especially from Suzuka. But I think the drivers in the league have done really, really well today. And I don't think Sam's going to have a lot to worry about at the end of this race.
At least loads less
I did.
than last
Well,
time.
I did see there was a little argument on the Discord channel earlier, but
Yeah, but I think that's sorted out. Yeah, that was most an unfortunate incident than anything else. But yeah, that's something that will be discussed after the race. Was the incident between the HPD and Abruzzi and the Eurodrive Performance PT1. That's yeah, always people angry about a move, and I can get the frustration when you're always smashed. So that's something I can get.
yeah, definitely. Sometimes you just have one of those races where everything goes against you, and it seems wherever you are on the track, somebody has painted a target on your back and they're going to hit you. I've had races like that myself. And conversely, I've had races where everybody's crashing around me, and somehow with my eyes shut, I've avoided all the carnage and finished well. So, you know, for each bad race you get a good one. But drivers just have to learn to calm down a bit, that's all.
Not always the easiest thing to do in the heat of the moment either, but you're absolutely correct.
Well, not for you, Bill, but you know.
I was actually using me as an example, to be honest with you. How's our
Yeah, not a lot going on position change-wise at the moment. I think we're all sort of eagerly awaiting the next round of pit stops.
I must have missed it. Apparently, Full Send Racing went in for a pit stop because our friend N-Race Esports is back out front again.
Yeah, about 5 minutes ago. 6 minutes now.
That's bang on schedule for them. That means they've got one stop left to do.
Yeah,
Almost a full stop. Yep.
I was probably thinking about cake with Clyde talking about it, so I missed it.
And I think N-Race will do a full stop on their next stop, and then they will have I don't know if it'll quite be a splash and dash, but it will certainly be a shorter pit stop than the car that they're chasing. So that's going to all shake out, I think, after the final pit stops.
We will see after this one where they come by, how many times left in the race. But that's gonna be close. I think they will have to pit 2 times, one full stop and one splash. And if they have to do the splash, I think the Full Send Racing will finish ahead.
Yeah, because even taking a splash of fuel and no tyres, as we said earlier, you know, the pit lane here is longer than a lot of tracks. So the actual pit stop time, the time that you lose, is quite horrendous.
Yeah, the pit lane is 1 minute, a bit more than 1 minute, so you only have 1 minute on the car behind, 1 minute 6 seconds now. So yeah, they have to make some ground, or try to save even more fuel to make this strategy works.
I tell you, Stephen Ash has put up a heck of a show. He's been in this car a long time.
Yeah, I think sometimes with endurance racing, it is easier to keep in the car than to do a couple of hours, get out, have 4 hours off, come back in, do another couple of hours. Some drivers just prefer it. If they're going to do 4 hours in the race, they get them all out of the way all in one go, so they're in a rhythm.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, I agree with you there.
So we've got lights flashing from the P1. Don't really know why. He wasn't close enough to do anything about it, or maybe that's just an I'm here. Is that P1 battle for position?
No, I don't believe so.
No, the gold is 1 lap down.
Yeah, yep. And Gold Racing Team is in 3rd place, but he's a lap down.
But you look faster at the moment.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm wondering now if João Paulo is just going to tuck him behind and save some fuel.
Yeah, I don't think they have to save fuel. Unless they do the same mistakes again, but yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're watching RSR Esports, somebody check the fuel.
What's the likelihood they're going to do that again, though?
Well, you would like to think that they've learned from their initial mistake.
Yeah, you never know, though, do you?
No, that's very true. Heat of the moment. Stranger things have happened.
Boy.
So although things seem a little bit sedate at the moment, there are still 1 hour and 40 minutes left in the race, so plenty of time for things to go wrong, shall we say. We've still got the pit stops to shake out, which could again close some of the positions up. So I'm sort of expecting a blinding finish to this race and some very, very good battles.
We were talking earlier on about iRacing graphics that are pretty awesome on track and the cars and so on. That's some things that missing in my eyes is the far distance rendering and all the trees that are still in 2D. That's two things that are really missing at the moment.
Yeah, I agree with that. And perhaps making the crowd look in the right direction would be a good idea.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But at least now the crowd is more like in 3D. That's not all the same people that are looking at you all the way. Yeah, they look a bit more real than they were before.
I think I'd rather have a 2D crowd looking at the racing rather than a 3D crowd facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, on camera angle, on TV, that's better like that. The 2D ones were very crap on camera. Because you are just one line of stripes in the wrong angle, so yeah, that's better now. At least for the cameras.
You know, that picture or that camera angle we're talking about, with the lady looking the wrong way and the guy going, "Yo," I think that's a really poor camera angle too. It doesn't really show you a heck of a lot. You know, it shows you a little bit of the front stretch and the grandstand across the way, but I mean that should be looking down like on pit road or something. And, you know, it just doesn't make sense. But a lot of good it does to complain about it.
Yeah,
Look,
it's already hard
yeah.
to make iRacing worse on our PC, so
Yeah, of course.
if they are working too much on the background, we will never run it anymore. So
That's right. That's right. Exactly. Just kind of going through the field here. I got on screen. I got Anthony Pisano in the RSR Esport GTE by Butt Kicker. He's presently in 4th place, buzzing along. He's a little bit behind 3rd place, but doesn't seem to have a lot of people around him, and his car looks clean and going along well. Hope he's having a fun day.
I'm sure these drivers are having a whale of a time. We've got
Not anymore.
three GT cars sharing the same piece of track at the moment. A couple of Porsches there that haven't done the rear wing mod.
One of them's not full send racing by any chance, is it?
Two just coming out of the pit lane there.
Oh, okay.
Thought that was going to be a bit dodgy, but no, he did well. Flash of the lights. Totally ignored by the GT drivers. Well done.
yeah, it was too late for the P2 to go
definitely.
there. Yeah, I did the right thing by staying behind Magnetron Thibault. That was a good call. Wait. Yeah, definitely a straight rear rig for the full send racing.
Yeah.
Not the Porsche mod for this race.
Yeah, they obviously didn't get the memo. So there is on screen at the moment, full send racing. Stephen Ash in the car.
Yeah, there's the races goals. They have still 25 minutes to to stay on track. If they want to pay with this strategy, not quite sure that's gonna work. I think they will be short, and they will have to do a very short splash at the end.
Yeah, I think they proved in the last stop. I think they stretched that as far as they could, and it just wasn't enough. So, good effort. Jamie Rushworth still putting the HPD through its paces.
Yeah, he's now 138 ahead of Ludovic Juret from the Racing Sports Platinum. So that's quite a big gap now, even if the N-Race have a little less to do with the pit stop. Jamie's putting very good gap now, so that's gonna be a close one also for the P2 at the end.
Yeah, like you say, it's certainly a sizable gap at the moment. But we've still got plenty of time to go. Yeah, did that car look like it had damage to you, Sam?
No, not at all. He just pulled out of the way and just escaped to the pits. So yeah, it would be great if the team can, yeah, heads up and tell us what happened to the team.
Yeah, I suppose at the moment, you know, we're just speculating what happens. Excuse me. But you know, obviously the cars, unless you crash them in iRacing, the cars don't actually break down. However, it is possible to have hardware failures, which is the sim version of something breaking in your car. So we never quite know what's happened until somebody lets us know.
Yeah, that was more of like hardware failure, or he missed the pit entry like the leader of the race did earlier before. Who knows?
It's strange, isn't it, here missing the pit entry, because it is quite a straightforward pit entry. You do the right in the chicane and then just go straight on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but maybe the spotter forgot to play pit now and tries to do the lap that didn't end up. We still had no one for race interview, so if people want to share a bit of their race experience and do a small interview for their team. Pop up in the interview room, we'll drag you up in the broadcast channel.
Yeah, which we can then ask you as many questions as we like about your personal lives.
Yeah, there will be nobody in the room.
That's just put everybody off.
Yeah, YouTube is showing me there's no viewer on at all anymore, so thank you, Clyde. Yeah, just joking here, of course. But more seriously, if you want to give us a heads up on what's your strategy for the end of the race, if you want to talk about it, of course, free to join. Go ahead, Bill.
Yep. We promise not to tell anybody.
Of course.
German Sim Racing in green is back on track. After that stop of God knows why.
Yeah, and then change the drivers. So.
Oh yeah, yep.
Maybe something.
Julian Forte.
Yeah. Maybe something about the drivers.
Could be. Maybe Julian wasn't expecting to go in so soon, but anyway, they're back on track. Glad to see they didn't quit.
Yeah, look at this one. If the NRC Sport have one less pit stops to do than the Pure Sim Racing, they would be close from each other at the end of the race. Just less than a second now.
Wow. Yes, they're very close.
There's a move going to be made here by the looks of it.
Heavy pressure.
And
They boxed him in a little bit. Yep. Very nice pass. Wow. Of course, I don't think Pure's. I think who's driving right now? Pete Harrod's in the car.
The car now, yeah.
I don't think he's going to lay down for that, to be honest with you, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, he has been caught in traffic, so we lost a bit of ground on the race balls there.
Yeah, pesky traffic.
Wide exit for the gold rating at Las Vegas.
At the moment, Ludwig Giret in the N Racing Esports Platinum P2 car is pulling away a little bit from Pure Sim Racing's Pete Harrod.
Yeah, his car must be a bit less EV, because he had burned some fuel compared to the Pure Sim Racing that just went off the pits.
Could
yeah, and obviously Pure Sim will be battling to get some heat into the tyres as well.
Yeah, exactly. The two first laps are not the best one on the HPD, so that's also a point. Not the first time we see that kind of mistakes in the pool.
Yeah, that's definitely an easy one to make.
Yeah, it's a tricky corner because you basically run low on force and you lost the car very fast, very easily. Yeah, Chris Springer again, a move that we saw a lot today, spinning at la source, just little spin, no arm, just a bit time lost.
Yeah, any spin that doesn't involve damage to the car is a good spin.
Yeah, we still have this battle going on for fifth in the GTM between the H2 Performance SRT and the Mass Diving Sport in front of them.
This one's been going on for quite a while.
Reed is gonna miss the end of the race if he doesn't come back soon enough.
Yeah, once he's filling his face, there's no stopping him.
That's fair enough.
Right, so we're at one of those lulls at the moment in the racing. Just waiting for everything to shake out. This is the battle for 5th and 6th in GTM. And there's a P2 getting involved there.
Yeah, you can see how quick the P2 comes by in the rear view camera in the Porsche. That was nothing in the mirror in the straights, and then on the braking zone the P2 just appeared in the camera. For the corners, they just go past through.
Which is why I think sometimes we see some of the GT drivers making a mistake under braking, because suddenly there's a car there that wasn't there.
Yeah, especially with the P1.
Yeah, sometimes your natural instinct is just to jam the brakes a bit harder.
Yeah, and they are hard to see, even with the related. Sometimes you saw them, then it comes behind, and the next corner they are diving inside. So yeah, that's really a hard one.
So we've got 1 hour 40 minutes left to race, folks.
1 hour and 20 minutes, bud.
Sorry, yeah, 1 hour 20 minutes.
That's okay.
Correct. Back to our leader.
Well, they're having a splendid ride, that's for sure. Wow. Even with their little break that they had, God, that was amazing.
Yeah, and don't forget the car started from pit lane as well, so they had
Wow.
to run right through the field.
Amazing. Really a brilliant performance.
Yeah, they basically lost an hour catching back the field at the start of the race, and now they are leading with almost a lap. So yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Certainly is. I don't think I'm gonna commend them too much anymore because gonna jinx them. Get the 1 hour jinx.
Yeah, we certainly don't want to be doing that.
Nope.
If we do, it was Pete's fault.
Exactly.
Always Pete fault.
That's right.
Safely making his way through the GT traffic there.
Yeah. He's coming up on the 3rd place GT runner, I believe. Yep. Just went by him. Which is LTE1 Sports.
Yeah, just a daft, not really a question, more of a statement, but I wonder how many overtakes that car is going to make in 10 hours.
Yeah.
It's
got to be a lot.
It's got to be a few hundred, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He's done 250 laps. So he does 3 a lap. That's 750 right there. So,
yeah.
So
yeah.
to be
could be closer to 1,000.
Yeah, I was going to say to be ultra conservative, he's done easily 600, I would say, or more for sure.
That's a lot of overtaking.
Yes, it is.
And we have the unraced spots in the pits, so a
Yeah,
bit
I was
earlier
just
for
gonna
them.
say, yeah, I think they've pitted. They're not going to go for an hour and 15, but that's yet to shake out because the Pure Sims racing car is going to have to do a full pit stop, I believe.
Yeah, this one is the GT. They are taking tires now.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So this is the race against Full Send Racing.
Yeah.
So, same thing, really. I think Full Send are going to have to do a full pit stop with their car. And if they've probably saved about 45 minutes worth of fuel over the last 8 hours and 45 minutes. So there is just going to be a splash at the end.
All right, N-Race Esports is exiting pit lane. And he's back on track.
I would be very tempted in that team just to run the car for a few laps, enough to get a splash of fuel in to get to the end, take the second pit stop early, and then come out and basically say to Full Send, right, we're done. This is us to the end. What have you got?
That would be an interesting call for the end of the race.
Yeah, you know, mind games. You know, we've done our pit stops. You've still got to do one.
Yep. Well, the sun is getting a little lower, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to hit darkness.
Gonna be dusk, though, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, currently just a few seconds before 8 p.m. sim time. Track temperature is down to 72 degrees. So we're currently looking at Sergio Ballesteros, a very famous surname.
I wonder if it was related to Sevi.
Yeah. So Sergio is currently 4th in GT AM. I believe the car behind him is the is it H2 Performance, or is it the Peter, I don't know how to say his surname, but that is for position.
Yeah, that's the H2 Performance. They registered the wrong team, but
Peter
H2
Boage,
Performance.
yeah, Boage. And behind him is Andre Geiger, German Sim Racing and Friends.
Yeah, so P1 class really, you know, without another massive mistake from RSR Esports, you know, looks like they have this race sewn up. Into the P2, it's still on between N-Race Esports Platinum and Pure Sims Racing. We wait and see what happens with the pit stop there. And then again in GT Pro, it's still on. Full Send Racing and N-Race Esports on total opposite pit strategies. So, oh, whoa, what happened there? That looked like either the BMW just didn't see the P2 car, or something happened earlier that we didn't see and there was a bit of retaliation, not sure.
Yeah, that's not retaliation. Don't think so. I just think not. No for that at least. I think he talked about he had the place to go to the left, but yeah. That was a close call further in the race. Lucky for them. It's not ended up in the wall, because could have been.
Yeah, definitely. That could have been good night nurse then. Whereas at the moment we've still got a good race. So yeah, just in the GT Pro, you know, it is still on with these two cars having totally differing pit strategies. And in GT AM, currently World of Sim Racing Team Junior have quite a decent lead over the German Sim Racing team. So 1 hour, 10 minutes to go. there is your GTM leader. To make a move. Well done to the Porsche. I can't see who that is, but they help to facilitate that overtake very well.
Yeah, Team Motorsport Dreams. That's a blue flag, well done.
And a shout out to Bruzy HBD P2, Marc-Antoine Thibault driving. They're currently in third place, and as Sam mentioned, with the little mishaps that happened in the beginning, they've clawed back and they're still hanging on to third place. Good for them. That's in the P2 division.
Yeah, just looking at the P2 times, Pure Sims are about 11 seconds behind. Or are they in front? Things keep switching about. Help me out, Sam. Who's leading this class now?
It's still a rain race at the moment, but they will have to pit pretty soon, I think. There's only 8 laps gap between the two of them. I think the pit stops can play into the favor of the race, because yeah, we said earlier, Pure Sim had to pit earlier, and then race is stretching out the stints. So yeah.
Yeah, and did we sort of agree that sort of a maximum stint time for these P2s is about 55 minutes?
Yeah, the basic time is 50 minutes, I think, but the end race is more close to the 52 to 55 minutes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so Pure Sims are going to have to go some here. So there's the end race P2, getting it all wrong into the chicane.
Yeah, that's gonna cost them a bit of time.
I think there's the length of that straight between them now. I think that was the Pure Sim car just coming round at the top end.
That's TCR, actually. TCR just went through, what's the name of it? God, I always forget. La Source, yeah.
So there's Pete Harrod in the Pure Sim car, and there in front, I believe, is, I keep wanting to call him the Entrance car.
Yeah, they have the TCR car in front, and then after that, Team Race. Yeah.
And incidentally, the TCR car, driven by Chris Springer, is in 6th place in their division. Excuse me.
So there's Chris Springer in the TCR car.
And Luke Jarrett in the N-Race Esports Platinum is just coming out of Paul Ferrer, heading toward Blanchimont at this time in first place, P2.
So how far can Pete Harrod stretch this stint? There's definitely him in the background behind the TPR car. So
yes, he is. He was just coming out of the. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say it looks like the gap is down to around 9 seconds.
When Ludovic Jarrett was entering La Source, the Pure Sim Racing was coming out of the bus stop, so that's about how far apart they are. And Pete Harrod has the wheel, right, at this point? Yep. Yes, he does.
Just looking at Pete's last lap time, I think he is saving fuel like no man's business.
Could be.
I think they are desperate to get this car into that fuel bracket where they've only got to stop once more.
He was 2 seconds slower than Ludovic Jarret.
An update on the gap between the Full Sun Racing and N-Race Esports in the GT Pro. So the gap went from 55 seconds when the N-Race get out of the pits to 1:02 now, 4 laps after that. So yeah, Stefan Ash is putting a gap from Guillaume Chobard. So.
Yeah, his last lap was nearly 2.5 seconds quicker. I'm not sure whether N-Race Esports got caught up in traffic or had a little moment.
Yeah, looking at the graph, that's basically almost 2 seconds each lap, so yeah.
So we are 1 minute away from the 1 hour countdown.
Gonna be crunch time pretty soon.
Certainly is. And interestingly, Pure Sims Racing are still going.
That lap was just about 2:06 like the lap before. 2:05.9. Same lap time as N-Race Esports, Ludwig Gervais, 2:05.8.
So Pure Sims could be thinking, do you know what, we've got these guys on pace. Strategy could let us down, so if we can get to the point where we only have to pit once more, we're quite comfortable, you know, clawing back a 10-15 second lead, because we think we're faster than them. It just depends on how far they can get in this stint. There's a bit of a backlog here.
So like, yeah, I guess. Wow.
Yeah, because that's sure the N-Race is shorter on fuel on the stints, so They've pitted on lap 227 and the pure sim on 235. So yeah, there's a gap of 8 laps in favor of the pure sim at this point in time. I think pure sim has only one stop to do. They still have 10 minutes to run and they have 8 laps more fuel than the unrace. 8 laps is more than 10 minutes, so they should be good. Just have to see if the unrace can keep up at least 5-10 minutes maybe on this tank.
Well, Ludwig is certainly not saving fuel.
No, he isn't.
He's banging in 205s at the moment.
Yep. Wow, very wide turn for.
So, when is it all going to shake? But he's got to blink first. The Rainbow Ferrari's looking a bit battered at the front.
Yep, little
Sure,
customization on the front.
yeah, the lights are all pointed in different directions.
That way you can see everywhere.
Watching here with this replay. So we've got João Madeira. Looks like he's gone off.
Yeah. Flying.
Didn't see the start of that, to be honest.
Yeah, can you get out of your closet, please? Because you're a bit far away with your mic at the moment.
Is that any better?
Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you, guys. And still this battle for the GTM going on at the moment.
Yeah, still raging. I think this will probably go all the way to the end.
Yeah, they've been together since almost 2 hours now.
Yeah, definitely. There's dust been carried onto the track back there. Yeah, a couple of P2s going past a GT car. I think they got it done safely. Yeah, it looks that way. It's still going, so that's a TCR car.
Oh. The Rainbow Ferrari took a little shortcut just then.
Yeah, he just slipped the grass by himself.
Yeah, he figures it looks like an all-terrain vehicle now. Might as well use it for that anyway.
Yeah, the battle for now. And race P2 is in the pit lane. So it's gonna be hard to make it to the end.
Yeah, they're going to have to save it if they're going to make it to the end from here.
I think they're 1 lap short.
Yeah, I don't think you're far wrong there, Sam, if I'm honest. By the time they get out the pits, they're going to have to do a minimum of 54 minutes.
Whoa. Who was it? Full send just for... No, that one... I'm sorry, it wasn't full send. Beg your pardon. Never mind. Scratch that.
And that battle that we was watching with Peter and who was the other driver? The ones that have been together for a long time. There you go. There's Peter going off track. That could be the end of that battle.
The other car went to the pits, the Mazda Sport, so this is why they are not together anymore at the moment, at least. We shall see in few laps when the H2 performance go through the pits. This is the last time by for the GTs. Yeah, this is the last time for the GTs to come to the pit lane.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Roger.
No, it's Bill, not Roger. So.
That's his middle name.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, so Ambrose is back in second place now. Pit stop favor. 20 seconds in front of the NRAC Sports. So, yeah, they've made a backup from where they was before.
Yeah, and I presume they've still got a pit stop to go.
Yeah, looking at the lap time and pit laps, they went 3 laps later than the end race, so expect them going into 2 laps, I think. 1 or 2
Yeah,
laps.
so they're possibly net third in P2.
Yeah, they have 1 stop more, but yeah, shall see. But definitely not further back than 3rd position, that's for sure. Because remember, you have 1 minute 10 of pit lane, so the end race should be large in front of them, even if they are to pit again. So yeah, end race is 1:30 behind Pete Howard in the pure sim. Yeah, that's gonna be a tricky one. I think if I am in the pure sim team, I just do the fuel, not the tires. Unless they did, yeah, I think they did the tires in the last team, so there should be no tires, only fuel. That will from the pit lane global time a bit down, and they should end up well in front of the end race, if the end race has to pit again, of course.
Yeah, just watching a little bit of to and fro with the flashy lights there. So we had the HPD flashing the lights at the BMW and then went past, and the BMW flashed the lights back again, as if to say, yes, I know you was there, you didn't need to flash your lights at me.
Well, after this long, you got to really reach for patience sometimes.
So I've got Chris Springer has entered the pit lane. There she is.
Yeah, the best camera ever. On the pit lane, that's the worst thing you can say.
So back with that GT AM battle, Peter has now entered the pits as well. So we'll see where they are. There she is again. Look.
Yeah, there's a bit of gap. I think the Mazda didn't need fuel last time by, 35 seconds in pit lane. So let's see if the H2 performance do the same on their pit stop. Yeah, driver change for H2 performance. So yeah, when the change driver intends to do a tire change also, shall see. But if they do take tires, I think they will go well behind this car.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
there's
they're still in the pits. They are. Yeah, they are taking tires now, so they will be well behind the Mass Devil Sports. We'll see where they come out.
So here they come. Thomas Orhoff behind the wheel.
There's the Mass Devil, so they have all pit lane.
That much.
They have all pit
Yeah, they've
lane
got that
to do.
second part of the pit lane, but they're on fresher tyres.
Yeah, but I think with only 50 minutes to go, it's gonna be hard to take back. And you have the Team Motorsport Dreams. May have to come back to the pits. Yeah, I think before the end of the race. But yeah, there's only exiting now, so there's a pretty big gap now between the two of them. Almost 30 seconds.
BMW there with his flashy lights stuck on.
Yeah, the third place driver, I guess, was a little worried that our driver Dennis Rick Brenner would run in front of him, I guess, coming out of the pits. This was 3/4 of the way down the Camel Straight. I'm pretty sure he was aware of what was behind him, but you never know. Hanging in third, he doesn't want to take any chances, I guess.
Yeah, what's happened to race glitter?
Yeah, a bit of blinking and went off track, just
Yeah,
nothing major.
nothing serious.
Dom is asking you, Clyde, how many gallons of cider to be able to speak that long?
Yeah, that's just the sort of question I expect from Dom. Keep it quiet, Dom. The answer's 15 gallons. But obviously, I'm a professional, so I haven't touched alcohol during this broadcast. And if you believe that, you will believe anything. Did I just say that out loud?
Well, now we
Yeah.
have the N-Race Esports and Full Sin Racing right together here. Isn't that interesting?
To be truthful, Dom, it's the chocolate cake that's keeping me going, not the cider.
He'd be sleeping if he had the cider.
Yeah, someone is asking you, did you drink it all before ends? So,
I think the answer to that is you can tell that I've not had a great deal of cider today by the amount of times I haven't had to get up to use the toilet.
that's true, that's fair enough. Dom is taking notes there for when you come to Spa. 15 gallons for 9 hours, so there's gonna be a lot to buy next time. Go to at least the time you go to Belgium, see a race at Spa.
Now Stephen Ash has passed and pulled into first place in GT. Has passed the Ford who's driving that right now. William Jabard. Guillaume.
Guillaume. Yep.
Guillaume.
You're not so far, Bill. Not so far. It's Guillaume Jobard, yeah. You're really struggling, your Englishman, with the G, U, E.
Say it how you see it, Bill.
Say what?
Say it how you see it.
Guglielmi?
Spot
That's
on.
terrible. Guillaume.
Yeah, last one was better. Yep.
Yeah. I was being rude at the first one. I shouldn't do that. Actually, that's William in French, isn't it? Of course it is.
Yeah, we have Ale from the Full Send Racing and told us in the chat that in race is saving a lot of fuel trying to get rid of the last team. Yeah, that's what we code, but a lot of fuel, that's more than a lot of fuels, because 1 hour 15 on the stint, it's a lot.
Yeah, and still keeping a decent pace as well.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
It's
they are 3
only a
seconds.
talent to be able to do that.
Yeah, last time by Guillaume was 3 seconds slower than Stefan, so we'll see this time around. I think that's gonna be at least 2 seconds. Yeah, almost 5 seconds. Oh no, sorry, 1 second. 1 second, the time didn't refresh. So it's only 1 second this time by. But yeah, the lap before it was 3 seconds, so they are really saving a lot of fuel.
Yeah, myself and Pete tried to save fuel once in a V8 race at, I believe it was Daytona. And we was 5 laps down after 2 laps. So we wasn't very good at it.
Yeah, but in usual time you're 4 laps down, so...
Well, there is that, yeah.
What's the famous phrase? How'd that work for you?
Yeah, not too good.
Yeah.
He just went off the gas so early before the corner. That's amazing.
Yeah, and that obviously is the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, correct. But yeah, he's losing time. That's interesting for the end of the race. If they can keep up like that and don't have to pit once more, it's gonna be on full send to do the job, because yeah, I think they have to pit, so yeah, gonna be hard.
Well, it'll be what? It'll be a reduced fuel amount plus no tires, I would assume.
Yeah, definitely a reduced fuel amount, because these guys can go for 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whoa.
he's saving so much fuel, and he's not even taking the correct line into the corner. Maybe
Yeah,
there
but
was some guy involved, yeah.
Is it wise to fall so far behind though? I mean, I don't know.
No, he's getting a tow from the
I got
BMW.
you. Okay.
So
I see him now.
yeah,
And I think also it's one of them that, you know, you've made your bed, now you've got to lay in it. If that's your tactic,
True.
you don't want to abandon it now. You know, and you see if it works, and if it doesn't work, then you do something different next time.
Yep.
yeah, but they play the game and they play it well at the moment. That's an interesting distance battle. So yeah, that's good. That's strategy game. So that's a bit different from the usual sprint action we have for the V8s. That's really different.
Oh, that was close. And the trouble is, being in that GT class, you can't tuck in behind a P2 or a P1 and save fuel because
No.
they're just gone.
Yeah, they pull away too fast. Exactly. Well, Mr. Costa in the RSR Esport P1 is still plugging along. He's 8 seconds in the lead in first place. And holding court in second place is Goal Racing Team P1. And that is Ruslan Beramkulov. And he's in second, 8 seconds behind. Third place we've got Marco Arcadakian in the DRS Wave Italy P1. And he's an additional 110, 382 back. TQ Engineering, I don't have a time, well, 2 laps down. And that's, who's at the wheel, this one, Patrick Pelchik. And Esport Performance Racing in 5th place. And Francois Aldrini is at the controls of that vehicle. So that's the top 5 cars in the race, and they're all LP1 cars. And Pure Sims is coming into the pits.
Yeah, that's bang on schedule for them. I expect that just to be not so much a splash and dash, but certainly no tyres and not a full fuel load.
But they'll change drivers either. And Pure Sims Racing is headed back out on track. On pit road, heading out.
Yeah, there's miles ahead of the racing sports.
Yeah.
And the N-Race team in general are having a very, very good race in contention in P2 and GT Pro at the moment.
Yeah, N-Race in GT did their best lap on the last lap, so that's a bit strange. There's 2 things that come in mind. That's they're good on fuel, so they can push now, or they know they can't make it on without taking fuel, so they have to push as hard as they can to get back the gap. So
Yeah, and I don't think they're actually that far behind, are they?
yeah, they're 6 seconds behind the full-time racing, but they were losing loads of time. But as I said, they did the best lap of the race for the car on the last time by, so they are pushing now.
Yeah, or do you think they've gone, right, well, we've saved enough fuel now, we can get to the end, let's go.
Yeah, and that's maybe why they are pushing now. It'd be great for the info, but I think that's gonna stay private for the end of the race.
I think that will be top secret, yes.
Yeah, that's top secret information for now.
Mr. Costa in the RSR Esport P1 has just started his 278th lap. Amazing. And we're closing in on half an hour to go. A little bit more than a half an hour. Ooh, the sun's getting low now, Clyde. Your favorite time of day. There you go.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is my only bugbear with iRacing at the moment. The way the track goes bright orange.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's also some strange shadows at some point on the track.
Yeah, I don't know
side.
whether the guys running screens see it, but certainly in the Rift, you get some sort of alien abduction sky going on at this time of the evening.
Yeah, it's the same on screen.
Yeah, look, it looks like some sort of transporter beam or something. So yeah, I definitely think N-Race are not saving fuel now.
Both N-Race Esports cars are in second place. One in P2 and one in GT.
Yeah, it's a fantastic team performance. Just trying to see if that gap is going to come down any further in GT Pro. There's a rainbow car still looking damaged coming out of the pits. Yeah, it's still got all these lights facing in different directions. So coming up on 30 minutes left in this race. And what a race it's been.
Yes, it has. We still have a really good count of cars left as well. They're still running.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure we've seen the end of the action yet either.
Oh, no. Nope, I agree with you there. The last 15, 20 minutes of this race are going to be really interesting.
Wonder if Pete is going to make it back.
Oh, said he was going to. I don't know. I think he'll get here before the end.
Full Send car has obviously been able to stay out of trouble. Still looks very, very clean.
Yes, sir, he has.
I believe in the background there, you can see the N-Race car.
Yep, my words exactly. I just saw that.
So Stephen Ash in the Full Send racing car is still flying, doing lap times of 2 minutes 15.
He can seem to click off those lap times at will without any problem.
Yeah, let's see what he does this time round. Another 2:15.
Yeah, Guillaume was faster in all sectors in the last time, and he did the best lap of the car, of the N-Race car, in 2:14.84. So, yeah.
Yep.
So he's closing.
Yeah, it's closing. I have all the sectors shown on screen at the moment, and every time they cross one, the gap delta is showing, so you can see live if Guillaume is catching or not. He went 4/10 faster in the first sector, so yeah, that's quite a massive gap now, closing in.
And you can see the headlights are actually on and shining on the track now.
Yeah, another 2/10 for Guillaume. It would be great if I can keep this up without the camera on the car, but to keep the data I have to stay on one of these cars, so I will just switch to Guillaume for a little while. Show a bit of some of the cars. Another 4/10 faster on the first end. That's impressive job that Guillaume's doing at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think he's got any fuel worries.
Yeah, he's going full send now, Guillaume.
Yeah, so he's going to full send, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing. And another almost 4/10 faster, and in the last one, shall see that he lost 2/10, I think, because the P1 passed him a bit earlier. So yeah, in overall, the best sector 1 for the GTE category in the last lap for Guillaume, and the best sector 4 of the car. So yeah, he's really pushing hard at the moment.
Yeah, and he can actually physically see him at certain parts of the track now, so he can judge whether he's getting closer or not. But, you know, even we can see that the gap is physically coming down. So last lap there for N race was a 2:15.1. He's certainly not holding anything back at the
No, you
moment.
can take it.
Okay, Bill's just been given food, I think.
Nope. No, I had to give up the laptop computer that I had alongside. That's all. I don't give up food that easily. Come on.
So if it was food, you would have put up a fight.
Probably, yeah. Would have gone over the air.
I still think you would have lost.
Definitely.
So we have the Hunter and the Hunted in the GT Pro class.
Yeah.
Now there is a BMW between them.
There is, yeah.
How friendly is this BMW going to be? Have N-Race annoyed that BMW at some point during the race?
There may be flashy lights involved.
I'm pretty sure there will be.
That was a little wide. Oh. He's okay. Slow down, but I guess I've been asleep at the switch here, but another thing about these two fellas in GT that are duking it out, they're 2 laps ahead of their group. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, endurance racing always amazes me. You know, even when you watch it in real life, 10 hours of racing, and there's still close battles on the track.
Yeah, we were talking about that when you were eating too. Same thing. Yeah, it's incredible. Boy, the cars sure have vulcanized the pavement today. You can see the big black rubber marks on the corners.
Yeah, you wouldn't like to be a track sweeper, would you, after this?
You pray for a big rain in the Ardennes right now. After this is over.
Yeah, before they get close to each other, it's very close. Guillaume is really closing down. We have this battle going on for 4th between Team Motorsport doing the Mass Release Sports in the GT AM, and the Team Motorsport Dream is going to put a move on the inside of the Mass Release.
No, he's not far enough alongside.
Yeah, backing up.
Now that BMW could kind of gum up the works, couldn't he? Yeah.
I think Nikolai in the 404 has definitely got the legs here. It's just, can he get it done? He's being very, very sensible at the moment. He's not pushing his luck anywhere.
Yeah, he just dived into the pits, so
Yeah,
that's
into the
battle
pits.
over for now.
Yes, I think so, yes.
Glad I switched up to this one before the other. We're gonna go
There she
back
is.
to the battle on the GT Pro. Less than 3 seconds now between Guillaume and Stefan.
Yeah, so that's coming down all the time. And that pesky BMW is still sat in the middle. Which, in theory, could help the Ford. Once he gets close enough, he could get a double tow from the BMW and the Porsche. But this battle is going to be on very, very shortly. Okay, so there's another GT car in front of Stephen Ash.
So, how are we getting on now?
Oh, it lives.
It does. Back just in time, yeah?
Yeah, we've got a hell of a battle building here. With Full Send Racing currently leading the GT Pro class, but N-Race are taking chunks and chunks of time out of them.
Yeah, Guillaume was very, very fast in previous stints. He set the car away, I think, at the first stint. So let's see if that Ford GT can get on terms here with the Porsche. How much is he clawing back each lap?
Well, it has been varied. However, you can see the visible gap now.
Yeah, you can also see the effect of the headlights now.
Yeah, N-Race seemed to get to a point, they were saving fuel. We was watching them save fuel, and then they just took off, did their fastest lap of the race, and are just getting this time back each and every lap. So,
and who's that
they've saved it
BMW? Yeah, who's
well,
the
the
BMW?
BMW's not in this battle.
No, but he could feature as part of the equation.
Yeah, he just seems to be sitting there, and I think that Ford is now getting that double tow from these two cars.
Right, it must be reeling it in. Yeah, that's visibly different. I can tell already just by looking at that shot on the screen.
Right, just before the end of the race, guys, I'm just going to disappear for a toilet break, and I shall be back in 5 minutes.
Certainly, yeah.
Copy.
Any other excitement happen while I was away, Bill?
No, not really. We haven't had any revelations. It looks like pure sim racing in the P2 is kind of pulled away, so they're in the driver's seat right now. No pun intended. And of course, RSR Esports cleaning up in P1. He's got over a minute lead, so unless he has a total disaster, he's a shoe-in.
Yeah,
And,
or somebody disasters for him.
Yeah, and of course, the GT AM series, they've had a couple really close battles at the front. I'm not quite sure what's going on now, but
Well, at the minute, World of Sim Racing has a 50-odd second lead over Dennis Pickbrenner in German Sim Racing Friends.
yeah, he's kind of opened it up. Yeah, that was a battle for a while, but that's pretty much what's. Oh, we're doing flashy lights, flashy, flashy.
Yeah, we are. So now there's nobody in between N-Race Esports and Full Send Racing's car. So we've got Stephen Ash and Guillaume Jobard taking it to the very end of the race, it seems.
He must have disappeared or went in the pits or something.
Yeah, I went straight to the pits.
Okay.
So there's no tow anymore for Guillaume, at least. Not at the moment. And
well, there is now.
He's got a
yeah, Stefan just did the best first sectors of the race in the GTE. So you have a pole sector 1.
Some lights flashing going on.
Oh boy.
Not sure why the Porsche in the middle is flashing his lights.
Me either.
Can't see the number on that car as it goes past.
That's the
It's the 409
R3T
yeah.
Racing. Yeah. That's Daniel's Diamond. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry, Daniel.
Let me see if I can help you out. Daniel Stimon.
Stimon, okay. Thank you. Good, he can beat you up if it's wrong.
Yeah. And I'm nearer.
Yeah, very much so. I don't know. That battle is pretty holding at bay right now. So,
Yep, and the lights are dimming as we're going into the night time, or into the twilight rather.
Getting close, yep. At this juncture, I don't think he...
Oh my word, where are you going with that car?
Yep. Stay there.
Daniel, don't... Oh, and...
Yeah, they're race right into the pits. So we have the confirmation that they were out of their strategy with the fuel saving. So this is why Guillaume had to push very hard.
Yep. And in pushing, he's put the car into a place where it would have run out of fuel anyway. A good attempt. Let's hope he doesn't lose too many places, because fuel saving is a difficult thing to do at the best of times. I think he's got a massive gap.
Yeah, they have 4 minutes on the next car, right? So they're good.
While you were away, Clyde was mentioning that you and guys were going to write a book on how to save fuel at a Daytona race.
We're gonna write a book about it, yeah, but I wouldn't ever try and sell it because it'd be absolutely wrong. So what we did was we set off and said, right, we're gonna fuel save now, and we got lapped, and Clyde was like, it's okay because we'll pick it up later in the race, and we got lapped again, and he said, no, that's still okay because it'll come back at the end of the race. And then we were right at the end of the race, and I was like, we've not got any of these laps back, Clyde. We finished like 4 laps down. That's funny. But we didn't crash, so yay!
Yeah. Well, actually, Pete, he's not going to lose a place because he was 2 laps up on the rest of the GT cars, so...
Right.
I'm talking about N-Race Sports.
He had a 4 minute and something second lead, 4 minute 9 seconds, I think it was.
Yeah.
So he'll be in and out of that pits. He's already out. He's in the background now.
He's on the Camel Straight right now.
Yeah, that looks like TT Motorsport that he's following down the straight.
Yeah, correct, Pete.
Oh, I'm good at these car liveries now.
Yeah,
you got
pretty good.
Mind like a steel trap, boys. Like a steel trap.
Mine's like a mousetrap without the mouse.
That was Abruzzi getting past World of Sim Racing Team Junior. And they are the lead AM GT car, that BMW there in your view now, folks.
Yep.
So good effort by them. They're ahead of a number of different pro cars.
They sure are.
Okay, I'm back, guys.
Well, while you were away, N-Race Esports ducked in the pits.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, they couldn't make it with the fuel they had remaining, and have had to bail out of that. They are absolutely safe though. They had a 4-minute lead over third place, so they will be assured of their second. But in needing to push, they had to ruin their own strategy, I think.
Yeah, I think that probably then shows why they suddenly went from fuel saving to fastest lap of the race once they'd realised that they just couldn't save enough.
Yes, exactly that, I think. Yeah, so unless something dramatic happens, we're going to get a Porsche that wins that duel. With Full Send Racing, as
They've both of those guys have done a great job all day, so
yeah,
well
just
deserved. Well deserved.
yeah, watching Pure Sims Racing, Pete Harrod scything through past another. That's the Apex Aviation Ferrari.
There's a slowdown for you. Yep.
Yep, he's off the gas.
He did. He went over a Rouge up on the rise there a little bit too high. There's the Abruzzi P2 still holding on to third place.
Yep.
And still Marc-Antoine Thibault driving that vehicle.
Yeah, 1 minute and 10 seconds behind Pure Sims Racing, which is quite a lead now, isn't it, for them?
Yeah.
And here they are. Oh no, this is N-Race Esports Platinum. They were leading this P2 field at one point.
Yeah.
But as the pit strategies have played out, they've ended up second.
Yeah, so it looks like our position 1 battles are all pretty much sorted now.
Basically, yeah.
Are we going to get any more podium battles from these guys?
I think the N-Race in the P2, the one we are on screen now, we were not sure they could go all the way to the end with the fuel, because they pit 55 minutes before the end of the race. So it depends on the leaders when they cross the line and how much lap they have to do.
And how
till
much
the end.
race do we have left, Sam?
We've got 6 minutes.
6 minutes left, yeah. And yeah, we'll see when the P1 crosses the line on this time. But yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see. If they have to pit, they will probably lose the second spot because the Abruzzi HPD Pro is only 30 seconds behind, and as we said before, it's 1.10 minutes pit lane.
Yeah.
So
If we get that, we do get that extra lap in. Obviously, that's another near on 4.5 miles and over 2 minutes of driving. So, yeah, the guys certainly they're going to need a gallon or so to do that.
Yeah, and it depends also where. Now, is it going to be Pete Harrod that brings out the checker, or is it just going to be the time that brings the checker out?
it's the time when we reach the 10 hours marker. If Joe Costa would cross the line before the end of the 10 hours, he will have to do one more lap. And
Okay.
if he cross line after 10 hours, it's the check flag. So it's based on the LMP1 leaders, the overall leader. So everyone behind him will have to do the lap more.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's basically how that works.
Okay. So he will take a white flag, or he'll take a checkered flag.
He will take checkered one time.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Okay, what are we seeing there?
Small
That's
kiss
all
between
nice.
the two GTs.
Yeah, Porsche losing it on the way in, as we've seen numerous times, obviously with the wing mod on there. This is on board the Rainbow Ferrari.
It looks like the Porsche lost it on the brakes.
Yeah, I think he did, yeah. Obviously, the Rainbow Ferrari has already done some mods to the front of that car.
Yeah.
All the lights pointing in different directions.
Yeah. It's designed to mesmerize the car in front of.
Yeah, and then the Porsche has got the modified wing on it. So here's our P1 leader.
Yep. Putting another lap on the rainbow car.
This
Yeah.
is
Oh no, it's not.
so close.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be 2 laps more from now
Yeah,
on.
I do.
So check a fly next time by our leader.
Okay. So João Paulo Costa sets off on another 1 minute 59-ish seconds of Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, I think he'll get the white flag this time.
Yeah, we have someone from the new SimRacing Rainbow that's all in the chat that's designed to distract the rest of the drivers. That's a good goal. A good goal.
Do you think he's going to finish this lap, Clyde, take a white flag and get a checker afterwards?
Yeah, I think he's got another lap to do after this one.
Right.
Yeah, there's still 2 minutes to go, so there's gonna be one more for sure.
Cool. More excitement, fans.
Not if you're running out of fuel.
Absolutely not.
There will probably be cars praying that this is the last lap, even though it's not.
Yeah, it would be great if we can jump into the onboard camera and see on the dashboard the real amount of...
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
that would be really great to see the real data on the car, of the in-race platinum car at the moment, and to see if they can keep up or not for the last of the race.
The leader of the race is approaching the bus stop right now.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this will be the white flag.
Here he comes.
Yeah, 1 minute left, so this is the last one.
Okay, one more to go.
So this is 295th lap, which is impressive in anybody's books.
Sure is. It's over 1,000 miles.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? The more you think about that, the worse it gets, if you know what I mean. 1,000 miles of Spa.
Same 4-mile trip 295 times. Other than that one hiccup in the middle of the race, that car ran flawlessly today, I'll tell you.
Yep, it's been a commanding
Sure has.
performance.
Yeah, so they've, as we said before, started in pit lane, driven right through the field. Had
There's
to
another thing.
run
Wow.
out of fuel.
Wow.
which would have caused a tow back to the pits. Still came out in the lead. And they are over half a lap ahead of the Gold Racing team in second.
Okay, through Blanchemont, here he comes.
So RSR Esport take a bow.
Most definitely.
So it's
Alright,
approaching
through the
chicane there.
bus stop chicane.
Yeah,
Here he
checkered
comes.
flag is out.
Well done.
Well done.
Well done.
Great run.
Absolutely.
And switch to Pete Harrod for Pure Sims Racing.
Yeah,
Yeah, another
almost a
master
full lap
drive.
though to do for him. And Full Send is almost at the end now. He's running through Blanchemont, so that's gonna be the last couple of corners for him.
Yep, there he goes. Blanchemont's the next corner.
Car off in the background there.
Yeah, that's a car coming back from the pits. That's the Sim Racing Schweiz. That was out of the race since the start, and they came
Oh,
to
that's got a bit
Oh,
of
that's
a...
grabby.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think race control should let this go around the track. I know why they are doing this, but that's pretty not safe, to say the least.
I think there may be something wrong with the rear view mirror on that car.
Yeah, they're out of the race since lap 57, so 57. So yeah, they've made less than 2 hours of racing, and they are getting back on track to grab a few points to the championship. But yeah, the car is not really straight, so not sure that was a really smart.
I think the term "not very straight" has been horrendously underused there.
Okay, here comes Pure Sim Racing.
Yeah.
P2.
Yeah,
With the flashing lights, that's a good time to use it.
woman. Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
Can't be a
The
good flash of the
UK
light.
guys did a great job.
So we've got some donuts going on. Synchronised donuts.
Yeah.
Looking ending tears.
Especially since the racing is over.
He's trying to write something, do you think?
Where it says, oh.
And let's see, who won World of Sim Racing Team Junior? GT.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct, Bill. It's the World Sim Racing Junior that wants the GT Ham.
Wow.
So,
Well,
I'll do the top three. So, P1, João Paulo Costa brought the RSR Esport home for victory. Ruslan Bayramkulov brought home the Gold Racing Team LMP1 car in second place. And Marco, for DRS Wave Italy, finished in third.
You could have had a
And,
go at that.
Porsche.
Bill did.
Bill did. He did a really good job. I stare at it, and all the letters rearrange themselves into an unpronounceable word. In P2, Pete Harrod brought the win for Pure Sims Racing. Stefan Enriquez brought the N-Race Esports Platinum car in their first race, home in second place. So that's doff of the hat for them. And Marc-Antoine Thibault brought the Abruzzi Esports HPD Pro team home in third. GT Pro license, Pro division. Stefan Ash completed the race for Full Send Racing in first place, and he did more donuts than anybody else, so he gets extra points. He doesn't, but I just made that up. Guillaume Jabard nearly made the fuel run long enough in the N-Race Esports car to bring the Ford GT back in second place, and Louise Payne Jr. Brought the L1 Esports car home in third place for the Pro, and then AM's Diego Vasquez Duenas in World of Sim Racing team was the victor there. Dennis Pickbrenner in German Sim Racing Friends in second. All three of these are BMWs. And Thomas Solberg Larsen for TT Motorsport, who was in the thick of it for a long time throughout the race, finished third.
Yeah, so long race, guys, but hell of a race. We had a lot of action. The teams kept us guessing right to the end. Could they or couldn't they make it on fuel? Bit of a runaway win, as we've said, for RSR Esport in the P1. Starting from pit lane, driving through the field, running out of fuel, still coming back. Very, very good. Pure Sims, again, in the P2 class, that was touch and go all the way to the end with N-Race Esports. But Pure Sims got there in the end. We had a similar thing with Full Send and N-Race again in the GT Pro class. We didn't know what was happening until right at the end. And then the AM class seemed a little bit more sorted early on. And there's 5 of the AM drivers there in the top 10, shall we say, of the GT class. So great drives from all of them.
Yeah, correct. And guys, we have Harley Helton from the Full Send Racing for interviews. Clyde, I will leave him to you for interview if you want.
Hang on, I just need to get my Discord back up and running.
Harley Horton, good evening. How are you doing?
Very good, thank you.
Excellent. So, Full Send Porsche back in first place. You've got to be happy with that, right?
Yeah, it was a really fun race, really close on strategy. So it all played out at the end though.
Okay, and Stephen Ash, is it, from New England? He brought the car home.
Yeah.
And Mac Miller, your other teammate, distributing the laps reasonably evenly. Mac Miller doing the least contribution, but nevertheless a victory for Full Send Race.
Yeah, they both did a great job. We just brought the car home. It's quite tight on off tracks. It's really easy to get off tracks around here. We were at like 58 at the end out of 60, so it's a bit close.
Go on, Clyde, are you going to grill him?
No, I was just I had to disconnect and come back there. I just had some Discord issues, and you may have already asked this, and if you have, I apologise. Harley, how aware was you of the N-Race fuel strategy, and was it getting a bit twitchy bum at the end? Did you think maybe they could make it, and you'd driven all that time for a second position, or was you confident all the way through that your strategy was going to bring you home?
Well, we were definitely keeping a close eye on how many laps they were doing, and our own fuel. We should seeing if we could save like they were. In the last couple hours, we sort of realized that they weren't going to make it, so we just kept doing consistent laps. Didn't need to push too hard.
Yeah, they kept us guessing in that last stint because we did a ride on board with them and we could see how much that they were saving fuel. And then all of a sudden they just took off, did the fastest lap for their car for the race, and we was wondering whether they'd saved enough and then they had enough to get to the end. But ultimately it looks like they finally realised that they couldn't save enough and just went for it. So you must be happy with that win, especially after a grueling 10-hour race, and all your drivers in the team all did sterling jobs. Nobody let anybody down. So really good, a good win for you guys in the GT Pro class.
Yeah, thanks. We'll be back for round 4.
Excellent. And before we let you go, is there anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my teammates, Stephen and Mac, and the team manager, Steen, for putting this team together.
Excellent. Thanks for joining us in the booth, Harley. Congratulations again on a great win, and we'll see you for round 4.
Thank you.
Well done, Harley.
Cheers.
I have no idea where I just put Harley, to be honest.
Just ejected him. He's probably in with somebody else now going, you
Yeah.
don't speak English.
See ya.
So it looks like the drivers are being a bit shy with the interviews tonight.
They're probably all
gone
beat
to
too.
sleep.
Yeah, Troll Polocosta said 1 sec, but it's not in the session at the moment. So, Troll, if you're listening, comes faster. Or you will wrap up the broadcast, because it was also a long day for us.
Yeah, we'll give it a couple of minutes, and if nobody comes in, then we'll wrap the broadcast up. But yeah, just going back to the race while we're filling. There were some really good drives out there. As I said at various stages throughout the race. I didn't see a lot of the Suzuka race, but I did see the fallout afterwards. And Sam, you must be very pleased with the standard of driving this time.
Yeah, it was really better this time. Still some action going at the start of the race that has to be sorted out, but overall it was a really better race, especially for Spa. We had some good memes on the 24 Le Mans Discord for the racing community for this week. So we was a bit concerned about how the race would go for this one, but finally they ended up well.
Excellent. So we have got Diogo Salipa waiting for an interview. Sam, I'm going to give this one to you.
Yeah, just let me find out which car he's in for the interviews first.
So he is SK Motorsport Golden.
Yeah, that's the Golden. Okay, that's fine.
Diogo, welcome to the booth.
Hello. How are you, Samuel, by the way?
Hello. We're going to leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Sam Boozin to give you a grilling on how your race went.
It was chaotic. I actually just wanted to say really quick words. Not just like thank my teammates because they did an amazing job. And also I really wanted to point out that the decisions made by the race direction, they were great. Like this race compared to the last round on Suzuka was just much cleaner. I think people respect the other drivers on track like a lot. So it was really good to see that. And it's really, we have to thank Esia and everyone's behind it. So thanks a lot, guys. About the race, yeah, it was cleaner. From my car, I'm just waiting for a race where things go right. When will it be? I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. We just have to put more time in the track.
So your race, obviously, I'm just looking at the results now. You finished 29 laps down from the 10-hour race. I can't actually remember what happened to you, but what caused that?
I started the race. I started the race. I think I qualified P13, P14, something around that in the GT General. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. The thing was, I was just taking it easy, but I was having draft on the left-hander. I think is Blanchimont. Yeah.
Yeah.
The rear just gets a bit too loose if you go off throttle, and I was afraid that with the draft I was just going too fast, and the rear just got loose. And when I tried to catch the car, it instantly went into the wall, and it was a 30-minute almost repair time. So that was race done, but we still made it to the end. So there's that.
Exactly. You stuck around, you got the repairs done, and you finished the race, albeit 29 laps down, but it's still Still good going. So let's say good race from you guys. Anybody you'd like to thank before we let you go?
Yeah,
I know
just
you've
as I said
already
in
thanked
the
a few.
start. Yeah, just as I said in the start, everyone from my team and the sister car, so everyone from SK, they did an amazing job. We had bad luck because one of our drivers in SK had a disconnect, so they would surely be fighting for a podium in the pro class and in general. So feels bad for that. And thanks everyone from race direction and organization. As I said, an amazing job this round. I really hope the next ones are going to be as better. As good as this or better. Yeah, that's all I can ask for.
Yeah,
So thanks a lot,
Hugo.
guys. No worries.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us
Thanks,
in
guys.
the
Have a
in the
good time.
booth, Diogo, and we'll catch you for round 4.
Yeah, cheers.
Did you just flush him as well?
I think we both flushed him at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, what we need on Discord is like a toilet
Yeah.
that we drop people into when they disappear. That would be really good. Anyway, let's bring race winning team in. Driver from that team, João Paulo Costa. João Paulo, welcome to the booth.
Thank you.
No, please don't take this the wrong way, but that was far too easy, surely. Starting from the pit lane, driving all the way through the field, running out of fuel, and still winning by a commanding margin. You must be very, very pleased, A, with your driving, and B, with your teammates driving.
Yeah, 100%. It wasn't so easy for the last like 3.5 hours. We had to fuel save a lot. So that was interesting, trying to get rid of one extra stop. And I just found out that my teammate ran out of fuel in the middle of the track just a few minutes ago. I was having lunch, and it wasn't like I didn't know. Somehow we got like a 1 lap lead, and then we just lost it. And I thought, okay, it was just like the pit cycle and all sort of stuff. But it was a fun race. You know, we had a lot of practice this week doing official races, and it paid off, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. We could see that the RSR eSport team was the class of the field. Pete, have you got anything for João?
I think you've asked. I think you've asked everything. You ended up with the fastest lap of the race. In order to make it a challenge, are you going to start like 10 laps down for the next?
No, next time we'll try lead every lap. So let's see how that works.
Try reversing the entire race. See how far you get. I reckon you'll win it. But no, absolute commanding victory. You must be extraordinarily proud. Is there anyone you'd like to thank at this point?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my teammate Paulo. He also did a fantastic job. You know, he had more pace than I did throughout the race, and just at the end, I just had to manage everything, manage the fuel. So I like to thank him, and I like to thank the team for the opportunity. You know, I just joined them last week, and they allowed me in, and yeah, just want to thank them.
Very much, João Paulo Costa.
There you go, straight into the toilet.
Brilliant.
Right, guys. So we've got nobody else to interview. We've been at this for 11.5 hours, I think, something like that. I think it's time we wrap things up. Final thoughts from you, Bill?
Well, it certainly was a lot more interesting than I expected it to be. A lot more cars finished than I thought they would, and pretty tense situations right up to the end. Well done. Drivers did a really great job, in my opinion. Not too many DNFs in comparison to the amount that stopped, and like talk about a Cinderella story. This, the guy starting in the pits, running out of gas, not losing first place, and winning the race after 10 hours, and just incredible, and over 1,000 miles traveled on Spa. That in itself is quite an accomplishment. And thanks to my partners here for the broadcast, and hopefully we get to do this again.
Most definitely. Pete, final words from you.
I think the standard of driving tonight was so much better than at Suzuka. It was a bit of a crash fest there, to be perfectly honest, and I think a bit of a reality check. They've done an amazing job tonight. Excitement all the way through the field. Very few occasions where the field was so spread out it wasn't exciting. Some great times put in, some great effort put in. A great performance. I've really enjoyed commentating on it. Thanks to the three of you guys for joining me in the booth, or letting me join you. One of those two is true. And can't wait.
Yeah, I echo your words, Pete. For me, the standard of driving was what really shone in today's race. So I've already done a bit of a race recap. Sam, final words from you, from the League Supreme Leader.
Oh, yeah, maybe not League Supreme Leader. I'm not alone running this. Dom is doing all the things in the background, so...
the only thing Dom is doing in the background is abusing me on the chat.
Yeah, that's not something to say on the broadcast, mate.
He's obviously not got enough to do.
Yeah, no, this was a really better race than Suzuka, for sure. I will second Pete on that one, because he was in the comment. For this one, I think Race Control had a better time today. They even had time to watch the broadcast, so I think it was really better. Yeah, thanks to all the drivers that make this look a bit decent, and overall, in general, good looking race, excitement all the way through. So that was great, and of course, thanks to you guys.
Yeah, so it just leaves me to thank all of our viewers, thank all of our drivers, and everybody that's involved in the background. Sam and Dom for running the league, Elmer and Daniel, who are busy in race control. As Sam said, done a fantastic job. It's not an easy job to do, I know, I've done it, but the drivers did make it easier for them today. We've seen a cracking 10-hour race today, and we will be back I haven't got the schedule in front of me, but I presume we will be back in June. Backfire Simsport TV will be back tomorrow night with myself and Sam, joined by a couple of others for the V8 ESC Backfire podcast, and we'll also be doing our usual Friday night slot with the official iRacing V8 series. So, as I said, thanks to everybody. For those of you that are still in lockdown, stay safe. For those of you that are not in lockdown anymore, lucky bastards, but still stay safe. And it's good night from me.
And from me.
And from me, good night.
Yeah, and to add to what Clyde said, the next race will be on May 31, so not in June. Thanks, Clyde. And yeah, I also want to thank SimRacingAcademy for sponsoring us this season. Yeah, they put a lot of efforts in these leagues also, so thanks to them to support us and make this possible. Good night, guys. Thanks.